rest. Yesterday has been a long day, and at least today, another long day, but hopefully with the interesting sessions, I think we'll hopefully make up for the length of the day because we'll be engaged and active. So I think yesterday we had some very good and interesting discussions, and I'm not going to bore you with those again because I think everybody has been well engaged on that. So this morning, essentially, we have very exciting sessions as well. That's taking forward the sessions we had yesterday. Of course, a reflection, which is very important to look at on the reflection of the US-South Africa education partnerships, which you're going to have this morning. And then, of course, important aspect also on anchor institutions as models for university collaboration. So that's one of the models we use and people use, and a discussion on that. And of course, joint capacity building institutions and so forth. And then, of course, the last session this afternoon is a way forward, how we go from here, this being the first summit. And I'm hoping everybody will please also submit your feedback on the online feedback on the questionnaires. That's very important because that's going to be information we need to map the path going forward. And so please, I will request everybody to please do that. So I think a reflection for me on a few things that I think I would maybe like to for us to look at is, I think, for example, in South Africa, we have something like 26 public universities, and of course, there's many more in Africa. And of course, if we look at yesterday's data, we looked at the number of PhDs in the South African university system. It's quite low, 48%. Of course, there's a differentiation, for example, with us, as VC mentioned, close to 71%, and some quite low. So end of the day, we need a lot of development in terms of giving PhD. And remember, PhD doesn't mean you're an outstanding researcher. In my view, a PhD means that you can do some research, and you still need to build your research profile from there, and the PhD is the entry ticket, so to speak, to develop. And with 26 public universities, and even we have a support of 100 PhDs, that on average works out to about 4 PhDs per university, which is not a phenomenal amount. The 100 looks big, but in terms of you translate that to per university, is not a phenomenal amount. So I think it's very important universities need to be deliberate to say where we would like to develop capacity. For example, in the South African scenario, I mentioned we have 26 universities. We all pretty much the same. We all offer engineering. Some of us offer the BA, theology, law, so forth. We all can't be the same. So I think we need to think where we want to specialize, where we want to be a center of excellence, where we want to develop critical mass. And I think we should focus on those areas so that each university has a set of critical areas where it develops strengths in that takes it forward. Otherwise, we're all trying to do the same thing, compete for the very limited resources, and resources are always constrained. So I think that's part of the planning process that we need to think about going forward, as well as the university leadership, as researchers going forward. And because I think that's going to give us a global competitiveness in the areas. And I think one of our colleagues yesterday mentioned that, some universities in Africa are very low in their rankings, and whether they should still continue, thinking about rankings. And I think they should, because that's why if you develop critical mass in critical areas, you can develop strengths, centers of excellence, and recognition in those areas, and that can give you a good international reputation. So I think those are some thoughts that I think I wanted to share in this session, in this morning session. So this morning session, I'm very honored to have some of our colleagues here, and our program director for this morning is Dorothy Ngila. Dorothy Ngila is from the National Research Foundation, not far from us, that's across the N1 highway. And we're very honored to have you here. And of course, I'll do a short bio of Dorothy. Dorothy advances her career at South Africa National Research Foundation as a director in the Strategy, Planning and Partnerships Business Unit. Her core responsibility is to coordinate the NRF's contribution to the multi-stakeholder and multi-agency capacity strengthening program, the Science Granting Council's initiative in Sub-Saharan Africa, which partners with 16 public science granting councils in the East, West, and Southern Africa to advance the National Research Foundation engagement in knowledge networks. Dr. Ngila serves on the advisory board of the Alliance of African Partnership, the Global Research Council, Gender Working Group representing the National Research Foundation and Sub-Saharan Africa region, and the African Academy of Sciences Gender and Science Steering Committee. She sits on many other committees and very distinguished and involved in partnerships and global working. Dr. Ngila holds a PhD Science and Technology Studies from Stellenbosch University, a master's degree in Geography and Environmental Management from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and a Bachelor of Arts, Public Administration and Environmental Sciences from the University of Botswana. So please join us to welcome our session chair this morning, Dorothy.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you for the introduction, Professor Maharaj. This morning's session is titled A Reflection on the US-Africa Education Partnerships. We were supposed to have 4 panelists. There are 3 panelists, and I'd like to welcome all of them to come on the stage while I introduce the session. Yes, sir. Several initiatives have been established and implemented in recent years to promote, facilitate, and deepen higher education partnerships between US and African institutions, in addition to what we've been hearing that is supported through the US Department of State. This panel wants to spotlight some of these initiatives and provide us with an opportunity to reflect on the US-Africa higher education partnerships, guided by 3 key questions, and to which the panel has been requested to respond to. 3 questions are as follows. What has been the impact of investments in US-Africa higher education partnerships? What are some of the key challenges and opportunities for strengthening existing higher education partnerships between US and Africa institutions? And the third one is, how do you continue to promote equity and sustainability in these partnerships? In my mind, as a partnerships person, the last question is quite critical for us to reflect on as an audience and also guided from our panel. I would like to take the opportunity to introduce the 3 panelists that will be with us today. First, Dr. Steve Hansen, who is the Associate Provost and Dean of International Studies and Programs at the Michigan State University. Second, Mr. William Moses, Managing Director, Education at the Kresge Foundation in the US, and Professor Thulani Makalanyene, who is the Department of Science and Innovation, National Research Foundation, South African Research Chair in Marine Microbiomics at the University of Pretoria. I'm going to reflect on some of the initiatives that the National Research Foundation has that are in synergy with what we are discussing today, but I'm going to do that after the panelists have provided us with their presentations. So I wish now to welcome Dr. Steve Hansen to start us off with the presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and talk about partnerships. And I've had my own personal journey to get to where I'm at in my thinking about partnerships. And I've had 3 times in my life when I kind of thought I had it figured out what I need to do to make impact. And one was when I became a brand new assistant professor at Michigan State University. And I thought, okay, what I got to do is do really high quality research and get that published in the best journals, and that's going to change lives. And so I kind of took off down that path, and somewhere between my associate professor and full professor transition, I started to do a little broader work. We had a lot of international in our department, and I started to do a bit of international work and work outside of the state of Michigan, and I all of a sudden realized, boy, if I could actually adapt the work I was doing to the local context where I was working, I could have a much bigger impact than I'd been having. So I thought, okay, I got it figured out now. And then I started to, eventually I started to move into administration, and I was overseeing the administration of some very large grants and programs, basically, in my department. And all of a sudden I realized the power of bringing together really unique partnerships and collaborations, and how that could scale and magnify impact from the work that we're doing. So that's kind of where I'm at now. I'm sure I'll figure, I still don't have it figured out eventually here, but it shaped my thinking, and it shaped really our strategy at Michigan State University for international engagement. And that strategy is really around bringing thematic knowledge together with regional expertise and then partnerships and collaborations, and trying to overlap those things and unlock value and create impact and change lives. So what I want to really talk about today is a particular effort that we have to develop a U.S.-Africa partnership. But before I kind of dive into that initiative, I think it'd be helpful for me to tell you a little bit about Michigan State University and kind of how we got where we are today, because I think that'll help you make more sense of what we're about and trying to do. So Michigan State University was the first land-grant university in the United States. And there's some important things about that we can come back and talk about. But today we're a top 100 global ranked university. We have several hundred academic programs, and many of those are ranked in the top 25. We don't have medical hospitals, so the actual external awards coming into MSU is a pretty respectable amount when you take out medical research hospitals. We have medical hospitals, but we don't have research programs connected to them. So $713 million a year, about $80 million of that comes from our international work, so over 10%. We've got 52,000 students, depending how you count them. We're down a little bit on international students because of COVID right now, but that's rebounding. We typically run 10 to 15% of our students are international. They come from over 140 different countries. We also have the country's largest faculty-led education abroad program, and it's ranked right at the top for quality. It's the highest ranking for a public institution. So our students study on all seven continents, and we have a lot of faculty. 1,600 of our faculty are working in international activities. We've had a long history of international engagement. Our first international students came to Michigan State in 1873 from as far away as East Asia and Europe. But there's a kind of a watershed moment that I wanted to share with you, and that happened in 1960 when Michigan State University partnered in Nigeria to create a university. And we got invited by Governor Azikiwe at the time, who later became Nigeria's first president. He invited John Hanna, who was MSU's president, and Michigan State's faculty to come to Nigeria and work with Nigerians to help create the first indigenous university in Nigeria and the first land-grant university on the continent. So from 1960 to 1967, there were about 150 MSU faculty and staff engaged in this effort, and many of them spent extended periods of time living and working in Nigeria. So the project wasn't without kind of challenges, but we worked through those, and it was a success in the end. And I think it did two really important things. One is it set the stage for what's been 6 decades of engagement across the continent. And the second thing that's perhaps even more important is it really set the stage for how we were going to do that engagement. And it was going to be a collaborative, co-creation, partnership type of approach, and that has stayed with us to today. And if you look at MSU's international engagement today, and this is our research footprint, we are working in all parts of the world now. You can see the themes there. There's kind of 4 buckets that capture about 85% of our work in ag and food and education and learning, health and nutrition, environment and energy. But you can also see that we do more work in Africa than anywhere else. And we have over 250 faculty engaged in that work. Over the last 10 years, we've had 428 projects in Africa that's spread across every country in Africa, and there's been almost $300 million raised to support that work. We have 305 students enrolled from Africa enrolled in East Lansing today, and there's over 250 alumni or 2,500 alumni from Africa. We have 22 education abroad programs that take place on the continent. We have 76 languages at Michigan State University that we teach. 30 of those are African languages. And we have the #1 African Study Center in the United States. And so I could go on, but my point is that Africa is kind of woven into the fabric of Michigan State University and into our DNA. And I think a lot of the successes that we have had have been because of the partnerships and the approach to partnerships that we've taken. It was, I don't know, maybe 10 or 12 years ago that, right before I came into the role I have now, that I started to hear some things from our faculty that were engaged in some of these very large projects that I was affiliated with. And they were saying the landscape was changing and the funding landscape was changing, and that it was going to create opportunities for us, and we were well positioned for those opportunities, but it was going to look different, and partnerships were going to look different. So we took that as an opportunity to kind of reassess where we were at in terms of partnerships, and what had worked well in the past, was that still what was going to help us move forward in the future? And so we looked at it from a number of different angles, and one was kind of this notion of individual faculty type of partnerships, and that's mostly what we had. And it was kind of, they were ad hoc, they kind of rose up just based on faculty interest, and it was kind of a thousand flowers bloom type of an approach. And there's some problems with that, because those partnerships are so founded in the individual faculty relationships, and faculty change, they leave, their interests change, and then your partnership kind of goes away. And we had a few of these kind of partnerships that were individually based to begin with that kind of grew for reasons we can talk about, but they grew into what I would call programs, and they almost grew beyond programs, where they became kind of institutionalized, and there was kind of magic that happened when that happened, because now all of a sudden these programs were able to survive a faculty member leaving. The programs got branded. We were able to attract really high quality faculty to come work in that space. We were able to attract the best graduate students to work in that space. A lot of really powerful things happened. So we started to say, can we be more intentional about creating those kinds of programs and institutionalizing those kinds of programs? So we started to look a little bit more at, how do we be intentional and strategic about creating more institutional types of partnerships, and really bringing those two things together so we capture the best of both worlds and move them beyond just bilateral types of relationships to multilateral partnerships that are going to cut across disciplines, cut across countries, and cut across sectors. So we started to do this in about 2015 and 16, and we launched a couple of what we call partnership platforms that were really intended to help us do things together that we can't do as well by ourselves. And the two main ones, we've got several of these at MSU, but the two main ones are what we call the Asia Hub and the Alliance for African Partnerships. And I want to say a little bit more about the Alliance. So this really kind of got formed around 2016. We brought a group of African thought leaders together with some MSU thought leaders, and we locked ourselves in a room for 3 days and kind of hashed through where are we at with partnerships? What has worked in the past? What hasn't worked? What do they need to look like for next generation partnerships to be successful? And we tried to take a very value-orientated approach, principled approach to kind of defining what this needs to look like. And so we kind of came out of that with, I guess, some guiding principles for us to use as we tried to formulate this concept of the Alliance for African Partnerships. And in the end, we launched it in 2017 with Michigan State University and 10 African universities, and a little while later we added a really respected network of policy research institutes from around the country or the continent. And so we launched, we started with these core members, and after kind of a lot more dialogue as we brought the consortium members together, this is what emerged as the Alliance for African Partnerships. So we said we're going to change lives through kind of impact-driven research. And we had 6 priority areas ranging from ag food systems to youth empowerment, to health and nutrition. And so we were going to come around these areas, identify big problems, and go after them together using kind of a three-pillared or three-pronged approach. One was to build bridges, so bring together these unique partnerships across disciplines, across sectors, across regions. Second was transforming institutions, which is really capacity building within institutions, both kind of institutional capacity building and human capacity building. And then transforming lives, which is the more traditional research for impact approach. And again, this was all laid over these guiding principles of accountability, equity, inclusivity, sustainability, and transparency. So the first couple years were more of getting the logistics figured out and getting the governance put into place and so on. And about year 3, we really got going on the programming pieces. And I'll just give you a quick snapshot of maybe some ways you might think about impact or what's happened over the last pretty much 3 years. There's been 342 partnerships that have been formed out of this effort. It's involved over 100 partner institutions. So yeah, the dozen kind of core members, but it's also reached out and pulled in nearly 100 other institutions into these efforts, over 500 researchers, lots of conferences and symposiums, lots of events, with lots of attendees and countries involved. These are all really important to us as we think about branding and positioning the Alliance efforts. There's been almost 90 publications, co-authored publications that have come out. Those are the ones that have come out. There's a lot more in the pipeline. Again, there's always the lag effect of getting this work out. 26 projects, research projects have been funded. We can talk about what that means because we're really not funding a lot of the research anyway, but those led to 25 funding proposals, successful funding proposals, around $42 million of external funding brought in for those projects. And that doesn't include a more recent one that we just received, a large one for youth work in Malawi that puts that number up closer to $60 million that have been brought in. Also, capacity strengthening in 56 different institutions, as well as for 38 early career female scholars that we've done professional development mentoring scholars program with. And just to kind of tie it back to the conference here today, one of the Transforming Institution grants was received by the MSU's Writing Center. And they worked with Makerere and got funding from the UPI to develop a writing center that will advance grant writing and publication capacity at Makerere. And so this is a really exciting project, and both Grace and Frederick are both here at the event, so I encourage you to seek them out, and I know they'd love to tell you a lot more about that work. And just to finish up, because I know I'm probably over time, so we've been at it 5 years, and in a lot of ways what we've done the first 5 years is, I'd say, has been piloting the concept, kind of proof of concept type of work. And now we're to the point we want to go to the next level. And to get to that next level, some things got to happen. We've been working on some things, but we still got to figure them out. And it's part of the challenges. I think any real kind of collaboration you do, partnership like this, you're going to run into these kinds of issues. And I won't go into detail on them here, but just kind of highlight them. One is, how do you get members to engage in it? You can pull the partnership together, but if you don't have member engagement, it doesn't work. And so this is on a number of levels. How do you get the institution itself to engage? How do you get the faculty to engage? And maybe even more important, how do you get the right faculty to engage in this effort? The communication piece, visibility piece, is a huge one. And it's one you often kind of overlook and don't recognize the importance. And it's multi-leveled again, because there's kind of probably the obvious one: how do you communicate among the members of the alliance? But that isn't easy by itself. But even within the institutions at Michigan State or all the consortium institutions, how do you communicate about this opportunity, and it connects to the engagement piece within your own institution? So there's issues there. And then probably the biggest one is externally. How do you communicate? How do you position this effort and brand it externally? So those are big things that we've got to get figured out and do a better job of. The short-term, long-term one is, I think there I'm thinking more about the return on investment piece and the type of investments you make. And some of the stuff we do looks familiar, like the impact things I put up, which probably aren't really impact numbers. They're more outputs and activities that we've done. But those things look more familiar to us in academics, publications and grants coming in. And they're kind of quicker hit, shorter term returns, things that universities recognize. But the bulk, if you look at the number of things we're doing, most of that stuff doesn't fall into that category. It's more of this capacity building types of things within institutions and within the human beings in those institutions, building those capacities. And that's a much harder thing to measure the returns on that. And the returns take a lot longer to happen. But I'd argue they're the most important things we do to lay that foundation. It just magnifies and compounds over time and creates huge impact. The equity piece, we've worked super hard to think about equity and inclusion as we've driven this thing from the very beginning, that very convening we had in 2016, and we've carried it through all the way. But as my colleague Titus Iwakuse spoke very eloquently about yesterday, much better than I could say it, but it's when you go to implement this stuff in practice, it's hard. There's just a lot of things that make equity difficult, and it's really more of a process, I think, to move towards equity over time. The strategic expansion one, that's another real challenge. Who should be members? Who shouldn't be members? How big should it be? How fast should you grow? What type of institutions do you bring in? We've kind of mostly been academic institutions, but we'd like to be across sectors as well in this. So a lot of difficult issues to think about that. And then they all kind of connect to the last one of the financial stability, and that's got multiple layers too. There's kind of the external funding piece, and how do we get successful in funding those projects from that standpoint. But then there's kind of the internal core funding, which has driven a lot of what we've done now. And how do we make that sustainable? And that gets more complex as you start to think about how you're going to grow and facilitate this thing over time. So I'll stop there, and thank you again, and look forward to discussion.
Thank you very much. What stood out for me with the AAP model is this idea of thinking about an ecosystem. Partnerships cannot be built if you just focus on one aspect. You have to think about the ecosystem, the institutions, the individuals, the research, the students. And I'd like to hear more from you when we have the discussion around what stands out for you in the way that this model has been implemented on the continent, and especially in relation to the other two very significant initiatives that MSU is engaging in other continents. Thank you. I have the pleasure now of inviting Mr. Moses to come and advise us or present to us. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I first want to thank the U.S. Embassy and the University of Pretoria for hosting this event, and especially Vice Chancellor Kupe. And I also want to thank all of you for your support of African higher education. It's critically important, and I just so appreciate all the work that all of you are doing. I should just give you a little caveat, actually a couple of caveats. One is Kresge works exclusively in South Africa on the continent, so my observations really don't apply north of the Limpopo. They may, but they don't necessarily really apply. I should also say that it may feel like this is the Michigan Africa Higher Education Partnership because I work about 100 kilometers away from Michigan State. My daughter is a graduate of that institution, and imagine this, she did her study abroad here in South Africa in 2019. So there are lots of ties between where I live and where all of we are today. So the Kresge Foundation, just a little bit of background, we are a private foundation focused on building the capacity, focused on building opportunities for low-income people in America's cities. You may be noticing that we are not in an American city. The only program that we do outside of the United States is our South Africa work. In our work in education, we promote post-secondary access and success for low-income, first-generation, and underrepresented students in the United States and in South Africa. Part of that's an access strategy to get people into college. The next one is to build the capacity of the institutions that serve our students, and that would predominantly be community colleges, public institutions, and minority-serving institutions like historically Black colleges. We also are trying to strengthen the urban higher education ecosystem. Most students who go to a university or a college are really going from within about an hour or so of home. They're not traveling across the country or across the continent to get their education, whether they're in South Africa or the United States. There are students who go from Mpumalanga to UCT or from Canton, Michigan to Stanford, but most students are going to school fairly close to home. The history of what we've been doing for about 20 years, 25 years is, first it was mostly about capital grants. And so this is a picture of one of the institutions that we supported. We helped build the life sciences building at UWC. We helped build the School of Public Health at WITS. And we helped build the FABI Institute here in the Jacaranda City, just a little couple of kilometers east of us on the Hatfield campus at University of Victoria. We also worked for about a dozen years or so on building the fundraising capacity of South African institutions to raise more philanthropic dollars. This was at a time when government support for a lot of university educational programs was declining or holding steady, and the idea was, could you tap into South Africa's wealth, particularly as American foundations and foreign foundations were pulling back? And it was a particularly effective program. We saw fundraising more than triple in this program across the board, and this included institutions like Pretoria, University of Western Cape, eventually University of Johannesburg, DUT. So it was across about a dozen or so institutions. We've also done some strengthening of higher education in South Africa. We fund USAF. We, along with the Carnegie Corporation of New York, which is a private foundation, we helped seed ARUA so that there could be this international or continent-wide partnership of African research universities. But our main focus today is on Siyaphumelelo, which means we succeed in isiXhosa. And what the idea is to try to get more students to graduate on time and to do so with a high qualification. And this is a mirror image of what we really do in the United States. We've also worked on developing urban anchor strategies, how universities can be better neighbors and leaders within their communities. Community could be literally Hatfield or Mamelodi here in Pretoria. It could be Gauteng. It could be the whole country. But the idea is, how can they be better serving local needs and communities? The Siyaphumelelo work really aims to increase student success, and it's got sort of three main areas. One is establishing a student-centered approach to improve student throughput in South Africa and eliminating race and gender equity gaps. The second is really to build that capacity inside the institution to collect data and evaluate that data to figure out why and where students are succeeding or not succeeding, so that they can obviously emphasize where it's working and de-emphasize or change their patterns of behavior as institutions for student support. They're also looking at evidence-based approaches to improving student success. Right now, Siyaphumelelo works with 17 of South Africa's 26 universities, so it's a pretty national program, and we're proud to work with the Department of Higher Education and Training and with the CHE, USAF, and other parts of the South African higher education system. So I thought about several critical U.S.-South Africa partnerships that we've been involved in. First one has been on this anchor strategy approach. This is with the University of Pretoria and with Rutgers University in Newark. At the time, the vice chancellor was Cheryl de la Rey, and she was concerned about how the Mamelodi campus might be better used as part of the educational mission of the university, and how Hatfield might be strengthened at a time when safety was a concern and general sort of appearance of the community, and a sense that was there anything the university could do. And we said, well, we know of a university in New Jersey, Rutgers University, Newark, led by Nancy Cantor, who'd established herself as a real leader at the University of Michigan, and then at Syracuse University, as really having a way of having a university engage in a community academically, but also as a neighbor and as a leader. And I think what was really valuable about that relationship was, at the time, Dr. de la Rey was one of the only women vice chancellors in the country. And so, this is a way to have a professional partnership with a well-known public institution, but also have a professional partnership with a person in a similar kind of role, similar kind of life experience. And it's been a continuing relationship that has been going on for probably a decade at this point. The second one is improving research quality. This was at the University of Michigan, had something called the Institute for Social Research, which was one of the programs that they had was a quantitative methods training course, which guaranteed that the students, I think mostly in economics and sociology, had the chops to really do quantitative methods in their field. A Fulbright scholar was at UCT, and UCT said, well, we'd love to do this too, but at UCT it was sort of done with frequent flyer miles and extra cash at the end of the day, and it was really very informal. So we came in and said we'd support the program for a couple of years and then create an endowment to endow it in perpetuity so they could continue that work. What UCT did was really interesting. They started to raise the money, found it was not that easy to raise the money. But what they did was they basically sold shares in the training program to other South African universities and the Census Bureau here in South Africa. So by doing that, they guaranteed that if you were in the Census Bureau, or if South African Stats, I guess, or if you were at Fort Hare or UWC, your students were guaranteed access to this graduate training in quantitative methods. So it used an institution with some capacity, strengthened that capacity, but made sure it was available to institutions throughout the country. Another one is the building of student success, and this is where we worked with Achieving the Dream, which is the United States' largest community college or higher education reform movement. And we brought over the University of Pretoria scholar, Nthabiseng Ogude, who you'll hear from later in the day, brought her over. And there was a conference. She seemed to enjoy herself. Several months later, I came back to Pretoria, and the vice chancellor told me that Nthabiseng had really brought over Betsy Barefoot and John Gardner, two leaders, two icons in American student success, brought them to University of Pretoria to do engagement with faculty, to engage with the Senate, and they were embracing student success as an institution. And for us, this was proof that it could actually work, because this is what we were hoping to do in South Africa. So this idea that a relatively casual couple of days in the United States at a conference allowed a scholar, a leader at an institution to really see an opportunity that could be brought to South Africa. We've done similar things at the University of the Free State, where they have worked with Georgia State, particularly on advising on data analytics to improve student success. They've worked with the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching on developmental education reform. So they've introduced a Quantway Statway, which is called Carnegie Math Pathways in the Commerce faculty at UFS. And they've also worked with Indiana University with our support to put into South African context the National Survey of Student Engagement, which here in South Africa is called SASE, the South African Survey of Student Engagement. So they're sort of taking some of the best ideas they see around the world and then putting them back into context for the South African environment. The final thing was something that we funded, as you can tell, probably about 20 of the 26 universities in South Africa at some point. And I was talking to Brian O'Connell, who's the former Vice Chancellor Rector of University of Western Cape, which for the Americans would be very similar to an HBCU. And the university had quite a bit of turmoil in the late 1990s and early 2000s. And I asked Brian, well, what got you through that period? And he said, it was our relationship with the University of Missouri-Rolla. And I'll be perfectly candid. I know of the University of Missouri-Columbia. I did not know of the University of Missouri-Rolla. But he said that they had had a decades-long partnership with that institution. They felt they could speak one-on-one to the president, to the provost, to the top leaders, and that just having that relationship over years really strengthened their ability to get their work done and to give them confidence in more complicated times. So I think that's really something that stands out for me as one of the ways in which these partnerships can be so impactful. Now, I'd like to just talk about a couple of just lessons. We heard this yesterday from Dr. Lerner. We just heard it from MSU. I think it's critically important to have individual faculty or student interaction. I would not be here if I had not gotten a Watson Fellowship to come to South Africa to study apartheid. I would not be here if I had not interned at the State Department in graduate school in Cape Town. So I see the value in those exchanges, but the real lasting change is institution to institution. You can't just rely on individual researchers to carry those relationships. They move on, they get new grants, old grants end. Also, I think you need to think about the mutual benefit for both parties in these relationships. And looking at equity and being honest, particularly for the American institutions, which typically have more financial resources, to think about, are you really supporting your partner as well as you might be able to? I think it's really valuable. I've seen some really successful partnerships when institutions are looking at institutions that have a similar mission, similar size. I think that really can make it easier to translate lessons. There was a slogan for many years, South Africa is a world in one country, and each of the institutions that we work with is very distinct. And so, you might not have the greatest relationship, University of whatever, but go to something, University of Technology, and it may be really an excellent fit. And then the last thing is we fund almost exclusively South African institutions. We don't typically fund American institutions to work in South Africa. And I think that's because when that grant ends, those American researchers and staff, they go back to the United States, and often that ends. And I've met many people at conferences, oh yes, I was in South Africa, we worked there for 2 years, 15 years ago, and there's been no interaction since. Whereas at least when you're working with a South African entity, there's a high likelihood that the staff you've been working with, the leadership you've been working with will stay there. And so that's one of the biases we have as a foundation. I have a couple of recommendations. Thank you. A couple of recommendations for the South Africans. Build relationships that complement your strengths. Consider collaborating with a number of U.S. institutions as a group of South African institutions. And don't forget to engage with higher education partners. Nonprofit partners. For the U.S. entities, you can see this all up here. One thing is, don't presume you're the only entity with expertise and with experience and creativity. At that same conference, I brought Ntaba Singh Ogude, of one of the best known nonprofit research organizations in the United States, said, we're starting to think about working, this is about 10 years ago, we're starting to think about working with cell phones as a way to deliver educational work. And the three South Africans are like, well, we've been doing that for years. And so, often you'll find that the sophistication is in different places. The last thing I'd want to do is, there are two things that came up the last few days. One, I encourage anyone to work with the U.S. State Department and try to take advantage of the International Visitor Leadership Program. That's how you can often engage in a new idea, and it's a very generous and wonderful program. The other one is AGOA. Minister Pandor said that AGOA was an important part of the trade relationship. And I just think, I've heard, I don't know if this is true, but I've heard from some research universities in South Africa that they get National Institutes of Health grants, but they don't get their overhead cost paid for because they're not American. And I wonder if there's a way to reinterpret the AGOA rules to be more equitable, to support overhead for South African research universities, to democracies, the leading democracy on the continent that is performing high-level scientific research. And I wonder if there's a way to reinterpret some of those rules under AGOA so that you're building the capacity of the health sciences in this country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moses, for that presentation. What stood out for me in the presentation is really the importance of centering and thinking about equity, diversity, inclusion in the way that we build partnerships, but also in the way that the partnerships are implemented. One thing I'd like you to reflect on for our discussion is thinking about and centering EDI is not necessarily the most easy thing to do. So I want to reflect on some of the experiences that you've had and the evidence, especially around the innovation or the innovative approaches that you're using to ensure that this remains the center, but also that it can be fed into other partnership initiatives that we're going to be discussing here and beyond here. I have the pleasure now of inviting Professor Thulani Makalanyane to please present. Thank you.
Thanks, Dorothy. Just waiting for my talk to be loaded. Thanks again to the organizers for the invitation and for providing us an opportunity to share our work and how we feel US-Africa partnerships could expand the work that we currently do. So I'll start first by giving you an overview of the science that I'm engaged in. I might be somewhat different from most people here in the sense that, no offense, I'm one of the people that actually do the work. So I will have to tell you what that work is, and then we'll talk about how we can expand those partnerships. So I like to start off talks by showing this image. What you see there is something called a phylogenetic tree of life that represents all biological entities that are present on Earth. What's highlighted with that little blue button is where you are and where your relative, closest relative, the plants are in the tree of life. What you'll inevitably see from that tree is that everything that's present on Earth, most of the things that are present on Earth, are indeed microbial. So microorganisms are the things that essentially run everything that we do on Earth. We know, from the past 2 years or so, that the effect of a single virus could essentially upend everything that happens on Earth, right? But what's surprising is that although we know that these organisms are so abundant, we know essentially very little about what they actually do in terms of their ecosystem services and how, for instance, they might be impacted by things such as climate change. Microorganisms are essential in a lot of the SDGs. In fact, they might be, in a way, I can describe them as underpinning most of what happens that's related to SDGs. If you think about land, microorganisms provide important beneficial functions to plants, allowing them to carry out photosynthesis. If you think about water, things like ocean acidification are driven by microorganisms. So hopefully by this slide, I've convinced you why we should all be studying microorganisms, and in fact, why we should be funding studies on microbiomes. So at Microbiome at UP, which is the research group that I am a PI of, we have essentially 3 different themes. I've already told you that microbiome research is multidisciplinary and in fact quite interdisciplinary, so it stretches across a variety of different fields. We've got a strong focus on marine microbiomes, where we've got strong partnerships with US institutions. We work on terrestrial environments. We've got projects that span across the African continent. We've got other work that focuses on polar microbiomes. And I'll talk a little bit about the work on polar microbiomes, because often when we think of partnerships between the US and Africa, people think it's a relationship where Americans are essentially helping Africans, but we see the partnerships that are hinged on polar research as a way that we as Africans can actually contribute towards solving broader societal problems. So these are the current projects that we have in our group. where we have US-South Africa collaborative projects. I won't talk about all of them, but I'll highlight the last one, which is a US-China-South Africa NSF-NRF-funded bilateral, which is focused on understanding the genetic, phylogenetic, and functional mechanisms that shape microbiota in polar and alpine regions. So, of course, we have a strong theme and a strong focus in terms of polar and marine environments. And there are several reasons for this. So the first is that as South Africa, we've got a very strong geographic advantage. We've got about 3,000 plus kilometers of coastline. We're surrounded by 3 oceans, including the Atlantic and Indian Ocean, and the Southern Ocean below us. South Africa is strategically very well positioned in the sense that we've got a base on Antarctica, which allows us to carry out research. And this research is one of the vehicles that we can invite American researchers to come and join on collaborative efforts in order to understand the impact of global change and how it impacts, how it's likely to affect the diversity and function of ecosystem services that we derive from microorganisms. So there's, of course, a very strong scientific justification. As I said to you, what happens in the Southern Ocean is instrumental in controlling not only the global climate, it's important in for instance, explaining how things such as ocean acidification might impact what happens towards fisheries and other downstream ecological processes. You cannot study, as has been the case, continue to study what happens in the North Atlantic without studying what happens in the South Atlantic and also what happens in the Southern Ocean, because the ocean is an interconnected space. And therefore, we've been involved in efforts with partners in the US and other countries, including Canada, on developing a science plan which would outline the priority areas on which we should focus. There's, of course, very strong government support through the NRF that supports fundamental research on Antarctic ecosystems. South Africa is one of the signatories, countries that have contributed to the Standing Committee for Antarctic Research. In fact, one of our projects that's funded now is through the South African National Antarctic Program, which is also funded by the NRF. So South Africa is involved in a lot of global microbiome and biotechnology initiatives. Minister Panda, who spoke yesterday, signed the Belém Agreement about 4 years ago, and that agreement opened up opportunities for African researchers in South Africa, Namibia, Angola, and other places to be recipients of European funding in order to be able to study what happens in the South Atlantic. There is a wealth of opportunity between South Africa or Africa and US institutions in developing similar science plans with the NSF and other funding bodies to be able to carry out such important work. So I wanted to end, this is not the last slide, don't be too optimistic. Of course I have more. I wanted to show this slide in terms of what you see here on top. It shows microbiome research and the research that takes place on a global level. And the bottom shows the related research which occurs on the African continent. On top, you can see there are over 70,000 publications, and these publications span over 30 different research fields. When you look at the bottom, which represents Africa, you can see that we've got less than 600 publications that have been studied. So what this underlies is that we essentially know very little regarding microbiomes in African environments, whether they be aquatic or terrestrial environments. And there's an immense opportunity in terms of studying what occurs on the African continent in partnership with the US and other countries. I've shown on the right-hand side some of the SDGs that are crucial priority areas where microbiota are essential. So if you do not understand what microorganisms are present in the environments that are around us or what they essentially do, you are far off from achieving any of those as SDG goals. So I'll end with this, which is really my last slide. And these are my recommendations in terms of how we can expand US-Africa collaborations. The first, of course, is to have joint research projects. These projects can then, with maturity, expand into concrete research programs. And of course, these should have some component where they focus on microbiomes. Capacity building is also a strong focus area. You mentioned, the life sciences building that you funded at UWC. I did my PhD in that life sciences building. I'm a recipient of the Fulbright program. So these partnerships have really contributed in terms of developing me as a researcher. There's a really a need to expand data sharing and integration because, of course, as I say, what happens in, for instance, the marine environment is something that is universally applicable. So you cannot study what happens in terms of the North Atlantic, the impact of fisheries, for instance, without knowing what happens in the Southern Ocean. The ocean is a four-dimensional space, so there is no way that you'll have a good understanding in terms of ecological processes without studying the South Atlantic. We need to expand the current repositories in terms of biobanking. There are no biobanking facilities, at least not in Africa, which will allow us to preserve some of the valuable microbiome samples that have been collected now and enable these to become available in terms of expansions in technological fields and allow us to retrospectively study the microbiomes and the samples that we have now. Why is this important? So we know, of course, that climate change is a factor that affects all aspects, including agriculture. If we can understand what happens in terms of microbial communities, we can then be better enabled to predict what effect climate change might have on these and how it will affect the ecosystem services that we derive from these organisms. There's, of course, the last bit, which is there needs to be a strong public focus and outreach that is centered within microbiome science because it affects various components. Human health and the environment are intricately linked, and we need to center outreach projects to teach school learners about the importance of microbiome studies and, in fact, foster a generation where we can have a nice throughput in terms of expanding the current research which is done. As I've shown you in the last slide, we are far off as Africans from achieving equitable numbers in terms of the research that's done on microbiome science. A lot of that depends on us building that capacity within our continent, and we can do it very well in terms of expanding the existing partnerships. So I'll stop there, and then I'll leave the last slide. And here I show some of the US partners that we work quite closely with, and that have really contributed towards expanding our research efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for getting us to really go into the research programs and the research projects and what flows down from these partnership initiatives from an individual researcher or team research perspective. What stood out for me is definitely that very real example of how these partnerships then filter down to the research ecosystem of the researchers and supporting students. What I'm interested in hearing from you is you've spoken about these, the partnership, especially with the Polar Research, being really quite effective. And I'm interested in hearing more about how a partnership initiative supports that collaboration. What are some of the low-hanging fruits or some of the ways that you've been able to experience that from the partnership that is managed through the NRF? With that, I want to share with you two initiatives that the NRF is engaged in that are partnership initiatives with the US to add to what has been discussed today. So the NRF engagement with the US is really anchored in our relationship with the National Science Foundation. and specifically with a focus on biological sciences. We've been working on this since 2017. The name of the program that we are partnering together is called Biodiversity on a Changing Planet. And the focus is on supporting projects in the broader area of biodiversity science and in the context of climate change and environmental change. We support US ONI collaborative projects with the NRF, and together with our science funding agencies in China, the National Natural Science Foundation of China and the Sao Paulo Research Foundation for PESP in Brazil. And there are two different tracks that researchers can engage in. The design track, which is a 3-year funding cycle to really support the engagement to form teams that can then get into the implementation track of this program, where programs are then implemented over 5 years. The second partnership is with Fulbright, which we have heard about today. In 2021, the NRF entered formally into a partnership with Fulbright to support NRF-funded postgraduate students in alignment with our new postgraduate funding policy that is really anchored on global knowledge partnerships and ensuring that postgraduate students in South Africa can have access to opportunities to spend time abroad. There are two vehicles that this program is supporting. The first is visiting student researchers who can conduct about a year of research at a US institution towards their PhDs. And the second track is postgraduates that can apply to study for their masters and PhDs in the US. This is funded for 2 years in the beginning with the option of an additional year. We have many other engagements where we work together with the National Science Foundation to build the ecosystem, to support work in the global sector in the context of the Global Research Council, IASA, the International Science Council, Belmont Forum, and others. In the Belmont Forum, we are supporting South African researchers to engage in their research, for example. And so these are some of the examples of those partnerships. And for us, building these partnerships is anchored on two things. The first one is how these partnerships are able to support the strategic objectives of the organization, so leaning into what the organization wants to implement. And the second one is the real importance of co-creation and co-investment with the NRF and our colleagues in the US. Thank you very much. I want to ask the panel to reflect on the 3 questions that I have asked. And then I want to ask you, the audience, to please prepare questions. I will have 1 or 2 rounds. Let's see whether we can do 2 rounds. But 1 round, I'd like to ask you to prepare your questions, and then we will have an engaged discussion on what we have heard today. May I start with you, Dr. Hansen? So the question that I asked you was around the AAP model.
Thank you. So what stands out, and particularly as I contrast that with some of our other partnership platform efforts, and it's interesting you ask that, because when you look at the Alliance for African Partnership and the Asia Hub model, kind of the goal to begin with was similar, but the way they're being operationalized are quite different. They have some significant differences. And AAP, as you saw, I guess at the core is about research, and it's about capacity building. And in this one, the MSU investment was relatively higher, and the partner investments to this point have been relatively lower. The Asia Hub is kind of emerged as being research and kind of educational pathways. And so there's not really the capacity building piece, and we haven't done the educational pathway piece yet with AAP, and I think there's some reasons for that. The MSU investment's relatively lower in Asia Hub, and partner investment's relatively higher, and there's more government funding coming into that from partner countries. Maybe I'll say a few things about the educational pathways, because I think that's really interesting, and I really believe that the idea of 4-year place-based degrees where students are coming from overseas to come to the United States to get their bachelor's degrees or spend 4 years in their graduate programs, that's not going to look the same in the future. I think we're going to see significant changes, and we're going to see a lot of hybrid models. One that we've developed already with the Asia Hub, which I'll tell you about, is with Nanjing Agricultural University. And in this case, it's a dual degree, so they're getting a degree from both universities. The students take the first 2 years on campus at Nanjing Agricultural University. It's a curriculum that's designed to mirror exactly what they would have gotten if they were in East Lansing at Michigan State University. There's a cohort that's put together, so there's an MSU cohort of students that's connected with support and culture, climate kinds of things back at MSU, so they feel like they're actually part of MSU from the beginning, even though they're an ocean away. And the third year, they take online courses. So they take those, and while they're doing that, they can take an internship in their country or anywhere they want in the world, really, since it's an online course. And then the fourth year, they come to East Lansing, and they have a 1-year experience, immersion experience there. And it also then connects to career services. So we have career services component that's designed to take them back and tour them with the top 25 employers in their country and help them find jobs back in their home country. It's linked to education abroad model, so we try to have an education abroad parallel component at the institution there. And I think it's important that we found in the past when we just do these standalone education ones that they don't last. The faculty don't want to engage in them. It has to also have a research component linked to it. So there's a research institute that's also located there now that has labs for our faculty to work in and host our students and so on. So I think those kinds of models are important because you can lower the cost a lot. The cost of that, they're getting an MSU degree for a much lower cost than they would be coming for 4 years to East Lansing. And you can start to imagine models where we may be giving degrees to students who may never set foot on campus in East Lansing. And I think as we start to think about the African context, the lessons we're learning there now and that others are learning, I think we're ready to move. I think we're ready to start to have those conversations here as well.
Thank you. Thank you for that. What stands out for me, and I think it's critical for us to reflect on, is the importance of continued experimentation, because that is what is coming out both in the presentation that you made on AAP, but also what you've just spoken about now. And embracing that just allows us to be more innovative and to respond to the challenges that are facing us going into the future. Thank you for that. Mr. Moses, on equity, diversity, and inclusion in your programs. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. So DEI is at the core of our foundation's values. It is one of our main values, and as part of our work, and it was actually the impetus for the work. The idea that initially in our domestic work, the idea was, how do you get America to be better educated? It was once the best educated country in the world. It had fallen to about the 12th best. And then also, how do you address equity gaps, particularly equity gaps by race, but also by gender? And so I think this is critical because in South Africa, you see a very similar pattern. And what often is interesting about student success models is it quickly goes to sort of reform of the classroom. And there's an aspect of that, but often it's really institutional reform. Most of the higher education institutions in the United States and in South Africa were built in a different era for an entirely different student body, legislated in many cases for an entirely different student body. And so the practices, the behaviors of the institution themselves often stymie success among their students. And so the idea is to look at data to see what's going on in classrooms and see, well, why are students failing? Why are they succeeding? And then addressing the problem institutionally. And it's rarely about pedagogy. It's about the way financial aid is provided to students. It's the way residence hall places are given to students. It's in a variety of ways that don't seem critical to the mission, but marginally pull off students at every stage. And so that's why you see some of these gaps. And so we've seen real success at institutions that have addressed that. In South Africa, we've seen improvements at CFO member institutions in the throughput rate, and we've seen some gap reductions, which is really important. This is the critical reason I think that the vice chancellors wanted us to do this when we convened a group of them to say, what would you like us to support? The challenge for a foundation is to not make it worse. And so, as an example, we funded there was a program designed to increase the number of women and people of color at a major research university in this country. The problem was, what they did was they created grants to support more women and more students of color in graduate programs as they transitioned into young faculty. But what they did was they put white young academics onto the salary side, and the students of color and the women were on the grant side. When the grant ended, well, whose jobs were no longer covered? So this institution came to Kresge and said, could you help us to diversify our faculty? But we need to fix this problem. And so they created a better solution to this so that people were not being basically supported for a short term that would then inevitably end, but protecting groups of people that had traditionally been dominant in the faculty. And so that's one of the challenges, is getting it right, the best intentions that lead to worse outcomes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. For me, this is what you've just indicated now is at the core of what we must center more. And this idea of intersectionality, it's not enough to think about fixing the people, which is what we've done for years now, thinking that just because we can increase women and people of color to access, that means that we're going to see success in the end. We have to think about what other social categories do they come with? Mm-hmm. How does that intersect with this social category that we have decided is important, race and gender? How does that intersect with income? How does it intersect with all these aspects that you've spoken about? And it was important to bring that out because I think it's such a central part of what we have to start centering even more in our discussions on partnerships. Thank you. Professor?
So yeah, I think one of the points I linked to what you had asked is to reiterate again how we talk about these partnerships, but in effect, the recipients or the beneficiaries are the students that take part in the training. I did not mention that through the links that we have, we've had an opportunity to send lots of students to the US where they gain technical skills. But on the flip side, we've had lots of postdocs come from our group and take up postdoctoral fellowships in the US, where they also contribute to the training on the other end. So that's, again, links back to the part where we talk about equitable partnerships. And I'm passionate about these types of relationships because they allow the strengths to come out from both ends. We come into these partnerships with our skills, and it is of mutual benefit for partners at both ends.
For me, it's also how you bring it all to a full circle. So a partnerships that doesn't take into consideration that you need postgraduate students, that you need the postdocs, that just focuses on the research, doesn't necessarily lead to these kinds of strengths that you're talking about, and it must consider that. Thank you. Dear panelists, for your engaged presentations and for sharing with us in a transparent and honest way about how you're experiencing the different partnerships. I want to ask colleagues if there are some burning questions. We have the opportunity to take about 3 questions, and then we can get those answered, and we'll come back if we have time. So I'm going to start with my colleague at the back first, then Dr. Mkandawire, and then this gentleman. Then I'll come back. I'll come back to you, sir. I have noted you.
Okay, thank you so much. Am I audible? Thank you, Dorothy, and thank you to the audience. So I would like to first acknowledge Kreski. I'm from DUT. My name is Bloodless, and just to acknowledge, thank you so much for this here Phumelela project. And then my sort of brief discussion would center around looking inwards. Please don't take me to be selfish. I know many people think about looking outward. I'm looking inward into Africa. I'm not belittling the fact that America's got its own challenges in terms of disparities and all that. It's huge. We see it on TV every day. But looking inward into Africa, in South Africa specifically, how do funders sort of decide on programs to fund? Do they look at the gaps that are already there, where maybe DSI is funding this program, Kreski is funding this program, but there's this huge gap here where students are struggling, literally struggling, and there's nothing to support them. I'm talking about programs like the advanced diploma, because that's where the base is. We can't talk about doctorates and postdocs if we don't actually nurture our own timber at the baseline there. We put an advanced diploma, which is like struggling to get funding because NRF doesn't fund the advanced diploma. And I'm at the core face of it because I'm the DA for NRF at DUT. I see these struggling students every day. So, and then what do we look at the gaps and say, okay, there's an opportunity for us to make a difference. And this is actually to the funders who are within this group, within this room. And then how does it work to be talking to somebody who is actually doing a doctorate, who's saying, I'm struggling to get an NGAP. They look at this figure, I'm thinking like, but you're black. And I say, okay, am I saying correctly? You are black. And he says yes. I said, okay, you have male. Okay, let's forget that. But you are South African. He says yes. And you are young, quite young. And he says yes. And you are doing your doctorate currently. He says yes. And I say, then what's the problem? You are the target group. And he says, but I'm struggling. I need opportunities. I can't find an NGAP opportunity. I'm like, what? NGAP? I thought it was like an all-rounder. We're looking for you. So it's things like that that break my heart. I've got actually a real case. It happened yesterday. I'm thinking like, okay, so how do we deal with this? How do we deal with this as funders? Thank you so much.
Richard?
No, thank you very much. My name is Richard Mkandawire. I'm the Africa Director for the Alliance for African Partnership. I'm based in Malawi. I think one of the, challenges which I think we need to collectively address is how best can we intentionally begin to influence, the commitment of African leaders to transform lives, to transform their own economies. In whatever research we're doing, how best can we do that? And I don't think as researchers we've made intentional efforts, either as a collective or as individual institutions, in influencing that agenda of transformation. This implies that we need to begin to be speaking to national, regional, as well as continental priorities, and therefore make an intentional effort to engage the African leaders, whether it is at the national level or at the regional level, to influence change and transformation. As Mwalimu said, Africa still, has to run if it's going to catch up with the rest of the world. And that running, I think, will have to come from our own institutions of research and higher learning, which, have the ability to think, disruptively in terms of new ideas. And a lot of the science is you're coming up with are new, interventions that will need to be bought by government. The governments need to buy into. So from the Alliance for African Partnership, one of the issues we're trying to do is precisely to really begin to look at how best we engage governments by actually, putting on the table that we can actually help you, we can work with you. That role of influencing, decisions of government is very fundamental. I must mention right now, we're working very closely with SADC. In fact, we've asked Professor Coupe to join us to meet the SADC Executive Secretary to say, University of Pretoria and other universities in the region can actually assist, in this area or that area, whether it's setting up or, youth entrepreneurship interventions and so on. I think that intentional effort should be there. It should be part of, the partnership conversation of engaging very, deliberately governments at the regional level, even at the continental level. Thank you.
And the last question, thank you, sir.
My name is Lucas Mkuti from Mozambique, and mine is a congratulatory note to Professor Steve Hansen and to Michigan University for the great work that they're doing, developing higher education in Africa from the 1960s as we saw that. I just want to say that congratulations, and that is really the way forward, and that is really partnership at its best, and that's what Africa needs really. Now, I want to suggest to Professor Hansen that let us add Mozambique and Angola to that list. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So there were a couple of comments and two quite key questions, which are funding choices, how do we make those, and the encouraging African leaders to commit to higher education, STI. I'm going to ask you, Moses, to go first. William, if I may.
So this question about how do foundations make decisions, both as philanthropy, and I won't go into government decisions on grants, is really very complicated because each foundation in the United States, at least, and a lot of those foundations are household names in this country: Ford Foundation, Carnegie Corporation, C.S. Mott Foundation, Open Society Foundation, Kresge Foundation, Dell Foundation. Those foundations have their own independent boards, their own sources of income, usually an endowment, and they are operating often on their own timetable. And one of the challenges of philanthropy is we're not bound by votes, we're not bound by markets, we're not bound by enrollments. And so as a consequence, we're very independent. That can be an asset because we can do things that are unpopular or do things that haven't gained a lot of attention, but it can also be a disadvantage because it can sometimes mean that you don't have your fingertip on the pulse. And I'll just share a disappointment I've seen in philanthropy, which is I was part of the Partnership for Higher Education in Africa. It was a 10-year initiative, $440 million invested in strengthening higher education, 7 American foundations involved. And it ended. And I have to say that it was at its peak when it ended, in the sense that it was effective in doing things. Now, that doesn't directly address things like bursaries or scholarships, but I think it goes to the point that a variety of leaders said, well, we don't need to do this anymore, and it changed. And so that is one of the complicated factors. And I think that one way to get around this issue is, for institutions particularly, is to try to diversify your sources of funding. So if one foundation decides that it doesn't do this anymore, and it's doing that now, you at least have 5 or 6 other foundations that still support your core work. But it's a complicated process. On specific grants, we often have competitive grants. Durban University of Technology has performed very, very well and has revolutionized the way South African higher education looks at basic needs and holistic student support. But, the question is, if a different university had been in this pool of grantees, would they have had an even better idea? I don't know. But we felt lucky that we had DUT in that pool. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah. Dr. Hansen, do you have some comment on that specific question around funding?
I come at it from the other side, really, and thinking about this, and I'll share a story that shaped my thinking and made me realize we don't have to be passive in this process. We don't have to wait for the funder really to kind of close their door and decide what's going to happen. And I was at in Seattle at the Gates Foundation a number of years ago, and I was meeting with the head of their ag division, and we were telling him about what was going on at Michigan State and trying to learn more about their objectives and goals. And I said, well, how can we help you accomplish your goals? And the director said, give us 5 more Tom James. And Tom was a faculty member at Michigan State University, very successful in the food security area. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, well, he's a thought leader. He's a synthesizer. He's the type of person that helps us see where the problems are emerging at so that we can plan our strategies and position our strategies. And that was really struck home with me and I found that over and over again. As I looked at a lot of our success in the food area, the same thing was happening. We're getting called to go out to Washington, D.C. to meet with USAID to help them shape their strategy. So it was almost like we need to be demand engaged. We need to be engaged with those funding agencies and positioning ourselves as thought leaders and helping them prioritize and shape the agenda. And for, as you said, all the foundations are different, and increasingly there's not an RFP coming out from foundations. They're going directly to people. And so if we can position ourselves as the thought leaders, that puts us in a good position then to engage in obtaining funding to do work that aligns with their priorities and with our priorities going forward. And I think there's an element of that too, even with the other question on the government piece, to position ourselves as thought leaders to help inform that policy dialogue and discussion going forward.
Yeah. Prof, do you have any comments on either of the questions?
Well, I can't comment on funding. I have no money. But I can comment on the second comment. So we are actually working towards creating that network that will then give us the opportunity to directly interact with leaders in government. Part of the challenge is, when you go to some of our colleagues and you say, this is the idea and this is the concept, people usually want to see the money first, and so they're not really willing to take part in those types of discussions. But that is the plan, at least within my field. The idea is to bring together that network, and we want to have representation across Africa. We've started to do that. I think we've got about 11 academics from different countries. Once we have sufficient representation, part of what we'll start doing is write opinion pieces, perspectives, to kind of bring a bit more focus in terms of the field and what we do. And then you can start telling governments why it's important. So the biotech space, that's one way that you can kind of make that link that would be attractive, because it directly leads to the creation of jobs and so on. But yes, it is an important point, and it is something that we should do. Perhaps, with your network, you would help us be in a position to have that direct interface.
Thank you for those comments. I have 2 comments with regard to funding and the choices. The first one is that for public funding agency, the NRF and the others that we work with on the continent, there is a basket that you have, and you have to think about strategic priorities. You have to think about how this is connected to Agenda 2063. You have to think about what are the new areas that the country needs to invest in. But there is a basket, and you have to make these hard choices of who do you fund and how do you do this in the context of so much need. And so we are definitely driven very much by what the data from HEMIS is telling us. What is the data from our NRF funded programs? What is that data telling us, and where do we need to be focused more on? But you have to make the choices in the end. It is an unfortunate one, and one of the things that we are trying to do is to increase that budget, to think about strategic partnerships in the way that to support us to increase that budget so that we can have a bigger basket, if I can say it that way, to support more and to support for longer and better. With regard to the commitment of African leaders, for me there is at least three different ways of thinking about that. The first one is that African leaders and policymakers everywhere don't make decisions just focused on what does the evidence tell me, right? They make decisions based on a whole lot of other things that feed into this. And sometimes the evidence is supposed to support the decision that they are already making, right? And this idea of thought leadership and the idea of strengthening the capacities of who else is in the ecosystem that is making the decisions. That's why we are investing in the Science Granting Council's initiative, because we know that these public funding agencies have got the capacities and they have got the power and influence to be able to say to the minister, we need to do this with regard to our SDR progression, or we need to fund this better. And so we have to approach it from different ways with this concrete realization that policymakers and leaders make decisions informed by everything else, and sometimes evidence is in support of that decision. Sometimes they make using evidence, but we have to consider that as we think about all the different pathways. We have the chance for 2 or 3 other questions. I see you. I want to ask the gentleman to go second, this side and that side. I see you and I see you. Please, go ahead.
Great. Okay, my name is John Hishmay. I work in the U.S. Embassy in Zimbabwe. I'm a public diplomacy officer responsible for all of our engagement in higher education. I say thank you to the panel speaking about international visitor leadership programs and everything else. Most of you know public diplomacy in terms of the programming, but when Assistant Secretary Fee asked about how to go beyond the personalities of individuals supporting higher ed engagement, I'd like to invite you to reach out to your public diplomacy offices at your embassies, the U.S. embassies in your countries. We have more than doubled our higher education work beyond putting people on planes. We have done a lot more work in shaping the policy discussion. I liked, Dr. Hansen, what you said is you have a role to play in influencing a notice of funding opportunity before it even goes out. And so I've done a few of those since I've been there for about 2.5 years. So I think the idea of funding for us is not AID. So we don't fund research and we don't fund development, but we have to have an American component to what we fund. So we can't fund a building of a school or something like that that has nothing to do with the United States. But our charge is to facilitate relationships between Americans and the country we're in. And so higher education work for us goes beyond, exchange programs, although they're a key cornerstone of how you develop long-term relationships. And the alumni often reach back and develop further projects. So that's one piece on the funding. But on the other piece related to engaging leaders, we can help you with that too, because we have a bilateral relationship with every country we're in. We have the opportunity to have the ambassador speak with leaders in the country about how important higher education is, not just altruistically or for the sake of research, but also for building sort of a next generation that understands the United States better, that engages with the United States, that knows how to reach out and seek funding opportunities that help citizens in these leaders' countries. So the advocacy piece, the more you do that, the more it becomes a priority at a U.S. embassy, is what we call our integrated country strategies. These are our strategic plans, and they're based on inputs from the sectors that reach out to the embassy. And so if you want help with advocacy, We do this all the time. I've done this in the Middle East. I'm going next to South America. I'll be doing the same work there. I'll be using a lot of the programming ideas we have here, there. But the idea of funding and advocacy for your issues, the U.S. Embassy can be a partner in that area if you reach out to them. Thank you.
Sir?
Oh, thank you very much. My name is Chris Miyaki. I work for the National Universities Commission of Nigeria. I'd like to thank this brilliant panel, but more so Dr. Hansen, for re-echoing that valuable piece of history, which has to do with the pioneering and the foundational role of the MSU in founding Nigeria's first indigenous university. At that time, the British colonial government had estimated or underestimated that 3 universities would suffice for the British Anglophone West Africa. 1 in Ghana, 1 in Sierra Leone, and 1 in Nigeria. But the rest is history now. They grossly underestimated. And from 2 universities in 1962, we now have 221 universities in Nigeria with 2 million enrollment, et cetera, et cetera. Because the past is in the eyes of the present. And to take a cue from Dr. Ngila's continued experimentation, I'm not sure what the status of this partnership of historical importance is today. What are the the prevailing benefits, circumstances? Is it still viral? And for the benefit of our strategic partners and all gathered here, I'm not sure if you are considering expanding, replicating this partnership hubs in Africa. I agree with my brother from Angola or Mozambique, who said you should also replicate. But I'm pleased to inform this gathering that in Nigeria today, we've just consummated our guidelines on transnational education, wherein we hope we have prescribed 6 models that universities, strategic partners, mutually beneficial partnerships can thrive in around 6 models: branch campuses, twinning, et cetera, et cetera. You can come to Nigeria. We've opened the space now, so you can come to Nigeria. And whereas it is good to think global, I was just wondering, Dr. Ngila, I think it's also good to think local. We need to reflect as Africans what partnership models that are fit for purpose because of our shared heritage, same history, same economic situation. I think we also need to focus within Africa so that we can derive the maximum benefit. Thinking global, but also going global, but also thinking locally. I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And the last question.
Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you, the panelists for that those quite interesting and presentations towards us. I'm Frederick Miyodi. I'm a professor from Makerere University, specializing in the areas of natural resource management. I have to say that I'm here because of a partnership between my university and the Michigan State University. And I have to commend the AFP as a very good funding agency to Makerere University. We have benefited a lot from that, and we are looking forward to the other funding agencies. Yes, I have 1 or 2 comments or questions. First to Professor Tolani. I'm from the College of Natural Sciences, and some of those areas, the projects we are handling are really in my area. And Uganda, if you can recall, used to be called the Pearl of Africa, just because of a food basket for most of the countries around. But recently we have had changes, maybe due to climate change and so on, and things are changing. We are having incidences of unreliable rainfall and so on, the foods and, are going down. And yet we have been supplying the region around. So what you are doing is really pertinent to what we are doing, what we should be doing, and what I'm trying to say is that maybe increasing the coverage, maybe the consortium of what you are doing could be very good to my country, to Uganda, and Makerere University could participate since, as I said, Uganda is a food basket to the region and also to other countries of the world. The second comment goes to Moses. Moses, Uganda again, we are having a crisis. We have a crisis because the number of those of students who are taking science subjects, especially biology, has gone down. And actually right now, the university being responsible for at least setting the pace has set up a committee where I'm the chair of that committee to look at what is happening. Because biology, as we know, it supplies most of these professions. Talk about the medicine, talk about agriculture, talk about this and that. But now we're having very, very few students who are actually taking on these subjects, the biology subject, both at secondary school level and of course at university. So we are having a crisis, and I've seen what you are funding in South Africa specifically. Those partnerships between the US and South Africa are handling a lot of issues related to that. So my plea is that can you open up so that we also see if we can come on board and so see what we can do, not only for Uganda, not only for the region, but for much of the parts of the world which depend on products from Uganda, food products and so on. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. I have the opportunity for 2 or 3 more questions. I'm going to go with the gentleman at the back and then you, sir.
My name is Charles Blake. I'm the Public Affairs Officer based at the Embassy in Maseru. So my question, I guess, is for everyone on the panel. If you could reflect briefly on, there's this discussion of having multiple partners. For example, at MSU, there are a number of African institutions that all are in some consortium or an association. Or for example, with the research that's being done in conjunction with the United States and China. How do you keep those partners talking to each other? And what sort of mechanisms need to be in place to facilitate those types of relationships?
Yes, sir.
Which sir? Thank you, Chair. Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentations from the panel. My name is Letu Kapueya, and I'm with the Human Sciences Research Council. First question is to Dr. Hansen. You gave us a nice slide towards the beginning of your presentation where we looked at the amount of grant funding that had sort of been achieved or received by members in the consortium or in the partnership. And I was just curious to know whether that is money that was received to a PI who was in the African institutions, and within the consortium, and what kind of capacity building for grant writing do you have? And if there's any relationship between the capacity building to the actual grants that go to the PI in the African institution. And then to Moses, I think you mentioned in your presentation that at times you work with foundations that are in South Africa or within the country that you're supporting. And I was just wondering how that works. I mean, would a researcher or a scientist find that foundation that you relate to and then connect them with you and then you start those conversations? Or is it a foundation that is within your network? Typically, how would it work? Thanks, Chair.
Here. I have to apologize that I can't take any more questions now. I'm going to ask the panel to comment on the questions and the other comments that have been provided, but at the same time to also give us your wrap-up of the discussion and some of the take-home messages. I'm going to start with you, Prof.
Yeah, so maybe I can quickly respond to my brother from Uganda. If there are potential partners that we can engage with, I would welcome those contact details. And I think maybe that's the overarching core message I got from this discussion, is that it is important that we start as Africans working on our own internal partnerships, because we actually have a lot more in common rather than looking externally. And part of that might be something small that does not require a lot of funding, whether it's in within my field, training students in another country in terms of a specific skill. That's something we can easily do, and it wouldn't be something that requires huge amounts of funding. So strengthening those relationships is probably key.
And 3 or so questions that were directed to you on team research and grant writing, and whether you have capacity for that, and from the gentleman.
Well, I mean, in terms of what we do, of course, I mean, we're a small research group, so we don't run large programs. But often, if someone has an idea which they wish to engage us with, we're always happy to partner together with others to work on project proposals. In fact, I mean, there's many such opportunities that have come up. And in this year, I'll be going to several other African countries linked directly to this, in terms of both giving training capacity within bioinformatics or computational biology, but also in terms of grant writing.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Moses, please. Thank you.
I should first address on the Uganda question. This is one of the reasons why I was so disappointed about the end of the Partnership for Higher Education in Africa, because while we were restricted by board decisions of where we could work, for our foundation, working in South Africa was a big deal because we're so focused domestically in the United States. The fact was that by working with the other 6 foundations, we were strengthening the continent, because of Carnegie Corporation and the Ford Foundation were working in Uganda. We were working on Africa-wide entities as well. All I can say is, to talk to foundations like the Carnegie Corporation, but this is something that concerns me a great deal, that a number of foundations that were supporting higher education have pulled away. That's not the same as foundations making a grant to a university to do something, but this is foundation support to strengthen universities. And unfortunately, it is something that's been happening. So right now, the big foundations from the United States that work in this space would be Kresge, Carnegie Corporation, and the Dell Foundation. There are other funders that will, again, fund universities, but not fund them as universities. They'll fund them because they have a researcher that does something. And then the question, I was going to add on this issue about grant writing for these grants. In the United States, there is no Research One, the top level of research universities. It's an historically black college. And so there's a group of us that are trying to develop just this capacity for HBCUs so they can compete for funds. If you look at big government recipients, Johns Hopkins University, many of the leading land grant universities are doing that. So the idea is, how can we help institutions learn how to keep aware of these opportunities, apply for them effectively, manage them effectively, and of course implement the grants. But it's a huge challenge and a huge issue. And then, I'm trying to think, the other question was?
My other question was around foundations and whether you relate to any within the countries that you work in, and how it works as a scientist approach the foundation, or is it people within your network?
Yeah, we generally work with some of the local funders on some of these issues, but there's a whole different dynamic of a foreign funder being in a country. I think it's a little easier for the foundations that have offices like Ford or Mott or Open Society or ELMA, or Dell. But we certainly see them at conferences. They often fund the same things. But I would say that for a variety of historical reasons, they're not necessarily as close as we are. But there are some funders that are looking at higher education in South Africa that are local and indigenous. And that was the whole point of a lot of our advancement work, was to help South African institutions look more towards local corporate and foundation and individual giving. Because American funders have been pulling away overall. I mean, the Gates Foundation would be a huge exception, and they're individual donors, but the traditional big funders of Africa have not been as aggressively funding in Africa.
Thank you for that, Dr. Hansen.
The expansion question is one we're we're quite interested in trying to figure out. We know that it has to happen. We're constrained right now, to be honest, because really all the core funding is being supplied by Michigan State right now, and as we expand, it's going to more members, it's going to dilute the program. So we have to find a way to expand, but we got to find a way to get more sustainable and expandable scale funding. So, we're talking, can we do membership fees? We don't, we want to expand a variety of directions. We want to expand it in Africa, but we don't want Michigan State to be the only northern university as well. So we've got to figure this out, and we started to have some conversations. I was just in Nigeria a few months ago. I'm telling this story here, and we're starting to talk to foundations to help them understand the impact that this is having, and can we get some core funding that way? I don't worry as much about the project funding, because I think if we're doing our job, we're going to be competitive for that piece. It's getting the core funding, and some of that capacity building stuff is harder to get funded. At least it has been up to this point. So that was that piece. I think there was something on how do you keep members communicating with each other, which is a big, important question. The team can tell you better than I do, but we've tried things like we have a focal point at each university. So we have a point of contact there, and they're meeting regularly. So they meet regularly, and they get to know not only MSU, but they get to know each other. And that's been one of the really exciting things about this too, is this isn't just kind of MSU and a collection of bilateral relationships. You're seeing things spin off among the partner institutions now. Even outside of AAP, there's things that they're spinning off. So the South-South piece has really been an exciting thing to see happen too. And the grant writing one, same kind of answer. Right now we do provide some grant writing support. We have different mechanisms at Michigan State that's helping support these things, but we implement a lot of it, but the funding goes to partners. But it kind of feeds through MSU right now. But the goal is that changes over time. That we're building the capacity for the grant writing support to happen in the African institutions. That these things can actually, the funding goes there and they're implemented through African institutions. So that's part of that capacity building piece. So I don't know if I missed any questions.
No, you're not. Thank you very much. I have to ask you to indulge us for a moment. I completely forgot that we had an audience that is online, and I would like to ask 2 questions. Musi, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll limit this just to 2 questions. All right, so the first one would be, should practical work exposure in the field of study be compulsory for higher education before graduation to boost employability rates? All right, and then the second one we can look into is, to what extent does online content impede learning during the foundation phase? An example is the adoption of slang by youngsters, and this may be reflected in report writing at a tertiary level. So I guess I'll open those 2 questions up to the panel.
Thank you.
All right.
Panel, I'm going to ask, please go first to either Dr. Hansen.
I'd say yes, or strongly encouraged on the first one. I know we spend a lot of time in the U.S. trying to create internships for all of our students, and that really pays off when they look for employment at the end. So it's true with our international students as well. So we're trying to find them practical training types of experiences. So I think that's critical, and we've had a lot of discussions about how do we connect better with the private sector. And it's different. It's a little bit different in the U.S. because there's a longer history there. The private sector looks to the university as a source of talent and for innovation. But when I talk to my colleagues and partners here in Africa, it's not at the same place right now. And I think kind of finding ways to build that bridge so that they are getting exposed to that talent is an important step going forward.
Anyone else? I am looking at you, Mr. Moses. Do you have any comments?
The idea, for example, we've supported a lot of developmental education reform, and a classic question in a math class in high school is, why do I have to do this math? I'll never use this in my career. And one of the tricks, in fact, to embedding stronger quantitative skills is to connect them directly to the kind of careers students are interested in. So that rather than, I don't know, how many kilograms of flour, or something, just a raw quadratic equation, it's embedded in something that's related to the kind of work this person wants to pursue. And that's been a really critical thing, I think, to see more success on developmental education in the United States and in the Free State.
Thank you. And the last word to you.
No, I think I've been sufficiently covered. I have nothing else to add. Thanks.
That's great. Colleagues, thank you very much for an engaged discussion this morning on this question of reflecting on the US-Africa partnerships. There are three key aspects that have come out that are critical as we reflect on these partnerships going forward, and that spill over to other types of partnerships. The first one that's come out is the importance of considering an ecosystem approach to partnership building. The second one is the importance of centering equality, diversity, and inclusion. And the third one is the importance of considering how individual researchers, individual students are enabled or not enabled by the kinds of partnerships that we build. With that, I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you to our panel members for your engaged presentations and for presenting your initiatives and your work to us in the way that you have. Thank you. Colleagues, you're welcome to now go for a refreshment break and then convene again at 11:30. Thank you again.
Good morning, everyone. Can we please settle down so that we can start? Okay, we're just about ready to start. Let me again say good morning and welcome back to everyone from the tea break. I hope you had a good tea break and were able to interact and network with colleagues, continue those engagements that have started this week. My name is Witty Green. I'm the CEO from the Council on Higher Education, which is a body, entity, organization in South Africa that's responsible for quality assurance in higher education. And then a range of other policy development, research, and advice functions in support of higher education. Really happy to be here and really happy to be engaging on this important topic of university engagement with their publics through anchor institution approaches. I'll introduce my panel just now. The format of the presentation will be that I'll give a few words of introduction, not going to take too much time. The real substance is with my colleagues here who are key and deeply involved in this work, and we'll give them each time to provide us with their reflections, after which we'll follow up with a round of questions and then further rounds of questions as the time allows. So the session is focused on anchor institutions as models for university collaboration. And we are expecting the panels to really reflect on that issue of how we use the notion of anchor institutions in ways that enable collaboration across institutions, across entities, and then across organizations that operate in their space. And the panel is a very diverse one. It's both multinational in nature, but also quite a diverse range of institutions. And I'm sure we'll benefit a lot from their insights and experiences. So just to kind of reflect a little bit on the notion of anchor institutions and what they are. And giving this some thought and just really not any formal definitions, just kind of my kind of understanding of this area of work. Anchor institutions, I think for me, are institutions that are located, but just not located, they're located and embedded in their place and space. They are invested, they are engaged, they are committed, and they are responsive. The place and space in which these institutions engage serve to shape their identities and therefore their actions. So they're firmly embedded in space and place that assist to shape what they do, how they are, who they believe they are. That these are institutions that alongside their core mandates, core functions of teaching, research, use anchor approaches to engage their communities in ways that advance the core functions of teaching and research. They contribute to the socio-economic development of their localities. And I was quite clear about using the term localities rather than locality, because I think we need to understand these institutions as engaging in different ways with different localities. And then I think it was useful, the ambassador yesterday spoke about South Africa offering the notion of Ubuntu to the world. And maybe let's throw the notion of Ubuntu institutions into this conversation. Anchor institutions as Ubuntu institutions. Institutions that exist because of their communities and in service of their communities and the publics that they intend to serve. So anchoring means what? I think for me it means anchored at multiple levels. It's anchored in the local and anchored in the global. And this playing out in different ways across the university space. Right? So it's beyond just the local. And this kind of links to the idea of the notion of identity, vision, and mission of institutions. That institutions position themselves in different ways in these different contexts and interact in different ways. So the notion of anchoring in a range of contexts. Anchor approaches in response to what? And I think generally we see that the anchor models, the anchor initiatives, the anchor stances that institutions take are in response to dealing with critical questions and in response to solving critical problems. And we've all been speaking about these global challenges that kind of impact on us and bedevil our work and have to be the focus of our work, including our work in higher education, ranging right from the global to the local and to the sectoral. And I think for me, anchor institutions are institutions that engage with these real problems. So in a nutshell, anchor institutions work to transform their contexts, and in so doing, transform themselves. It's a reciprocal relationship, and hopefully the panel could reflect on that as well. So today's panel, I think, are 4 great examples or models of anchor collaborations for change. We have Dr. Joseph Akua, a senior lecturer, Department of Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering at Kwame Nkrumah, hopefully I'm not mashing this too much, University of Science and Technology in Ghana. Prof. Ntabaseng Ogude, Professor and Director, Pre-University Academy, the University of Pretoria. Ms. Susan Giesecke, Director of Global Engagement, the University of California, Berkeley from the USA, and Prof. Peter Dzimbo, my counterpart in the Zimbabwe space. Welcome warmly to our panel, and we look forward to your input. We each have 15 minutes, and I will wave a 2-minute flag prior to that 15 minutes so that we just keep on track. Can I ask Dr. Akua to please come forward?
Good morning to you all, and thank you very much for the introduction. I must also say I'm happy to be here to be part of this summit. Indeed, coming from KNUST, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Ghana, I bring you greetings, and my presentation is going to be centered on university partnership for development in deprived communities in Ghana. The case of one community that we're working on that will highlight how, indeed, partnership can really bring transformation in the lives of the people in certain deprived communities. As have been already introduced, my name is Dr. Joseph Akua, and I was supposed to be here with my colleague from Iowa State University, the institution that we are partnering with, Dr. Dek Meyer, but due to some circumstances, he couldn't join me or us for this summit. I've been here since Saturday and really enjoyed the serene nature of this campus, and I felt it would be important for me to also show what we have here, KNUST, so that we'll be able to use that to welcome those who have not had the opportunity to visit Ghana, KNUST. So when you're able to visit us, you'll be welcome to this serene environment, KNUST. Yes, just to highlight the opportunity in terms of the key areas that we work in. We have 6 colleges, and indeed, as my colleagues from Mozambique, Nigeria, and other places have mentioned, this opens up for opportunity in collaboration in diverse fields. So we have the faculty, the College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, the Art and Built Environment, Engineering, Health Sciences, Humanities, Social Science, and we also have an institute that is responsible for providing education to working adults who are not able to go to school for full time because of their working situation. Indeed, in terms of population, we have over 80,000 in terms of student capacity. If you look in terms of the spread, we have about 57% males, 43 basically, meeting halfway. About 1,120 academic staff. So this opens up for opportunity in terms of collaboration. Indeed, the meat of my presentation is going to be centered on an opportunity we had from the US Embassy in Ghana that provided us some grants under the University Partnership Initiative term, the Iowa State University and Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, institutional capacity building through Engineers Without Borders, collaboration in the Ulo traditional area of the Upper West region of Ghana. Yes, I mentioned indeed we're working through the Engineers Without Borders. So this is more of a student-led engagement in communities that we're working. And if you look at the Mother Institute, Engineers Without Borders USA, their motto is to build a better world through partnership. Their mission is to partner with communities through that build stronger global leaders to help build a better world for everyone. And as has been said, Ubuntu, that really echoes the kind of engagement we have as far as our communities are concerned. So our projects are community initiated. We don't go to the communities to self-impose projects, which we know most often becomes white elephants as you exit these communities. They are community driven, so we have the community involved in our engagement, and it is community maintained. So even as you live, the community have a hand in ensuring that these projects are well maintained. Yes, as I mentioned, EWB USA is a global entity. They have about 506 community-driven development projects across the globe, working in about 39 countries, spending minimum of about 5 years in any community that they enter. We have about 14,000 volunteers engineering change in these communities, 243 student chapters, and basically working with students. And so if you look in terms of the core activities of EWB, it is basically student-led. And so you have majority of the projects we're doing initiated and championed by students. Working with ISU, chapter of EWB Engineers Without Borders, we also have a chapter at KNUST, and the two chapters have been doing wonderful activities in this community that we are working in. As I mentioned, it was through the US Embassy in Ghana under the UPI that we had some grants to work with our colleagues in Iowa State. And the collaboration started in 2020 and is focused in 3 key areas. Collaborative projects in deprived communities in Ghana, as I mentioned, working in Ulo traditional area, faculty-student exchange, giving opportunity for our students to experience in the cultural diverse activities in the US and also to have the opportunity to understand in the academic context how a US classroom environment is like. And also have the opportunity to have these students continue to interact virtually in terms of the implementation of the projects that they are working on. So as I mentioned, our partner community is the Ulo traditional area in Ghana. This is located in the Upper West region of Ghana. We have about 16 regions in Ghana, and that is one of it. Approximately about 12,000 residents in 38 villages that surround this community. Most of our work is centered in a senior high school that is in this community, which have averagely about 1,000 students who are in the boarding house in this secondary school. So as you see in the picture, if you look at the location of KNUST, we typically will travel close to about 10 hours by road to enter this community to undertake project activities. And we have our friends from the US during the summer and the fall also traveling from the US to join us to continue with our engagement in this community. So one of the key projects that we're working on in this community is building a community clinic for the people of Ulo. And as I said, these are all student-centered project activities that we are doing with purely funding from students engaging in fundraising activities. And so you can see in the picture here, the design of the clinic, the architectural work, the geotechnical in terms of the soil analysis, and all other related stuff related to the building of the clinic have been led by students in terms of the design, the structure, and everything. So this was a period that we presented the design to the traditional leaders of the community and also had the opportunity to present it to the municipal health directorate within the area. One other key project we're working on in the community is identifying the needs for providing water. Because in most of these typical deprived communities in our country, you would often find that they have no water or access to water, making it difficult for students who are typically in the boarding house to have access to water to make their learning a bit easy and comfortable. Before we entered into the community, you have students typically walking about 3 kilometers to look for water before their day activities begin. This is about 2 to 3 hours per day spent getting this water. Students would have to wake up about 4 a.m. So you can imagine students who needs to have the peace of mind to learn, getting up at 4 a.m. to go look for water before the classes start. However, through, as I said, our engagement with our students, we're able to design a water distribution system which is solar powered, not relying on electricity, to supply water to the secondary school. And so far, we've been able to install some storage tanks within the school boarding facility for the girls and the boys' dormitories, and as well as a kitchen to ensure that they have clean, good water to cook for the students, and also to make this water available for the students to be able to have access to water at a time and when they need it, to ensure that they can have a free mind to learn. One other critical area we identified was the kitchen, where we realized that most of our mothers, sisters who cooked there were always involved in smoke because of the kind of cooking system they were using, the traditional open pot, consuming a lot of firewood. I mean, typically you find in most African communities in this context, cutting down a lot of firewood. And indeed, as was mentioned, looking in the global context of climate change, that is a key contributor to that. However, through our student-led activities, we were able to design a very good, improved system that reduces the amount of firewood that is required for cooking and also eliminates the smoke that bears some health challenges for the women who cook within this environment. Through our activities, we were recognized by one international organization called Self-Help International. And of course, engaging with the people in this community, they felt they could also come on board as we continue to provide better opportunities for the people in the Ulu traditional area. And so far, they are bringing access to microfinance to support entrepreneurship in terms of women who need support to engage in some petty trading activities, and also supplying these women with support to help them in terms of the main crop that they deal in, shea nuts, that is used to producing shea butter. They are able to set them up to be able to store the shea nuts in a better way, keep it for long, so that they can increase their returns. I did mention that one key other area we're working on is student-faculty exchange. And so far, through this partnership, we've had the opportunity to have some students from KNUST travel to Iowa State University, and we also have students from Iowa State University coming to KNUST. So these were periods that we have the interact from Iowa State meeting with our provost at the College of Engineering, and the right top corner are pictures of students when they had opportunity to visit Iowa State. We also have been receiving interns from Iowa State to have internship activities in Ghana. And as I mentioned, we want to still allow our students to have the freedom and the opportunity to continue to interact so that indeed it does not become a challenge in terms of implementing the project activities in the traditional area. So there are virtual engagement that goes on as far as the implementation of these projects are concerned. So there is no limitation in terms of the opportunity to meet, to discuss, and implement if our colleagues from ISU are not physically present in Ghana. So that means that continuously these students continue to engage and interact and have the opportunity to exchange ideas as far as the project we are working on in the community is concerned. What have been so far the impact? As I have mentioned, indeed, one of the anchor areas that we looked for in terms of this partnership was in terms of building capacity for the faculty staff and for our students. And through this partnership, we've been able to have two, myself and a colleague, having had the opportunity to visit our colleagues in ISU in the area of building capacity, looking at developing academic curricula and other related issues. 8 students had opportunity to also visit, as I mentioned earlier on, to the campus of Iowa State University. We've also had the opportunity to have that virtual engagement in courses that have been established online where students can interact and take these courses virtually. We so far have had a number of our graduate students through this partnership to have scholarship, fully funded opportunities to participate in PhD, MSc programs in Iowa State University. And of course, the success of our partnership has drawn the attention of the university administrators from both institutions. And come the end of this month, we are expecting an entourage of about 9 faculty, deans, heads of departments from ISU coming to KNUST to meet the administrators there to be able to develop an MOU that seeks to deepen our relationship, establish joint degree programs, and also help us to continue with our engagement with our colleagues in ISU. Through our activities in the community, we've also chalked some successful stories in the area of student performance. For the first time, we had students from the secondary school coming first in their final year examination in the entire region, which didn't used to be the case, partly because of our engagement or activities in the community. And I must say that indeed, our interaction with the U.S. Embassy in Ghana shows that they are very pleased with the opportunity for we having students from KNUST travel to Iowa State University, and through that, having got the opportunity to get students to participate in PhD programs. Of course, it's not only in the area of academic performance, the school also came first in the region and sits in the whole region in terms of a program we call water sanitation, hygiene, and open defecation. This is some factors that are used to measure how schools are performing relative to availability of water, sanitation conditions, and these are partly due to our engagement in the community that is helping them address some of these challenges. So as I end my presentation, I re-echo the word Ubuntu. These communities live or are there because we are also there. And I must say that we continue to look forward to provide more to these communities to improve their lives. Thank you very much. And we will say in our local language, Medase.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akua. I didn't need to put the 2-minute sign on the table because you were dead on time. I think a really impactful range of activities that KNUST University is implementing that makes a real difference to the everyday lives of the community that the institution is seeking to serve. One of the things that stood out for me in that reflection is the central involvement of students in the initiatives. So student-led, student involvement. And I think that really bodes well for our ambition to develop university graduate attributes that go beyond what we achieve in formal qualifications. You know, the idea of service, the idea of empathy, the idea of citizenship comes through strongly in these initiatives. So thank you very much for that input. Can I call my next panelist to the stage, Prof. Ogode?
Thank you very much, Witi. And good afternoon to everybody. It's almost 12 o'clock, so I'll say good afternoon. Yes, I'm going to talk about what we call the Mamelodi Collaborative, which is an anchor institution model, which was implemented at Mamelodi, in the Mamelodi area. Those of you who do not know about Mamelodi is what we call the townships in South Africa, and that's where one of the campuses of the University of Pretoria is located. So in terms of the overview, I'll talk about the niche areas, the components and partnerships. I will talk about short to long-term impact and then future directions. Now, what was the purpose of the Mamelodi initiative? It was to develop models of anchor develop and anchor strategies and associated projects in respective communities. That was Mamelodi and Newark. So this was a partnership between University of Pretoria and Rutgers Newark. The team that was involved was faculty, or that is involved, can I say, faculty, staff, doctoral students that are involved in anchor initiatives from the respective universities. And the project leaders, Professor Carl Fambry is here. He is the former Dean of Research at Rutgers University in Newark, and he's now president of Guilfoyle College. And myself as former Dean of the Mamelodi campus, and now the director of the Pre-University Academy, which came out of this collaborative. Now, how did it all happen? We got a planning grant from the Kresge Foundation in 2017, and thank you very much to Bill Moses, who provided that fund. And the idea was to prepare a baseline document on anchor activities in respective institutions, identify the niche areas and priority projects, and identify models of collaboration in each niche area, and then identification of collaborative and comparative studies. Now, there were several partners here that you can see: the US Embassy, the DHET, USIA, the Kresge Foundation, Ford Foundation, APSA, and very importantly, community organizations and leaders, the City of Tshwane, and in terms of the Pathways Project, the schools in the Mamelodi Township. What were the niche areas? The niche areas were building strong educational pathways to STEM, and that was an area that I championed. Science and the urban environment was another, strong, healthy, and safe neighborhoods, and then promoting and leveraging the arts and culture. And then the fifth one was entrepreneurship and economic development, that was championed by Kyle. Now, just to indicate that the other niche areas did have leaders, but the niche area will only develop in as much as the champion actually works on it. And you'll see from my presentation here that the two, the niche areas will develop differentially, and the pathways and the entrepreneurship happen to have developed a little bit further. So what were the components of this partnership? So first of all, developing models of engagement. Then there was the doctoral training, and in that doctoral training, we had several universities beyond UP and Rutgers Newark. We had UWC, University of the Western Cape, University of Missouri, Rolla, and University of Venda. The idea was also to have a joint doctoral program. You will see that I have asterisks, against some of them. So those that don't have an asterisk, it means that they really didn't take off. I mean, this is a lifelong project from the way I see it. So faculty engagement and exchange, there was activity there. Collaborative course development, there wasn't. Collaborative research, I think there was indirectly. And then there's some work still being done on clinic centers and incubators. So I'm going to look at the developments in niche 1 particularly, and in some cases niche 5. Okay, pathways to STEM. I'll talk about the model of engagement, the doctoral training, the student exchanges, and scaling one of the projects, as I've already said, to the Pre-University Academy. Now that is myself and Kyle, and here, this is a meeting we convened of the community, different leaders of the community, to discuss what it is we wanted to do. And these are some of the colleagues in the picture here. But I think what is important here is you cannot do projects for the community without the community. Then this is the model of engagement we developed in terms of pathways to STEM. It looks a little involved, but I think the problem is really fundamentally very difficult. My expertise is on the high school university articulation in STEM, but we realize that the problem starts much earlier in early childhood development. So we extended the idea of pathways to much earlier. As you can all appreciate, it happens right from early childhood development. So we segmented the idea of pathways into 4. So it's the early childhood development, primary school, high schools, and universities and TVET colleges, vocational and educational, colleges. And what we did was to find partnerships of different kinds in each of those areas. So for example, we have international partners who are there on your right. We have education partners, City of Tshwane, and government departments. And then in the University of Pretoria, we had ourselves at the Mamelodi campus then, engineering faculty, economic and management sciences, my apologies, economic and management sciences, Department of Psychology, occupational therapy, veterinary sciences. I'm very sorry about this, let me just. So those are the people we managed to get on board. And as you can see, this is the Pathways project, yet it has several components. And my expertise is not in all this. Like I said, it's the articulation between high school and university. And even though I was championing the pathways, eventually, if I have to do the real work, as somebody put it this morning, then I have to focus on what I'm trained to do, which is in the pre-university academy. These other areas have developed to different extents also, but what we are showing here is we've developed a model of engagement which anybody can use, whoever comes after us. That is the first cohort of doctoral students that visited the US. So we had a partnership, a doctoral program where we had mentors here, where our, the PhD students had mentors in the US and also here, and we had workshops in respective, in the US and in South Africa. Those are the PhDs that came out of this project. These are just the PhDs from the University of Pretoria. And as I said, there were other universities like University of Western Cape and so on. So I have not included the PhD students from those universities. Then in terms of student exchange, we had 4 USAID students coming to spend time in the Mamelodi Township. And then Pathways to STEM, like I said, this is one of the projects we were able to scale, and its purpose is to provide tertiary readiness programs for students from deprived communities such as Mamelodi, increase university UP students from quintals 1 to 3. Quintals 1 to 3 are what we call the no fee paying schools, which are we have quintals 1 to 6 in South Africa, and from 4 to 6 they are the more advantaged, and 1 to 3 are the disadvantaged. Then exposure to STEAM subjects, and very importantly, for university articulation with undergraduate student success programs and addressing progression and throughput. I think Bill earlier talked about Siyaphumelela. University of Pretoria has been part of Siyaphumelela, And the idea is the pre-university academy should articulate with that and not be yet another project which does not speak to graduate progression. The highlights, we scaled this to 3 districts. Mamelodi is in what we call Tshwane South, but we now work with Tshwane South, North, and West. And the Tshwane North and West have the largest quintiles, 1 to 3. So we recruited learners from 38 schools. We used to work with 20 schools in Mamelodi, and our reach is about 3,000 if we add other programs such as career fairs and so on. We developed a partnership with the directors of the 3 education districts for recruitment, and they also make decisions on the they are part of our advisory board. Now, in terms of the pre-university academy, unfortunately, I don't have enough time to show you, the impact in terms of, results and so on. I thought I should have included them when I saw what, but it's been quite impactful in terms of, about 33% of the learners from Mamelodi could go to the University of Pretoria the last time we looked at it. And 33% doesn't look much. But if you know how deprived the area is, and you also know that the University of Pretoria has some of the highest admission criteria, you'll understand that that is an achievement. And then future directions, I think the important thing is, all of these are important. The expansion of the pre-university academy as one of the projects which was scaled from there, and we've expanded it, like I said, and it's working well. And then development of an access program for marginalized youth in Mamelodi. Myself and Professor Mahalaka Fleischman, I don't know whether she's here. She's the new director of the Mamelodi campus. And then development of different aspects of the remaining Mamelodi collaborative niche areas, Professor Mahalaka and Rutgers University Newark and Guilford College under Professor Kyle Fambry. The other important thing is UP is the only African university member of a coalition of urban and metropolitan universities. And I think in terms of collaboration on anchor institutions, KUMU is one of those coalitions that is working very well. I'm part of a task team to scale anchor institution strategies nationally, and I think you are part of that anchor of that task team. And of course, developing sustainable relationships is important. I think just by word of, in terms of closing, I think one of the things which is important in terms of these projects is succession. If one person leaves, if you don't have a way of succession and handing over properly, this can all go awry. But I'm happy to say that we've handed in very well with Professor Mahalaka, and she will be able to is already doing some of the niche areas of Mamelodi. I'm going to end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ogude. So I think here we have 2 examples of approaches that instead of complaining about the outputs of the schooling system as universities typically do, they're actually engaging their communities and making a contribution to helping students meet the requirements for higher education success. I think another characteristic that stood out for me, different from the first presentation where student involvement was quite key and came out strongly in the presentation. Not to say that this isn't the case for the first one, but what came out quite strongly in this one is community involvement. So involvement of the community in the approaches, taking direction from the community, ensuring buy-in from the community, actually getting community stakeholders to be party to the initiatives. Thank you, Prof. Ogude. Panelist 3 is Ms. Susan Gieseke. Can I ask Susan to come up, please?
Thank you. It's great to be here all the way from California. I'm still awake most nights getting over the jet lag, but was talking to a colleague in Finland and said, oh, we should arrange a meeting. And I realized north to south, we're in the same time zone. So it's an honor to be here. I thank the University of Pretoria and our U.S. Embassy for hosting, and I've been so amazingly impressed with all of your engagement and interest in partnering, and even to be on this panel with our anchor universities. At first I thought, what's pulling us all together? And looking at just the examples of what's happening with KNUST in Ghana and with the Mamelodi work that you're doing. And my focus is in entrepreneurship and innovation all the way on the west coast of California at UC Berkeley. So Berkeley, I do our global engagement and partner with various universities around the world to really increase innovation and entrepreneurship. As you know, Berkeley is just across the bay from San Francisco. We're the first of the 10 University of California campuses, so we call ourselves CAL. And we started as a mining university. I know yesterday there was talk of mining here in Africa, and there actually is a mine on campus, and that is actually how they found out that we sit on one of the largest earthquake faults. So there's this old hole that was the mine, and they realized the soil changed, and they realized we're on the Hayward Fault, and it runs literally right through the campus. So we have a big program on studying earthquakes as well. But because we're in the San Francisco Bay Area and the Silicon Valley, innovation is kind of embedded in what we do. You know, if you think of UC Berkeley was founded in 1868, 1849 was the California Gold Rush, and it brought people from all over the world to the Bay Area. So you had immigrants coming who were opportunists. So if you think about it, we've had a good 150 plus year history of innovation, or people that wanted to see, how can I make a living? How can I build a better life for myself? California is a huge economy. As you know, it's the world's 5th largest economy. I know Robin talked about Texas yesterday. We have some big states that are, you know, in a sense, have economies that rival some of the largest countries in the world. So a little bit about Berkeley. We're a public university. And because of that, a large part of our calling is to serve students in California. But we serve really bright students who, for the most part, don't have a lot of means. 25% of our freshmen are first generation, so they're the first people in their families to get higher education, and 21% of them transfer into Cal. We're large. We have 41,000 students, and there are 350 different degree programs. Of those, we currently have 35 Nobel laureates, and 10 of them are current faculty members. On our campus, we are very diverse. Students from some 150 countries. Only 25% of our students are Caucasian. 31% are Asian, 18% Hispanic, and only 4% African or African American, so we need to increase those numbers. I did note that we currently have 17% of our student body come internationally, and 130 are currently there from Africa. Actually, there are 17 from South Africa, and the largest country currently represented this semester is Nigeria with 30. So UC Berkeley has a large Center for African Studies with weekly talks on various topics about different parts of Africa. We do have African languages that are taught on campus. I loved hearing about Michigan State with 30 African languages taught. We only have 4. So I was really honored to hear the amazing work that Michigan State has done. But we are involved with an organization called Global Ties South Africa that ties the University of California to South Africa. I realized we've had YALI, the Young African Leaders Group, on campus, and there's an African alumni project which involves 6 universities. I think Michigan State is also involved with that. And it tracks the alumni that we've had from throughout Africa and what they're doing now. A big number of those students that have been on our campus were through the MasterCard Foundation. We've had over 200 students on campus. There are currently 20 each year that come through the MasterCard Foundation. I guess these are going by themselves, aren't they? I didn't realize, sorry, I wasn't looking, I thought it was still here. So you're hearing me talk going, what is she talking about? That's not on her slide. Maybe they're timed. Are they, okay, this is so I don't go over my 15 minutes. That's funny, I didn't realize they were moving without, I thought I hadn't clicked this yet. But Berkeley is, as I've mentioned, a largely innovative campus. We're ranked as one of the #1 public universities. We have the second largest number of entrepreneurs that come out. A number of successful founders, many of the folks from Google and Network Appliances. Our founders are from Marvell Semiconductor. So there's a large startup infrastructure within the university. The center that I work in is within the College of Engineering, and we started some 15 years ago with having one class, Innovation for Entrepreneurs, and has grown from there. But Berkeley, as you see, a number of active inventions and patents, and a large number of, you talk to any student and they're all interested, especially in this generation where they don't want to work for a large organization, they want to do their own thing. They are, building a startup on the side, and we help them do that. Hopefully they graduate from college before they do that. A few of them have ventured out before that. There. So where I'm housed is within the Center for Entrepreneurship and Technology, and our real call and purpose is to empower innovators to positively change the world. And so because many of the Berkeley students are focused on their degrees, we are trying to get them to, if they're an engineering student or a philosophy student or a student of the arts and sciences or business, we are open to students of all different majors. And a big part of that is the global component, having students that work together in diverse teams to solve world problems. We are the largest entrepreneurship and innovation center on campus and serve about 2,500 students a year. The students, as I mentioned, come from all different majors, and they work collectively on teams to solve different challenges. In fact, our courses are called Challenge Labs, so it might be a challenge to how do we get rid of plastics in the world. And students work with, our instructors are mostly serial entrepreneurs. Many of them have advanced degrees, but we're not an academic department. And so the idea of teaching entrepreneurship, the best way is if you have started a business yourself and you have learned the challenges of how you get through that last dollar and or get more funding or test your customer base. So we offer undergraduate and graduate courses. We have a number of global partners throughout the world. Many of them have students that come to Berkeley. We also do a number of programs around the world, whether it's startup boot camps or innovation sessions. We have some focus areas of research, and then we do customized programs as well. A lot of Berkeley's located just down the hill from our nuclear reactor, although Berkeley is supposedly a nuclear-free zone, but a lot of what we do is we call it a collider. We really want the walls of the university to be very open, and so we take kind of a mixture of students and faculty, investors, alumni, different companies, and mix them all together with a lot of the different programs we do and this spins out, whether it's a venture, whether a student learns just to be more innovative. Many of those have a social impact or looking at the sustainability goals, a focus on the sustainability goals, and then we encourage students as they need help we help them get acceleration and funding on their projects. So a typical class might have an instructor who's been an entrepreneur. Maybe he's also working on his or her startup on the side. They introduce the students to people that are in, say, in the area of deplastification. The students are going out learning from different companies what happens to plastics. They're going to recycling firms and learning about the challenge of that, the problem in our world of plastics. They work on teams to come up with different innovative solutions. The idea on the team is that you can't be all from the same major. They're very diverse, different countries represented, and the students work on teams to solve different problems. At the end of the semester, the students' grade is based on their teamwork, their learning, how well they collaborated, and then they actually give a pitch at the end of the semester. And many of the pitches are all, there are investors in the audience, and so many of those budding ideas turn into startups. This is just a sampling of some of our partners. The one represented from Africa is Ashesi University. Ashesi was founded by one of a Cal alumni who got his MBA there. And currently we have 5 students from Ashesi who are at UC Berkeley, and they are taking part in something called the Startup Semester. So they're working on their startup idea, getting mentorship, working with other students at Cal on developing their idea, talking to potential customers. But there's a smattering of, in any given semester, probably students in our Center for Entrepreneurship from some 20 or 30 different countries. So it helps us, it gives our students at Berkeley a broader perspective of how do you solve, getting different perspectives around the table to solve some of these challenging issues that we have in our world. So we teach our classes kind of creatively. It's very inductive. We use a lot of games, and so the students take part in these games as a way of learning. One of the biggest challenges in entrepreneurship is you're going to fail, and so we do a lot of games that don't have a solution, so the students fail. A couple of the classes, they don't hand out a syllabus because there's not a direct path in innovation and entrepreneurship, so they want the students not to know what's going to happen because you really don't know in an innovative situation. You know, you've got to iterate. So we work a lot with trying to develop the students' mindset to be an open, a growth mindset. We do a lot of inductive learning instead of from top down, kind of bottom up. What are the challenges in the world? How do you help solve them? And it's journey-based. So we call this the Berkeley method of entrepreneurship. Those of you that work in innovation know that it's really, it's skills that you need whether you're an entrepreneur or someone just working for any organization, is teamwork and collaboration and how to work cooperatively with each other. So I mentioned our startup semester. That's one of the key things that we do, where students come together from all different majors and work and take a full load of courses working on their startups. This is a view of our beautiful main library in the Campanile on campus. Yeah, so the students in startup semester, they might build a tech startup, work on a social impact project, on the sustainability goals. It also teaches them, I would say most of our students don't end up becoming entrepreneurs right out. They might go and work for a company, and they're a more innovative employee while they're working for that organization, and then later on, we've kind of tracked, and usually it's in their 30s that they venture out on their startups. But it gives them access to our pool of mentors and working within the Silicon Valley area. We also have a number of faculty and visiting researchers who come to visit campus. They might be interested in the ways we're teaching. We're always open to having visitors come. We have a number of researchers that work in some of our focused areas, whether it's alternative meats, which is looking at plant-based proteins, blockchain or data. But a number of researchers come and they just want to explore their startup idea and engage with other Berkeley faculty and researchers. And then finally, we do offer custom programs that we do. So I think that, with this session, our main goal is to create partnerships to help facilitate societal impact. We're very interested in partnering with global universities to increase innovation and entrepreneurship, and we work with students and researchers from throughout the world. And as we grow innovation and entrepreneurship, it really helps grow the economy. I know that funding is always a challenge. So we have had opportunities online. Actually, COVID has helped us because we've been able to do much more online and engage more people from throughout the world. We do have funding, as I mentioned, some of it through MasterCard and other US aid projects. I think that's an ongoing challenge for all of us, is just, we would love to have you all come to Berkeley or for us to come here, and just those challenges. But we do a number of team-based innovation projects and research projects internationally that we can do online and with some visits as well. So I think that wraps up what I wanted to. I'm at my 2-minute mark, but just wanted to thank you. If you have questions, and we'll have our time for questions here, and if there are questions that you have about starting or working in innovation, I'm very open to that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Susan, and apologies for kind of pushing you. I find it very hard to do that. Yeah. So I think there's a really interesting reflection on global engagement as an anchor institution approach. So an institution positioning itself to engage globally on a particular development. So the idea that anchoring can work at different levels may be something that is coming through in the conversation. I really liked what Susan said about the walls of the university are open. And I think that's a characteristic of anchor institution approaches, that the permeable boundaries between university and community need to be established, and consistent border crossing between the world of community and the world of university, and needs to be enabled through these kind of approaches and initiatives. Thank you very much, Susan. Let me ask Peter, Prof. Zimbo, to come up and give his reflections.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me start by thanking the Vice Chancellor, Professor Tawana Kupe, whom I've known for a very long time. I won't say how many years. But thank you very much for inviting us to this fine institution, so that these colleagues from different countries and different institutions can exchange ideas. We thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chancellor. And let me also thank my friend, John Hishme, who's sitting right there in the red tie, from the American Embassy in Harare, who actually made it possible for me to be here. And thank you very much, John. Our colleagues, I don't come from an individual institution. I come from the Zimbabwe Council for Higher Education. Zimbabwe has 21 universities, and all those universities have innovation hubs. And our innovation hubs really are not very different from what you have heard other people talk about. But our innovation hubs are being led by a seismic transformation in our higher education system, which is being led by the Minister of Higher Education. It is premised on a philosophical position that focuses on what he calls education, a heritage-based education 5.0. What he has done is has turned everything upside down and said, the work of our universities must start first and foremost with our heritage. The classic example I normally give for people to understand that the University of Zimbabwe has got a fantastic innovation hub. And the purpose of that innovation hub is to focus on research on small grains. Those of you in this room who eat maize meal literally on a daily basis, I'm sure you do know that maize is not indigenous to Africa, but small grains are indigenous to the African continent. So that minister is saying to us, that's where the work of universities should start. They should start with our heritage. So it goes into agriculture, it goes into mining, it goes into electronics, it goes into a number of areas. So if you go to any university in Zimbabwe, 21 of them, they all have maybe 1 or 2 or 3 innovation hubs that focus on different areas of what is needed by the country. And we have one particular direction that is coming right from the top, that Zimbabwe should become an upper middle income economy by 2030. And you all know what that means. What is a middle and upper middle income economy? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tease out the notion of an anchor university. That's what I'm going to do. I think for me, the most important thing is that it is an institution which is well established, or an institution in the process to establish itself. And its main mandate is really to focus on where it is located. To focus on where it is located nationally, and even in terms of local communities, and then go outside. And obviously, in our own context, because we are reforming the higher education, we are transforming the higher education system, the focus is really on transformation. And the example I normally give of transformation is the transformation of a butterfly from an egg to eventually something that flies, because that transformation is total. That transformation is complete. And obviously, all these areas of research. But number 3 is critical for us, that every university, in terms of its innovation hub, we really have got to move the country towards this process of industrialization. A classic example is one of our universities with a research project that is led by a brilliant woman, and that research is on artificial insemination. Zimbabwe, during the crisis we experienced a few years ago, our cattle herd was getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And now one of our universities has taken up that research project to ensure that our cattle, will get, bigger and larger. But the research is very sophisticated research that is led by one institution. And that kind of research is what is at the center of what we call an engaged university. That university is not just engaged nationally, that university is engaged even with rural areas, with rural farmers, with commercial farmers, to make sure that they improve what they do. So for me, an engaged university should really also be focusing on these linkages with industry, linkages with commerce that enhances economic development. The focus really should be on economic development. The focus should be on improving the lives of the people in the country. And we are also talking of a very robust internationalization profile in terms of research and innovation projects. But the starting point is the local Zimbabwean university. That is the starting point. The starting point in terms of initiating the research projects, the starting point in terms of the collaboration activities, the starting point in terms of actually making sure that what is being done in these collaboration projects benefit the institution, they benefit the country, they benefit the people in the country. We are also very, very interested as institutions in Zimbabwe, so that our relationships with other institutions enhance our capacity to move towards global rankings. This has been very problematic and very contentious because some of us think that, well, there's no need for us to be compared with institutions in California or institutions in the UK or institutions in Ghana. But there's now a very strong movement that this is the way we should go. For us, the Anchor University should also focus on really thinking globally and acting locally. I think the term that we all use is a university has got to think locally, both the global and the local. So for us, the impact has to be on the socio-economic development of the country, obviously taking the SDGs into account, and obviously the Africa 2063 agenda. For us, the utilization of our research and innovation in the short and long term addresses poverty-related issues and concerns. The starting point is to uplift the lives of the people. Those of you who know the political history of Zimbabwe, the recent political history of Zimbabwe, we sank to the lowest bottom, but now the idea is to make sure that we uplift all our societies. So our universities are located completely with our communities. We have taken the notion of a community-engaged institution to its very, very logical conclusion. So you will go to institutions in Zimbabwe, and they will find that their niche area is wheat farming. But that wheat farming is related to the local villages. We now even have universities working with local farmers, universities working with local farmers to irrigate their wheat, universities working with local farmers to initiate new ways of growing wheat. Because we've been importing wheat, I didn't even know that we imported wheat from Ukraine, but that has now stopped. So it's a university that is really located in its context. We are also saying there has to be a deliberate change epistemically. There has to be a deliberate change in the knowledge that is used in the university to assist its local communities. I think a university will only succeed if its local community is also uplifted. So we are saying the epistemic impact of a university's work in terms of generating new and original knowledge, autochthonous knowledge, for utilization nationally, continentally, and even globally in commerce and industry, that becomes the fons et origio of an engaged university. Because there has to be a change in the knowledge, there has to be a change in the utilization of the knowledge, and there has to be a change in the production of that knowledge. But it has to be knowledge that is local. It has to be knowledge that comes from the institution and the people that they work with. So the aim is obviously building a world-class university, but it's building a world-class university that is located organically in its own context, in its own society, and in the vision of its own society. We are also saying the Anchor University, and in terms of academic leadership excellence as far as teaching and learning is concerned, we are saying with the affordances of ICTs in our societies and in our institutions today, an engaged university must maximize the use of ICTs, of new technology, for the benefit not just of the institution, but where it is located. Anchor institutions in our country, we are saying, have reimagined teaching and learning, just like all of you. But the focus has to be on access to knowledge. The focus has to be on that epistemological access. The focus has to be on new knowledge that is local and authentic, so that people are able to use that knowledge. We are also saying anchor institutions are now exemplars of how we redefine and reimagine 21st century discourse practices. So we are saying these institutions in my country, when I go to them and talk to them about accrediting their programs, what is it that you are doing in your locality? What is the what is the utilization of that particular knowledge that you use in the institutions. And we're also anchor institutions in the forefront of producing and sharing content that is available synchronously and even asynchronously 24/7. One of the things that we are very interested in Zimbabwe is that we ought to support regional, continental, and global networks, and in the process, collaborate. Charity begins at home, and for us, charity begins on the continent so that we can link up with universities in the United States and other people. These networks already exist, and in some cases, the networks are being funded by national, regional, continental, and bilateral organizations. My colleague John from the American Embassy in Zimbabwe does a lot of work with institutions in the country in terms of supporting them, either with networks or connections, and in some cases, even with funding. And I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, even this workshop we have today, I think the American Embassy and probably other embassies have put a lot of money in what we are doing. But I'm saying a key area that has been the bedrock of the collaborations of anchor universities and small emerging universities in the Global South has been the areas of capacity development. I think everybody talked about capacity development, but all I want to say, and this is what we say in Zimbabwe, is that the locus of that capacity development should be in the department, in the faculty, and in the university. It should not be the other way around, that the Vice Chancellor says there should be capacity development. That should come from the departments, because if it comes right from the top, Professor Kupe, if it comes right from the top, I think its framing is very different, because its framing becomes the university frame, and we are saying it should start right at the bottom with the departments. And I'm also saying, we talk a lot about internationalization, but that internationalization should really be defined in terms of research activities, in terms of project funding, in terms of postgraduate training, especially at the doctoral and postdoctoral levels. Zimbabwe right now is grappling with this whole issue of how do we train our people in terms of PhDs. The model, obviously, that I've had in this workshop is a model in which, my friend Mandisa, the model in which the government pumps in money, and the government pumps in money so that universities can work together to produce doctoral students. We have a slightly different model, and we are saying the institutions themselves should be responsible for A, funding, and B, for actually delineating what that process should be. And from where I sit at the Zimbabwe Council for Higher Education, we are saying 3 to 4 years, as you have all said, is probably the best way to go. But we are moving towards a doctoral program across the country, which I think makes life a lot easier for everybody concerned. And let me go to the next slide. We are also saying the issue of resource mobilization is very critical. In fact, most universities in my country have now moved to a stage where they themselves are finding the resources nationally, locally, and very little from the government to work in terms of the resource mobilization for capacity development in our institutions. And I'd like to conclude. And the key takeaways for me is that an anchor university should focus on the following. They change their genetic code inside out. The genetic code of the institution should change inside out. They contribute to building technical innovations through patents, licenses, nationally and globally, and even regionally as well. And they have top graduate students and outstanding faculty, large proportion, with a large number of foreign students, like most of you talked. In my view, such institutions as Harvard, Stanford, and MIT tend to have more graduate students. So this is a question for us. What is the proportion between undergraduate and postgraduate students? Professor Cooper was watching your website and the increases in the numbers of postgraduate students. And I think it's a question that we all need to answer eventually. And they should be able to articulate a tangible vision, like Witty Green was saying, values and a strategy, to move forward even globally as well. And that they should obviously be independent from the state. And for most of our countries, the states, the government wants to interfere into our universities, but that independence is critical. And I'm saying anchor institutions should also continually reimagine, and rethink how they engage with emerging institutions, especially in the global south. Obviously, let us work with colleagues in the global north, but charity begins at home. A key area in the production of knowledge where anchor institutions can be involved is in the development of textbooks, either in the form of print materials or electronic teaching, learning materials, etc. We are well known, ladies and gentlemen, for consuming what we do not produce. And we are saying, let us start to produce knowledge locally so that this is the knowledge we use. And obviously, we have all talked about staff development as a key area in terms of this activity. I'm finishing now, Whitney. The critical questions to ask, ladies and gentlemen, what is the economic rationale and expected value addition in establishing an anchor university? What is its rationale? What is the vision of the university and what niche areas will it occupy? I know in this country we've got a comprehensive, research-intensive University of Technology. Is that the answer? What is the governance model best suited for an anchor university? Its relative autonomy or full autonomy? In what niche area will it pursue teaching, research, and innovation? How will its success be measured? What monitoring systems, outcome indicators, and accountability mechanisms will be put in place in such institutions? And I'm saying, finally, ours is a quest for a decolonial epistemic. I think, for me, that's fundamental. And Sabelo Ndlovu has taught us that epistemic freedom is fundamentally about the right to think. It is about the right to theorize. It is about the right to interpret the world. It is about the right to develop our own methodologies and right from where one is located in this African context, in these our institutions. This is an essential stance for those of us from the global south as we engage in internationalization with anchor universities in the global north, east, and west. And I thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much, Prof. Zimbo. And I think that presentation was really useful coming at the end because it brought together quite a lot of the elements that came through in the other presentations. And actually made my work quite easy because Prof. Zimbo has kind of pulled things together in a sense. Did you also see the tactic he used? He left the audience with questions. But that's not going to get away from the audience asking you those questions, Prof. And you are going to have to answer them. So I think there what we see is a kind of interpretation of anchoring at a systemic level, building a higher education system that is of its own nature anchored. Rather than talking about an individual university, Prof. Zimbo has been talking about the universities in Zimbabwe. I think what also came through quite nicely in that input is this notion of anchored internationalization, which seems like a dichotomy, kind of opposite terms. Can you be anchored and can you embrace an internationalization approach using anchoring approach? So I think what's coming through is anchoring as a philosophy rather than as a methodology. Anchoring meaning a way of working of the university in a multiple contexts. Prof. Zimbo also spoke about think globally and act locally, which I think really characterizes anchor approaches. But I also want to say his example spoke about thinking locally and impacting globally. When he gave the example of using indigenous knowledges, like building knowledges about small grains Anchoring, involving, building indigenous knowledges, engaging and enacting these, and taking forward indigenous opportunities. So not just thinking globally and acting locally, I think also thinking locally and impacting globally is also something to consider. Colleagues, I think we've had really 4 important, useful contributions. Time for the audience to ask questions. I'll take one day, and then one day, and then one day. Thank you.
Are we on? There we go.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Robin Lerner. Thank you for a wonderful presentation, all of you. It's so nice to hear these varied thoughts and examples. I'm just sitting here reflecting on the use of the term anchor institution, and what I'm thinking, and I'd love some thoughts from all of you now that you have had this experience with these partnerships, is can we think of the term anchor institution as you all now are anchor institutions to grow what you're doing? So I know we've talked a lot about funding for a lot of these opportunities, but now there's been the startup, and that's usually the greatest cost, is starting something up. Can you now take your models and think of a way to scale them to other partnerships? Either just sharing your model and being sort of the anchor of knowledge of that experience and best practices, and take those even to in-country or around in your region, partnerships that can be on a less costly scale, but now you're the anchor for that practice. So I'd love to hear y'all thoughts on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, the moderator, and I really appreciate the panelists for your wonderful presentations. I do have 2 comments. In the first place, I'm very impressed by the motto of California University, empowering innovators to positively change the world. I like this expression, and even University for Entrepreneurs, because I strongly believe in innovation and technology, because unless we work on these issues, we cannot make a difference. I strongly believe in young innovators, so I'm the first person to submit an official letter to California University. By the way, I'm from Ethiopia. I'm president of Devramakos University. Devramakos University is found in the northwest of Ethiopia. It's about 300 kilometers from the capital city of Addis Ababa. I think everybody knows Addis Ababa. It's the city of AU. And as you discuss more about agriculture, something from Zimbabwe, from Professor, I think the world is suffering from scarcity of food. We know everybody. Leave alone Africa, I think many people in Europe, in developing countries, are complaining about the scarcity of food. So how can we collaborate each other to solve this societal problem, particularly from Zimbabwe, from Professor Wale? How can we collaborate each other? Even California state is one of the top agricultural states in the United States, as far as my knowledge is concerned. So can we collaborate on agriculture? Because my university is an agricultural university, and the region in which my university found is naturally endowed with agricultural resources. So we can collaborate on agriculture, so that we can make a difference. We can solve societal problem. Thank you very much.
Question?
Yep, thank you. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Very thoughtful indeed. But I have a question for Professor Tambo regarding the financing model for higher education institutions in Zimbabwe. In my country, Ghana, the government has been floating this idea of making universities financially independent, meaning the government is planning to pull back to allow the university to finance their own activities. I'm wondering, how is that going to work? I mean, practically in Zimbabwe, that other African universities can learn from. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me ask the panel to respond to those 3 questions, and I'll take a further round of questions just so that they don't get lost in the weight of, I think, what's the important questions. So one related to scale and sustainability, one related particularly to the advice on collaboration to solve social problems of a global nature, like food scarcity and the possibility of collaborations around that, and one spoke about funding. Broadly, higher education, but maybe funding initiatives like this as well.
So the question on collaboration in agriculture. I mean, we've deconstructed the notion of time and space today. If somebody is in KNUST and I'm in Harare, I mean, we're not far from each other. Technology has helped us to deconstruct the notion of time and space. So I think the starting point is for those of us in Zimbabwe and my colleagues in Ghana or in Ethiopia to work together in those research labs, to develop seeds that work in our climate. Like I've been saying, we've been taught that maize is local. It is not local. That's why it doesn't do well in these areas. That wheat is a grass that does well in certain climates. But if you grow millet, it's a grass that does well in this tropical area. So what we need to do is to start to do research together in agriculture. I'm not an agriculture person. I don't know what you call that research. But that's what we need to do research on seeds. Zimbabwe used to import seed from Europe, seed maize from Europe. Now it doesn't, because we produce the seed. So I'm making a clarion call that our universities, you have got African University, have got something called the RU Forum. It's a massive forum for people in agriculture. And for me, that is the starting point. But also, as I'm saying, you don't have to see what's happening in Zimbabwe only when you come into Zimbabwe. You can see what's happening in a field of wheat in one of our institutions while you are in your lab in your own institution. So I think that's where the collaboration should start. This is what we mean, ladies and gentlemen, when we say we need to rethink and reimagine the way we think about these collaborative activities. So for me, that's one way to do it, to work together right from the beginning of the research, the basic research in agriculture, and then to take it where you produce your crops and how you market, et cetera, et cetera. One of our institutions in Zimbabwe produces protein for cattle. It is produced there. They mix it, they do whatever they do. It is packaged there, and it is marketed from that institution in the country. So we all go and buy it from them. So I think it's very, very easy. Let me just, the financial model, I think I'm making another passionate plea. I've been in the university sector for almost 40 years. I think we need to begin to think local. We need to sit in our seminars, in our institutions, and think local. Don't borrow models. Yes, there are models from other countries that are very good, but let us use them. Let us use those models to inform our own model. And this is why I'm using a word that most of us don't usually use in our discourse, that what we do has to be autochthonous. It has to be original. It has to be local. I mean, I was trained in the United States. But for us to be able to resolve the challenges that we are facing in Kumasi, that we're facing in Addis Ababa, that we're facing here in the country, I think we need to come together and say, how do we address these issues? And for me, the issue of wheat is a classic example of the mistake that our agricultural scientists have made. They've taken a grass from Europe, brought it to here, and want to make that grass work. That's why we've got a crisis. That's why a small country, I don't know whether it's small or big, called Ukraine, now because they're fighting, there's no bread in most of our countries because the wheat used to come from there. And I think that's an indictment on our institutions in the country. So if you go and visit the University of Zimbabwe today, you'll go to their agro-industrial park. They grow local millet, local sorghum, and they now make bread from those grains, from those small grains. So you'll move from a lab with very sophisticated research on small grains to where they are actually producing a product, bread, that they're selling to people. I've just given you a very simple example, but Witi, that's my take on this question.
Can I then ask the rest of the panel to respond to some of the questions? And you can be selective. You don't need to talk to all of them. And let's go in that order, since seeing Prof. Timbo volunteered to start.
Yeah, thank you. I want to comment on Robin's question of how do we, with these partnerships and being anchor universities, our whole, like with our Center for Innovation, it started with other innovators that were just around a table talking, and it didn't cost anything. I mean, most of what we do doesn't cost a whole lot. Obviously, to travel all the way here or for other folks to come all the way to California, but I think it can start with what's a common problem that we have, who has the resources or the talent, you know, to contribute to those ideas. What's great in our virtual worlds is that we can connect all through the internet to converse about some of these. And so a lot of what we did started, you know, some 10, 15 years ago with just conversations around the table. And then our founder of our center said, oh, you should come over. Oh, you know, and it started kind of with just casual going back and forth with visiting each other. You know, obviously with some of the students coming now, there is cost. It's expensive living in the Bay Area. And those, we've been fortunate to have some funding that helps those students. But we have, you know, they're students of innovation. We have students that have done a GoFundMe to fund them coming over. But I'm very interested in, you know, how we can, I like your idea of, you know, start locally, bring the resources that we have to the table, and how we can do this in a cost-effective basis so that it is sustainable. And it's looking at what are the different assets we bring and how each of us can contribute. Yeah. And then just focusing also on, I really appreciate your idea of having spent some time in Senegal, just like using local crops, the local millet or whatever it is. What we really teach are just the tools. Once a millet is identified, how do you get the customer to realize, oh, bread doesn't have to look like this, what's been in our head? How do we make them realize, oh, this is better, this is, you know, this sustains longer in the refrigerator? How do we change people's attitudes and listen to the customers and get their feedback? And then how do you kind of market that? So I love the idea of, you know, looking what are the local resources and what are some of the current challenges and problems, and then thinking innovatively about how you solve them and how you reach your own local market to make that grow.
Thanks very much. Prof. Gude?
Yes, I want to comment on the scalability. And if I understood you well, you are asking how one can scale the models.
You, now that you are doing this, thinking about scaling.
Yes.
Not just, this is the thing that we did, this is what we got the funding for, we want to now replicate that.
Yes, yes. Yes, I think if I can take the South African situation, the notion of an anchor institution is relatively new. And one of the things that we're doing is grappling with what is an anchor institution. And there are different interpretations. And one of the arguments has been South African universities have been involved with the community all along. They've always been anchors in their community. But that is slightly different from what we're talking about. Community engagement was actually to fulfill some of the requirements of the university. For example, veterinary students can go and work in, you know, in a township like Mamelodi, you know, maybe with their pets and so on. It was not initiated by the community. They were not partners in it, although it does benefit the community. So I think before one can talk of scaling, it's, you know, it's the task team I was talking about, where you have to put your heads together, and WIT is driving that through the Council on Higher Education and the University Vice Chancellor Association to say, how do we interpret anchoring in South Africa? And this kind of conferences have been happening quite a bit in lately, where people actually come and, you know, what is their model for anchoring? Is it a hyper-local model where you work on a township? Or do universities see themselves as, you know, I'm not hyper-local, I'm actually a national university. So we can be present in different, you know, provinces in South Africa. So I think until we grapple with that, then the scaling of appropriate, you know, models can then happen.
Thank you, Prof. Akoa?
Just a minor point. I think we need to
Let's
be
make it
extremely
minor,
careful.
Prof.
Yeah, just a quick one. Quick one. We need to be extremely careful. We should not come from a deficit model, because you and me do not have all the answers for the people in a village or in a township or in a ghetto in the United States. We need to, when we get in those areas, I think we need to reflexively think about my role as a professor from a university. I think that's what I really would want to plead. So that when I go, Professor Good is talking about Mamelodi, when I go to Mamelodi, I don't have all the knowledge myself. So in terms of scaling up, I think we need a process that takes them into account. So that, because they know they've been in this situation for quite some time, they have an idea of getting out. So I may have mistaken what other people are saying, but I think what I'm trying to say is, let us talk to them as equal partners. They don't have degrees like us, but let us work together with them.
Thanks, Prof.
Yeah.
Let's give Dr. Akoa a chance. We're actually running out of time here, and I'd like to get another round of questions in.
Re-echo what my other colleagues have said, with regard to how we can really sustain and replicate some of these models. I mean, if you look in terms of the model that we are using through the EWB approach, where communities are involved, the projects are initiated from the communities, then it makes it sustainable. Because these are projects that are more or less being brought forward by the communities for we to provide solutions. And two key ways to address has to do in terms of how we are using our students. The knowledge that we are giving to these students, they get the opportunity to go to these communities and basically give it back to these communities. So if you look in terms of the project that we have worked on, like I said, funding is a big issue, but how are we addressing that gap? We are using the knowledge from the students, designing the clinic. I mean, if you look at in terms of the cost of hiring an architect to design the clinic, where are you going to get the money to pay for it? If you look at the cost of doing the geotechnical assessment of the land to be able to know you are going to be able to sustain the clinic on that land, it's going to be huge. So we are tapping into the students' knowledge, guided by professionals, professors, lecturers. Therefore, that makes it sustainable. So that is our approach that we are adopting. And therefore, in terms of being able to replicate this, you always have to bring the communities on board. And the two really helps to, you know, get these projects become sustainable, irrespective of the funding challenges that comes up.
So sustainability is not always about funding, it's about capabilities and drawing on those capabilities in your locality. Thanks very much. So I think let's try and squeeze in one more round of questions. We have 5 minutes. We don't want to eat into your lunchtime, given the intensity of these sessions, but I think one more round.
Hello? Yeah, actually, I'm DK Lekola, and I'm one of the UP students. I wanted to ask Prof. Okute about the pre-university academy, because I'm also involved in programs that prepare high school students to universities. So my question is that I'm also one of the students who come from rural villages. So I want to know, because it's not only students who come from townships who come to UP. So how can we accommodate students who come from rural villages like me, like I didn't actually have that opportunity. Like, how can we accommodate them? Like, that's what my question. Thank you.
Thanks, and I think a really useful question. One more day. I think we can make that the two that the panel can hear.
This is for Professor Zimbo. How does the proposed vision for the realignment of universities in Zimbabwe, based on the model that you just shared with us, work with the K-12 sector? I think one of the challenges that some of the many higher education institutions confront is a pipeline issue, where there's sometimes a mismatch between the curriculum, the curricular approaches that are offered in the K-12 sector, and then what students then experience when they come to university. And sometimes we see this high attrition rate among our students. So as universities are really engaged in this really important work in rethinking curricular approaches, are there efforts to engage the K-12 sector as well, so that there is not, we mitigate that potential for mismatch?
Thanks very much. One person is squeezing in there at the back, but I think let's take it.
Thank you. Thank you for looking at the back. First of all, thank you to this great panel and for raising the kind of questions that have been in our minds as well. So the only thing that I have to add, because a lot has already been said, is I would like these anchoring institutions look at aspects of how are we going to create a synergy at all levels. I know that you are working with the institutions that you're working with. However, how about the synergy between the institutions at both levels? And I'm not only talking about in Africa, I'm talking United States here. So all of us are grappling with similar issues. Are we talking to each other? So there was a question raised whether institutions talk to each other, but what's happening in the United States. I'm also talking about networking of students. Finally, we are trying to create a community of practice. We are trying to create a group of students who understand each other's world. That's how we are going to be looking at global peace. That's how we're going to be looking at global issues. So are we giving it any thought? Or are these just individuals coming, doing something that they need to do, learn what they have to do, go back, set up an organization that they want to create, and that's it? So it is very individual progress here. Of course, individual progress will lead to community progress, and community progress will lead to the world progress. But I'm just putting a thought here to the people here who actually are leading some of these initiatives. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So I'm going to ask my panel to respond, but to do so within 1 minute each. I know it's a hard task, and to throw in your closing comment in that 1 minute. And I'm going to start with Dr. Joseph first.
Yes, thank you very much. Just to start off from the last question, as I said, indeed, we still have to leverage on those opportunities of students, engaging. And if you look at what I have presented this afternoon, we have the opportunity of having students coming from the US learn in the African context and appreciate how they can also support. So in that context, they do understand the challenges that we face. So when they are proposing solutions, they already have at the back of their mind in terms of what will work, and not just sit somewhere and then propose those solutions. So we have that kind of continuous engagement, interaction between the students in the North and the students in the Global South. And that is very helpful. And I must, just like you have said, conclude by saying that indeed we should continue to leverage on the opportunities that we have for our students to continue to engage. And through this, we'll be able to create opportunities for them in terms of how they can become useful to the societies that they live in. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Prof. Agude?
Yes, I think we'll need to talk with him after this for me to respond to that question. But at a very broad level, the issue of schooling is multifaceted. And in terms of what we are doing, although we work with the urban children, the best way to help the rural schools is actually through teacher professional development. You impact many more teachers. You impact many more children by targeting the teachers. And what, it's because teachers are also quite flexible. You can have a block release kind of arrangement where you bring them in and so on. But, it's a very complicated, the other way, of course, is through technology. But you've got to have hubs, in the rural areas to be able to do this. And just by way of closing, one aspect which we've probably not talked about, and it was sparked when Professor Zimbo, responded. I think when we go into the communities, we also have a head of, this is a scholarly, this is a scholarly activity. And one always has to balance between the scholarship of this activity and the expectations of, of the community. For me, that has been one of the most difficult things, because the expectations of the community can also be very different from what the university expectations may be. So it's not just a utilitarian thing of, I want to, to do this and this and this. What is the scholarship behind everything? Yeah.
Thanks very much. And I think the question from the student really, is a fundamental one. What counts as community? That idea of nested community. So Mamelodi as a community of the universities, but the broader communities as well. How do they get impacted?
Yeah, thank you. I love your comments over here. Just briefly on synergy, we're obviously a huge university, and within innovation, we started synergy by, we have an innovation and entrepreneurial council, and it gets all of us talking around campus about what's happening. And so it's broken down a lot of the siloed walls just on our campus, and then we're involved with, there's a California consortium of innovation and entrepreneurship and a national one. But we also keep track of the students that come. They actually end up, I loved what the students are doing. Our center is pretty much student run in terms of many of our employees, but the students have a huge network once they are engaged at Cal, and they keep track of each other. They're mentoring each other. Some of them are helping fund each other. And so I think realizing, especially this generation, has the power to really, they want to change the world, and giving them, acknowledging that they have the power to do great things. And we just need to give them the tools and stand back and watch them go.
Thanks very much, Susan. Peter?
That's a very difficult question you asked about the interaction between our universities and the primary and secondary education system in Zimbabwe. You all know, because you've taught in this system, that our students who come to South Africa from Zimbabwe, they come with A-level. We have a 7-year primary education, a 4-year secondary education up to what we call Form 4, and then another 2 years what we call A-levels. We just released a paper recently to begin to reform that system. But it is an ineluctable problem because tradition is so powerful in the system that you don't tamper with that. But we are encouraged. Last week, we changed the way we train medical doctors in the country so that they start with biological sciences, then go to clinical sciences. So this is a debate that is on the table. But it's a very difficult one because of tradition and those that still believe in the merit of the Cambridge system or the London system. So the simple answer to your question, Prof, is that it's an ongoing, I think, titanic challenge between policymakers like myself, parents on the other side, and school principals and school teachers. So this is a debate that is going on, and as a former dean of education, I've grappled with this for many years. But I think in the end we'll win because the system we have is also extremely expensive for the ordinary family. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Prof. Zimbo. And so in conclusion, colleagues, I think this session raised more questions than answers. And I think that's the nature of sessions like this. Gives us food for thought and ways to engage as we go forward. 4 questions stood out for me. The one is, how do we define, how do we understand, how do we implement the notion of anchoring in ways that take into account we are in Africa, of Africa, and need to do this in our context. The second question that I think stands out is, how do we entrench so that this is not people dependent, individual dependent. We lever the opportunity of students coming on board, and we entrench these approaches across the system. And then how do we sustain? How do we move beyond grant funding to take forward initiatives like this? How do we embed it within the universities operations and identity, core part of how the university sees itself. And then the fourth question is, how do we broaden impact? How do we take it beyond these initiatives that are really successful in the places that they are being implemented to make a scale on the broader level? Thank you very much, colleagues. Sorry for eating a bit into your lunch. Let's give our panel a hand of applause.
All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome back. It's right on time, so we are starting and we hope that we would finish on time. It depends on how fast you settle down. Yes, we have a full room. So thank you very much for coming. After eating, usually people disappear after lunch. So we are fortunate to have full house from the way the sitting arrangement is done. Welcome. Look, my name is Christopher Isike. I am director of the African Center for the Study of the United States. It's one of our flagship centers at the University of Pretoria. The Vice Chancellor talked about it yesterday. Thank you, Vice Chancellor Coupe. And as a result, I got too many friends that I can cope with, but hopefully we'll do business with as well. Thank you. I am moderating this session, and I want to make 3 promises. One, our session is relatively shorter than the others you've had to endure, okay? So it means that you will spend less time with us. The second promise I will make is that I will not try to summarize what they have already said, which you heard, all right? I'm not going to try and be smart. I'm just going to leave them do the talk, and then that's it. And then on behalf of our panelists, I can promise you we've had a nice chat. We've taken pictures, shows that we're friendly. They shall not talk more than 15 minutes each. There's going to be warning signs, and right on time, I will stand beside them, and it means let's clap for them, right? Right. And then to the audience, I also want to make a promise on your behalf, and I hope you agree with me, that when you ask a question, don't try to be smarter than we know. We know you are very intelligent, so you don't need to make any commentaries before you ask your question. Introduce yourself and go straight to your question if you can. If you have to really, really make a comment, 1 sentence, please. Do we agree? Right, so let me start by saying that I would like to frame my remarks on the standpoint of seeing internationalization, partnerships and joint capacity building, that's what this session is about, as Ubuntu, and to also see Ubuntu as internationalization, partnerships and joint capacity building. So this is what, for me, the UPI is really about in a nutshell. So while we can talk of challenges around quality and uniformity, it is clear that internationalization has come to stay as a factor in the academic enterprise in Africa especially. So apart from its obvious value as a metric for measuring university standing in the committee of universities globally, internationalization plays a key role in attaining the SDG goals, or the SDGs if you like, through partnerships. It also emphasizes the African university's role in developing Africa's human capital, and in this way underscores the university as a driver of development through research and innovation that will produce evidence-based policies for change, for development, for transformation, and for industrialization, as we heard the last speakers in the last panel said. And that is why this UPI event, this summit, and the whole university partnership initiative with the United States is critical. Now, evidence abound which show that capacity constraints at different levels of state and society are a stumbling block to addressing the key socioeconomic and environmental issues in Africa. And I also want to add, even in our industrialization challenges as well. So, and this has come across quite clearly in the presentations we've had since yesterday, especially the last panel. So what this tells me is that it calls for increasing the investments in capacity development initiatives to realize Africa's development aspirations as espoused in Agenda 2063. Amongst the key areas of capacity building needs on the continent of Africa is enhancing skills of youth and women, strengthening institutions, and generating and sharing knowledge. Through investments in various collaborative capacity development initiatives, which include scholarships, student and staff exchanges, as well as joint degree programs, the United States has made significant contributions to Africa's tertiary education landscape. Now, among these investments is a joint degree programs between US and African universities through the US Embassy Partnership Initiative that we're submitting on today. Now, this session reflects on the experiences of beneficiaries of the US Embassy investment, focusing on the following questions. 1, what has been the experience in implementing these joint capacity building programs? 2, what has been the impact of these collaborative programs? 3, what opportunities exist to leverage on these programs to create the required critical mass and scale on the African continent in relation to capacity building? And I'm sure that this will also include lessons and replicable best practices, right? So as our panelists speak to these questions, I am hoping that we shall hear how Africa is adding value to the US through these initiatives as well. The UPI, in my view, should be a two-way street to give real meaning to knowledge co-creation and reciprocity. We also want to hear how African universities can partner within ourselves, amongst ourselves, and share mutually beneficial knowledge on best practices. So, for example, universities in Africa can learn a few things from South Africa's model of incentivizing and funding research through its research output subsidy payments, to universities. I'm certain that the United States can also learn about how this can become an important funding track for its researchers as well. Now, finally, doing capacity building in an African context by allowing us to determine our needs is also useful. Now, these are part of what make for, in my view, equitable and sustainable partnerships for impact in line with the theme of this summit. So I'd like to stop here so that I don't become a panelist myself. And I will then use this opportunity now to introduce our panelists in the order that they appear on the programs in front of, or the program in front of you, as well as I've ensured that they do in this sitting arrangement. So the first person that we shall be having is Professor David Lodge. He's director, Cornell Atkinson Center for Sustainability at Cornell University in the United States. The second panelist is Professor Reitumetse Obakeng Mabukela. She's Vice Provost, and Vice Provost means Deputy Vice Chancellor for International Affairs and Global Strategies at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign in the United States. Now, it's not champagne for drinking, but could also very well mean that. So she will tell you about that after her presentation, not during. And then we have perhaps the youngest dean in South Africa, dean at a university. He's still the youngest because I don't remember anyone being appointed younger than him. Professor Thabo Nsibi, very widely acclaimed, dean and head School of Education at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, where I happen to get my PhD, so we are comrades in that regard. And then the last panelist, all the way from Botswana, Ms. Kelly Soreyani. She's a senior computer technician, Department of Information Technology, Faculty of Medicine at the University of Botswana. So that's my panel. And there are 15 minutes, start right now with David. Now, David is a very stubborn fellow, so I've got to watch him, but you also watch him and get your questions ready for him. David?
Thank you, Chris. So when I signed up for this, nobody told me that Chris was going to be the moderator, and he's already established that he's quite the taskmaster. But he told us that we each had 25 minutes to talk, right? Yeah. So. Yeah, and it's counting down right now, so I better get going. So it's a pleasure to be here to represent Cornell University and to represent the work of many colleagues at Cornell University. Maybe by way of introduction, I'll just say to begin with that I'm a biologist by training. I have some experience in Africa over a long period of time. My experience, though, in my personal research efforts has been unfortunately typical of lots of experiences of past research connections between the US researchers and African institutions and researchers. Unfortunate in the sense that they were sort of one-off, funded for a short period of time and did not lead to anything sustainable. So that's sort of both an admission and a statement of where we're coming from. in comments that maybe echo some of Steve Hansen's earlier comments about our own personal histories. But that included work at the interface of public health and biodiversity in Kenya in connection with KIMRI and the University of Nairobi, work on the trade-offs between hydropower production and fisheries in Zambia with the University of Zambia and the Zambian Government Fisheries Agency, and work with the U.S. State Department, where I was for a year, working on sort of African Great Lakes to North American Great Lakes connections. So that's a little bit about my experience. I direct at Cornell a center called the Cornell Atkinson Center for Sustainability. And sustainability is a word that's been used a lot here, and it has different meanings. In the case of the Cornell Atkinson Center, what it means is sustainability with respect to our current use of the world's resources and the impact that that will have on future generations. So we focus on the intersection of sustainability issues like climate change and the energy transition and food security and One Health, all of which are affect each other. But I'm not really here today to talk about those things so much as to represent with 5 examples, some work that's been done by many colleagues at Cornell over many years. And so what I'm going to do in the next few minutes is just give you 1 or 2 slides on each of 5 examples, and then sum up at the end of my comments with 3 slides of sort of lessons learned and where we might think about going from here. So, and I've focused on these 5 examples because they're representatives of the leadership of these projects present with us, or in the case of Ed Mabaya's, was intended to be here but couldn't come at the last minute. So that's the reason for the selection of examples. And I put the names and photographs of people who are here and can provide you even more information should you want to follow up afterwards. So the first case is a Master of Professional Studies program at Bahir Dar University in Ethiopia. And I'll just reiterate a couple of points on each of these slides. On this one, I want to say that it's important that the funding for this work came from the Ethiopian Ministry of Education. They decided that they wanted to allocate the money in order to increase the capacity, the degree capacity at BDU. And it was focused on watershed management. The reason that there was that confidence, that mutual confidence to embark on this is because there had been a long history of previous research projects of a more traditional sort previously. And the goal initially was to launch an MPS program at Bahir Dar, which was successful. And the goal from the beginning was for that to transition, to be entirely directed by Bahir Dar. And that happened. And subsequent to that, a PhD program was launched at the same university. So we regard this as a great success. There was a strategy from the beginning to transition, build capacity, and transition out. So Cornell has no more official involvement in this, but it's still going after 20 years with increased capacity and increase in degrees at Bahir Dar. The second 2 examples both come from Ed Mabaya, who I said couldn't join us at the last minute. These are both focused on agricultural capacity. In this case, a cooperative program with government funding from African governments, from South African government, as well as businesses and business associations in South Africa. And it was to build capacity for students, young professionals in the agriculture supply system. And after 3 years, again, the plan was for this to become financially self-sustaining, which it did after 3 years, and then had again a 20-year run. And at that point was judged not to be as important as it was at the beginning, and was sunsetted. Again, a success story: building capacity locally and exiting. The second example from Ed Mabaya is about an agricultural professional fellows program, again focused on training, building capacity in agriculture. The only thing I'll say about this is that Ed told me that one of the things that he regarded as being quite important to the success is not sort of highlighted on this slide, but it is mentioned in the last bullet point. And that was the 3-week part of this course that included bringing the African students to the United States, included a visit to Tuskegee Institute, which is a very well-known, historically black university in the United States. I'm echoing some of the comments that I've heard from earlier panels and presenters in the value of linking Black American students with African students and African universities. The third example I want to provide comes from Alex Travis, who's here with us. And this is a program that was about community empowerment at the intersection of human livelihoods, food security, and biodiversity conservation, focused in Zambia, in the Luangwa River Valley in Zambia. And it involved a number of disciplines coming together. It included Alice Pell, who's also here, expertise from a number of places. This also was a success in that the purpose was to increase training in agriculture and animal husbandry practices, to increase production, to increase training in food hygiene and food manufacturing, so that there could be the development of markets and more profitable livelihoods among the smallholder farmers in this area of Zambia. And again, it was a success. There's now a line of high-value products under the It's Wild brand that is available. So again, Cornell doesn't have any official involvement in this anymore because we don't need to. We helped build the local capacity, responded to the needs of the community, provided the expertise that we had alongside the stated needs and desires of that community, and it led to changes in practices that went viral. They have expanded without any further input because farmers saw the value in changing some of the ways that they had been growing food and raising livestock and creating products that had higher value. The fourth example comes from legal education. Muna Ndulo is also here with us now, and Muna and his colleagues at the law school at Cornell have a number of programs, legal education programs, many places across the globe, but several in Africa. One I'll highlight here is a law and social change course that Muna himself teaches in connection with the University of Johannesburg. There's also programs that are collaborative with Cape Town, and these include bringing US students to South Africa for 3 weeks in the winter term. So you can learn more about that in conversations with Muna. That's ongoing. And finally, the fifth example is a sort of sprawling example, if you will. It's Cornell's new initiative, new in the last 3 years or so, to launch a series of global hubs, more institutional, intended to be long-term, broad and deep connections, partnerships with other universities across the globe. There are currently 2 that have been established, that partnership has been established officially in Africa, University of Zambia and University of Ghana. This effort is not meant in any way to supplant the many ongoing collaborations and growing collaborations and partnerships with other universities, but it is an effort to identify how we can create those institutional structures that we've talked about earlier in this meeting to encourage multifaceted relationships that involve research and teaching and engagement in various ways. So those are 5 examples. Rachel Beatty-Riedel is also here, and you can learn more about these things from her. So to conclude, I have 3 slides to try to extract some lessons from those 5 examples and many other experiences at Cornell. I don't want to suggest that all these lessons do or should apply to all past and future partnerships, but I think there's some things worth thinking about. And I'll emphasize a few of these points. You want to start with a long-term goal in mind. If it's not appropriate for every research collaboration, of course, but where you want a long-term partnership, you've got to start with a plan for thinking about how to create that. that often is going to require the involvement of leadership from universities. You've got to start with a plan to make the thing self-sustaining. And here I'm talking about self-sustaining in the sense of financially self-sustaining, or it will fail. It may have short-term success, but it will not produce the lasting changes that we're all after. Our experience suggests that you need to involve other stakeholder groups right from the get-go in a spirit of co-creation of the goals and the execution of a project, and in order to build support for university-to-university collaborations and the benefits that they can bring to society. Many speakers before have also emphasized that these things must be reciprocal. The reciprocity's got to be financial or in kind. The longest living ones are going to be those that are multifaceted and include research, student exchanges, and faculty exchanges, because that lines up all the incentives and interests of a university together. And I would add that for long-term partnerships, they should be set up from the beginning with the idea of learning as we go and improving as we go. They've got to have a serious component of monitoring and evaluation and incremental improvements along the way. Well, what we've seen is when those approaches are taken, great impact can result. You can have the growth of research in some cases, or the transformation of communities and livelihoods in others, as diverse examples that I provided illustrate. As we talked about, you can have growth in networks among universities. You can increase capacity. You can increase workforce capacity in each country, mutual knowledge in each country, and all the things that we're after in different kinds of partnerships. In our cases, we were often after improving natural resource management along with improvements in agricultural practices to improve livelihoods and the responsiveness of practices to the needs of communities. So long-term networks can result from these community building efforts, and the ongoing involvement doesn't have to be official or terrifically well-funded either for that continued relationship to grow and thrive. And I'll end with this slide. Sort of what are the opportunities? And again, at this point in our meeting, many of these things have been suggested in these or other words. I would emphasize that in my lifetime, in recent years, there's been this transformation of the language coming from people like us in universities. That's my first bullet point. We have to emphasize, we have to be focused, we have to organize our programs to not only deliver the needs of a university according to the traditional imperatives of research grants and publication, but we have to be oriented to delivering benefit to society. That's the impact outside the academy that we're after. And so we've got to do these other things that I list on this slide in order to achieve that kind of goal. And I'll speak just to one other of these bullet points, which is the next to last one, that we've got to do the hard work within each of our universities to make this transdisciplinary approach effective. That is something that the Cornell Atkinson Center for Sustainability that I direct it's one of our major tasks. It's breaking down the silos within universities, identifying common interest among disciplines, and bringing those mission-driven oriented faculty into a partnership with corporations or government agencies or NGOs in order to organize partnerships to deliver societal benefit. Thank you.
I just told him I love him because he kept exactly 2 times. Thank you very much. And then I promised I would not summarize anything. So Professor Obaking, next.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I know we just had lunch, so we want to make sure that you're with us. All right. Thank you to our host, the Vice Chancellor, our colleagues here at the University of Pretoria for hosting us, distinguished colleagues, guests, and students. For those of you I have not yet had the pleasure of meeting, I'm Ritume Tsemabokela, Vice Provost for International Affairs and Global Strategies and Professor of Higher Education at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. I'm honored to represent the University of Illinois and to share how we have pursued joint capacity building initiatives with our partners and universities around the world. And today, I will really focus my remarks by highlighting our engagement with partners in the Global South, especially on the African continent. I'd like to begin by providing some context and highlighting some of the local and global contexts that have informed and influenced our university's approach and strategy for engaging globally. And for purpose of today's discussion, I will highlight a few examples of our partnerships with universities on the African continent and highlight the ways in which these align with our global strategy, Vision 2030. To provide a broader context and to remind us that the work that we do has to respond and has to be anchored for relevance to address some of the bigger issues that we deal with. The UN predicts that the world population will reach 9.6 billion by 2050. And this will place greater demand on the rights and resources outlined in the Sustainable Development Goals. Notably, as we consider shifting population patterns, a youth surge is projected across 9 countries, 8 of which are in the Global South, and 5 of them on the African continent. The world's growing population will put greater stress on natural resources, which in turn will increase the need and demand for access to food, clean water, health, education, among other issues. In sub-Saharan Africa, 25% of the population is chronically hungry, and that accounts for 1/4 of undernourished individuals globally. In the United States, 34 million people are hungry, and 9 million of them are children. Globally, it is estimated that 60% of chronically hungry people are children and women. Both food and water insecurity are linked to poor health, academic underachievement, and in turn, economic insecurity. In 2019, the World Health Organization estimated that nearly 1 billion people, including 14% of the world's adolescents, were struggling with one form or another of a mental health disorder. In the same year, here in South Africa, 12% of the population suffered from mental health. Similarly, in the United States in the same year, 20% of Americans experienced some form of mental health. As we were challenged with the pandemic, I think it exacerbated some of the issues, some of these underlying issues that we addressed and are highlighting. Mental health in particular came to the surface in ways that perhaps we had not seen before. And as students returned and continue to coexist with COVID, mental health continues to be on the forefront of some of the issues that we have to deal with on our university campuses. The pandemic also exacerbated and highlighted the ways in which structural and systemic inequalities were highlighted for just communities of color, brown and black communities, and economically disadvantaged individuals. This is not to imply that COVID caused these issues were already there, but it brought to the front and really compelled us to think about ways in which we deal with them. It is disheartening that in 2023, educational disparities continue to be one of the world's most significant global challenges. Women comprise more than 2/3 of the world's 796 million people without access to basic education in 2023. While I will not belabor various factors that continue to impede women's access, the persistent role of gendered violence against women must not only be acknowledged, but addressed urgently. Every year, more than 246 children are subjected to gender-based violence in or around schools.
In sub-Saharan Africa, the risk of experiencing gender-based violence is high, between 46 and 78% among adolescent girls. In the United States, 61% of adults surveyed across 25 states reported that they had suffered at least one type of adverse childhood experience before the age of 18, and this included gender-based violence. And right here in South Africa, our children continue to be plagued by daily manifestations of gendered violence in its myriad forms. Schools, universities, and other institutions of learning have sadly not been immune from this violence. So I don't want you to think that I'm going to spend the rest of the afternoon talking gloom and doom, but I just wanted to remind us that these are some of the issues that we have to deal with. It is important to emphasize that some of the challenges that I have highlighted are not confined within particular geopolitical boundaries. They are truly global, and they require collaborative and multidisciplinary solutions. This is where higher education institutions and their partners have the power and the pivotal role to empower, to increase, to leverage and develop innovative solutions that will bend the curve and shift the trajectory towards success. With the expected youth population surge in the next 2 to 3 decades, particularly on the African continent, universities and other institutions of learning, K-12 institutions, ministries of education and governments, NGOs, and the private sector partners simply do not have the luxury of inaction. It is our collective responsibility to provide education for the next generation of global problem solvers. We can leverage technology, introduce long and short-term capacity building and skill building programs, and we can embrace lifelong education as an inevitable part of the education continuum with multiple stakeholders and multiple entry points. Knowing the challenges and opportunities ahead, we must determine how we are going to utilize our unique and complementary strengths as partners to respond to these issues. At the University of Illinois, we are an internationally engaged institution. We've welcomed international students on our campus for more than a century. And this year, we're currently have the second highest number of international students of any public university in the United States. Our students have in turn contributed significantly to the intellectual richness of our institution. We have and continue to facilitate significant student mobility programs, engage in international research with partners, and foster global partnerships. But being internationally engaged is not enough. Guided by our institutional vision to be the preeminent public research university with global impact, our institutional commitment is to have engagement with impact. We simply don't want to engage for the sake of engagement. Therefore, our global strategy, Vision 2030, identifies 5 strategic priorities. First, to utilize the curriculum to provide an education for global citizenship and to train that next generation of global problem solvers. Second, to foster engagement for impact with partners in the Global South. Third, to build leadership for innovative partnership and development, harnessing the excellence of our students, our faculty, and our staff. Fourth, to create an environment that supports education for inclusive excellence. And finally, as a land-grant university between the University of Illinois and Njala University in Sierra Leone, which dates back to the mid-1960s, when our College of Agriculture was funded by USAID to serve as an implementing partner for the establishment of Njala University. In the first decade of this corporation, the university awarded more than 30 graduate degrees just in the first 10 years. Faculty members from the University of Illinois served as long-term advisors, and administrative support personnel were also engaged in supporting the infrastructure and building some of the support services to support the university. The collaboration continues today and provides bidirectional student mobility opportunities, opportunities for faculty to engage in research, mentoring, as well as faculty-to-faculty relationships. We've provided opportunity, particularly during COVID, to develop and share new e-learning facilities supported by both Njala University and the University of Illinois, as well as funding from the Department of State. And we've also continued to collaborate and pursue joint externally funded research opportunities. The second example is the Soybean Innovation Lab, which is a multi-stakeholder collaboration also supported by USAID. This initiative represents a variety of institutions across 22 sub-Saharan African countries and 1 country in Asia. And for the colleague who made a plug for Mozambique, Mozambique is represented. The lab, the team includes more than 100 technical soybean experts, and it recognizes the potential for soybean technology to sustainably support income and health globally. To that end, the lab partners with university faculty, researchers, the private sector, NGOs, and external funders. The goal is to intentionally operate across the entire value chain of the soybean production. And in doing so, the lab enhances education and training for the successful advancement of soybean development locally in Illinois, as well as with partners on the African continent and in Asia. The result is a truly cross-disciplinary research network that works to impact smallholder farmers, that works to transition rural women, families, and communities towards better food security, health, and economic development. And my third and final example focuses on the importance of creating scholar and administrator mobility programs, which have provided opportunities, again, for bi-directional expertise sharing and networking. As a top producer of Fulbright students and scholars for the last decade, not only has the University of Illinois successfully hosted multiple cohorts of Fulbright scholars for programs including language training, to research, to graduate training, and residential programs. We have also successfully supported our own students, our faculty, and our staff to participate in Fulbright programs in various countries and across multiple disciplinary as well as professional areas. This is just a small sampling of our joint capacity building initiatives, but I hope what I have shared demonstrates that we can develop rich, sustainable connections with foundations of mutual respect, resource sharing, and trust to enhance our institutional capacities. As I conclude my remarks, I would like to take this valuable opportunity to invite your collaboration. We came to this forum as partners, ready to engage. I thank you again for inviting the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign to be an important part of this dialogue and forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Mese. For a moment, I thought she was going to go way ahead of time, above time, but thank you for doing 28 seconds to the time. Thank you. So let's have the next speaker, the Dean of Deans, Professor Thabo Msibi.
Colleagues, a very good afternoon to all of you. And just like the other colleagues in the panel and earlier today, I do want to convey my gratitude to UP and the US Embassy for facilitating this fantastic engagement and for engaging with such an esteemed grouping of individuals from all over the continent and also from the US. As it's been said, my name is Thabo Msibi. I am from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And I do have a problem, which I conveyed earlier to my panelists, that I generally tend to not keep to time. And Mandisa was looking at me earlier, telling me that I have to keep to time. So I'm going to try my best to talk within the next 15 minutes and make sure that I'm done with this engagement. Before I commence my talk, I also want to just maybe flag a point that has sort of troubled me in our engagements for the last 2 days. And it relates to the issue of resourcing and funding for international partnerships. We've had a lot of engagements around the importance of initiating such global partnerships, but that the issue of resourcing really is not a major hindrance, that we can upscale. We have to think creatively about upscaling our initiatives and sustainability and things like that. I can tell you right away, colleagues, that in every program that I have initiated, the issue of funding has been absolutely central. You cannot drive innovation, particularly in the context of Africa, where the power relations between the partners is unequal, and where you have to come in as a partner that seeks support, and then you say that funding is not as important as the actual initiative itself. My sense is always that these configurations are often based on power relations, and that when you go into a discussion on these forms of partnerships, you have to have in mind an understanding that as the Global South, we are disproportionately sort of placed in a disadvantaged position, and often it is not our agenda that is served by these international engagements, but often the agenda of those who have the resources and means. So I thought I should just flag that to start off with, and it will be a theme that will permeate in the engagement. So what I want to talk about today is a partnership that we've had with the University of Columbia, Teachers College Columbia University, based in New York. The University of KwaZulu-Natal has got multiple international collaborations across the world. But we wanted to flag this partnership because it's a partnership that we believe has worked very well. What I'm going to try and do today very quickly is to talk through the range of programs that we've had within this partnership. How did this partnership germinate? How we then transitioned into the USSA Expanding Academic Literacy Program, which the Minister Naledi Pandor flagged yesterday when she made her introductory remarks. And then also I'm going to share with you our current program, which again is funded with a kind support from the US Embassy, which is a process that we're trying to institutionalize our programs by initiating a project focused on racial justice, both in South Africa and also in the US. And finally, I will engage with you about the key lessons that we've learned in the range of programs that we've introduced. I think I don't have to harbor this point. It's been mentioned multiple times before that there is a problem in the country that relates to academic staff members not having PhDs. In fact, in 2016, Johan Morton wrote a report around this, and there was deliberate engagement from DHET to try and address the issue of not only just academics not having PhDs, but generally the graduates in relation to those individuals who have PhDs relative to the population. But Johan Morton's argument, in effect, is saying that it's not just about replenishing sort of the academic capacity, but it's also about making sure that the sector serves to foster sort of the knowledge economy and respond to the challenges that are presented in the present moment. We decided when the USDP program was launched by DHET that we needed to focus on not just preparing our academics to complete PhDs, because there was ample research suggesting that universities were recruiting academics into their spaces, particularly in South Africa, and that's a point you're going to see running through my presentation. It's a partnership between the University of KwaZulu-Natal, located in Durban and Pietermaritzburg in the KZN province. The University of Zululand, Professor Mapalala, who's seated there at the back, was in fact instrumental because he was a dean at the time at the University of Zululand, Dean of Education, and he came in as a partner, as well as the Durban University of Technology. We then had to have an international partner, and our initial partner was the University of Iowa. And my introductory comments around the issue of funding pertain to this very important point, that our plan initially was to go for the University of Iowa, but the University of Iowa decided that no, when we had initiated our engagement with a colleague of mine that I knew, and it's a point that's been mentioned multiple times again, that when you start these partnerships, when it's about friendship, sometimes they fall apart when the individual goes away. So the colleague who was located in Iowa left, and all of a sudden this partnership was left with a university, and somebody had to come on board to coordinate it. The University of Iowa's argument was that, well, if we're going to do this, we need to be the ones who are in the driving seat. We want the money. We are the ones who should be controlling the money because we come with the resources, we come with the support. And our position was that no, when we go into partnerships like this, we go as equal partners, we co-develop the program, we collaborate, we work as partners throughout. And so we moved out of that relationship and approached Columbia University, and it's been a pleasure working with them. The project was mainly focused on supporting our staff to get PhDs, getting them to publish, and also to connect internationally. So what we did was we gave them annually 4 cohort sessions where we'd come together to learn about academia, to be able to support their studies. We also got them to have a local partner from from Colombia as well, beg your pardon, local partner from UKZN as well, and an international partner from Colombia. We then pulled them out of the classroom as well, gave them 4 years of teaching relief to make sure that they're able to focus on their studies and also on publishing. And they had a 5 months residency in the US. And those of you who are making a calculation here, you would know that in 2020, we were hit with COVID. And so the 5 months became 3 months, and we had to return them to South Africa under emergency conditions. But they were based at Columbia for 3 months. And also they were required to attend international conferences as well as local conferences. And we gave them book allowance. The net effect of that is that 80% have done their PhDs, 20% will be completing this year, so we'll hit 100% completion rate. On top of that, we have more than 60% who have met the requirement of publishing 3 publications before the end of the project. The majority of them have published more than 5 publications before the completion of the project. 40% are already promoted to senior lecturer positions in their respective institutions. This is ahead of the completion of the project. 76 national and international conferences were attended. We've had 78 academic papers generated, and there's been incredible academic development on these colleagues. And you can see the effect. If you put in the resources, if you have a good partner, a system can work and it can actually generate what you want. These are just visuals of them arriving in the US and also attending the various sessions that they had. I just want to make a point that they were just not there on academic tourism at Columbia. We asked them to go and complete modules. They had to audit classes that were related to their fields so that they could have a full experience of being in a US institution. The next project that I want to focus on for the next minute or so, which the minister spoke about, is the Expanding Academic Literacy Project. We realized at UKZN that more than 50%, in fact 54% of our students come from quintiles 1 to 3 schools. Those are schools that do not have resources. They are, in fact, poor schools within our education system. And many of the students that come in have got no grasp of the English language and often battle when it comes to academic literacy. So what we did was we engaged our partners at TC and we said, look, we can see that you've got a writing center that's very good. How do we work together between UKZN and Teachers College to be able to collaboratively develop a program on academic literacy support? That program has been developed, and our long-term objective, and this is the point I want to drive, and in fact it has already been communicated by colleagues in this panel, there has to be some form of long-term planning. What are you trying to achieve eventually? We want to offer a provincial, a provincial academic literacy center that's going to be attended by students at UKZN, UniZulu, and DUT, meaning that we're going to try and address this problem of having unequal educational institutions within the province. Doesn't matter whether you're UKZN, whether you're DUT, or you are coming from the University of Zululand, you can be able to attend this center. I'm not going to speak more about the model. Basically, it was focused on one-to-one, and we had training in Colombia again. The last project that I want to focus on is the Racial Justice Fellowship Program. And in this program, we are finally trying to say, how do institutionalize our work between Columbia University and the University of KwaZulu-Natal? Again, we want to make sure that long-term, it's not just about project work, but it's about something that benefits our society and benefits our communities. We are going to select students in South Africa across all universities, 12 of them, focused on or are interested in racial justice issues at master's and PhD level. The same is going to happen in New York at Columbia University. And these students will be taken through a rigorous program for a year, being trained on racial justice. The intention is to create the next generation of racial justice scholars because we recognize that our problems in the US are similar to those in South Africa around issues of race, and we can actually work collaboratively together on a reciprocal condition to try and address this issue. So I'm not going to go into this, and I'm just going to go to my last slide. So what are we learning around this project? Firstly, that it is important to include the right voices around the table. It cannot just be anyone who comes through just because you want to establish a partnership. It has to be the right voices who are going to have the full vested interest and also the vision of what you want to accomplish. It is important, colleagues, that I flag this point, that there are many relationship dynamics that are involved in international partnerships. And I think sometimes we actually fail to understand that. We think that we come into the table and things get sorted out immediately and everything is put in place. We have to negotiate. It's a process of negotiating those relationships. It's building reciprocity, it's authenticity, it's cooperation, co-creation, and a mutual benefit and the pursuit of excellence. A key matter that has always emerged in our engagements with Colombia is the variation in the systems. The policies in institutions differ. And having to negotiate how you run through a process of, for example, just getting an MOU established is going to be different from one context to the next. It's a nightmare at UKZN, it's a nightmare, I know at DUT, similarly they had similar problems, but being able to have an open door to engage with your partners, to be able to appreciate that understanding of complexity and to collaborate together is something that we've learned. The other point that I want to flag is that culture and context matter, and I think that's been repeated multiple times in this engagement. You know, we had to prepare our academics for the US, where if you're a black man, you can get sorted at any point in time. And that's a reality that we had to engage them on, to prepare them as they go in. And so when they arrived at Teachers College, there was a program deliberately dedicated towards understanding what is the US context and how it varies to the South African context. And equally, we are going to do the same here when the US students come for the Racial Justice Project. Next point I want to mention, which I've already flagged, is that these relationships are never neutral. And we have to be honest in engaging with that reality. They are about power relations, and we do have the Global South coming into this conversation already being at a disadvantage. Having a government or having the ability to dictate the terms financially, and that's what I love about the USTP, it's what I love also about the US Embassy grants that have been given. We determine the terms, we engage equally across the table, and nobody is telling us how to drive our programs. And I think as we think through about issues of institutionalization, it's going to be important that we balance the debate around the institutional autonomy versus this collective identity of wanting to work together collaboratively. Universities are different. Universities are autonomous. They work with their own strategies. So it is upon us to, as partners, to come together to think through how we balance these two, this institutionalization as well as this autonomy. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sure you all know why he's the Dean of Deans, right? Thank you, Thabo. And then the last speaker we'll have will be Kelly.
Good afternoon. I'd like to first thank Professor Kupe in your office and the American partners for inviting us to this very impactful summit. We really appreciate it. My project is the University Initiative Health Information Project. And in short, I'm just going to be calling it UPI HIT project. But let me just start off by saying, one of my favorite Setswana sayings is, "Mabogodinku a tebana," which loosely translated means, together we can solve problems best if we come together. The University Partnership Initiative Health Information Project, Technology Project, UPI HIT project, was launched in 2020 through a partnership formed by the United States Department it had a very broad list of stakeholders. One of the key players was Ministry of Health and Wellness of the government of Botswana, the University of Botswana where I work, Rutgers Cancer Institute of New Jersey, Botswana-Rutgers Partnership for Health, Rutgers Global Health Institute, and the US Embassy in Botswana. Keep in mind, Mabahodinko Atebana. Together we can solve problems. Our objectives were very simple. We wanted to formulate and facilitate platforms that can support distance learning. We wanted to also keep the efforts that are happening around telementoring going, and also to think ahead about the efforts that the government is taking towards telemedicine. We did that by firstly assessing the current information technology environments of various sites around the country. These assessments was based on the IT infrastructure in particular. What do the hospitals have? What don't they have? What are the gaps? We were also assessing the technical and administrative support that is available at these sites. We went around, we did user experience assessment. We also did some surveys. And from these assessments, we managed to go to six sites, 4 of which were hospitals. And we managed to make some recommendations to the Ministry of Health and Wellness to support, to amp their support against towards telementoring and teleeducation. Our team also managed to conduct a pilot during the COVID-19 pandemic. We used the opportunity that COVID provided to accelerate our efforts. Our pilot was through conducting COVID-19 webinars that were happening every week, at least once a week. And these were platforms to bring together to the table health practitioners, the experts, the scholars, as well as the local practitioners, whether you're in public or in private sector, to a table through technology to exchange experiences, knowledge, and best practices. We were able to reach over 1,000 health practitioners in total. We had over 40 webinars, and they are now still available on our YouTube channel that you can see on the link there. Our achievements were that we were able to localize our efforts. Through localization, we're able to coordinate and formulate local teams at these sites that will continue the work after we've left. These teams are administrative and technical teams. So it's a merger between the hospital administrators, the technical staff, as well as local government representatives. The HIT project also managed to procure some equipment to help bridge some of the gaps that we found during our assessment. These ranged from laptops, teleconferencing screens, and modems. We installed them and made sure that they're running. Technical teams that we managed to coordinate the formulation of are still running those conference centers or hubs, I should say. And we have successfully close the project knowing that the work that we've done is still continuing. Some of the lessons that we've learned through this is that strategic partnerships between universities and governments do indeed work. It is important for us to note that I work at the University of Botswana. I was a student there. Now I work there. And I not only work in the IT department, I work at the Faculty of Medicine, which is a very young faculty. It was formed in 2009. And it has, up to date, over 500 graduates. I'm bringing out the University Faculty of Medicine as it really did set the tone for our project in the HIT project. The faculty was formed through a directive from the government. It was also formed through a partnership that was formed through the University of Pennsylvania. It was also formed through the Harvard School of Public Health. So all these players came to the table and decided that we need to, as a country, be able to train our doctors in country, and they are still being trained today. So when it came to the HIT project, it wasn't a question of can it be done, was simply a question of when and how. Other lessons learned from our project is that when you simplify your goals and you involve your local partners, you can really have a long-lasting impact in the communities that you serve. The COVID-19 webinars, as mentioned, ran over throughout the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown. So these were practitioners coming together and exchanging sometimes almost 2 times a week or 3 times a week, depending on the need. Information that really did change how local and disadvantaged communities care for the patients and how to save lives. Through the success of the webinar series, we were able to do our HIT project and leave it running. The hubs right now are still running some webinars addressing different healthcare issues, including our battle as a country in non-communicable diseases and illnesses such as cancer and its diagnosis. My lasting words or my parting words to you is that start small. Pilot programs do in fact work. Once you've piloted, you've proven you have a proof of your project, then you can easily scale up. Thank you.
Well, we need to thank her because she spared us 5 minutes. Thank you so much. The Vice Chancellor, the University of Pretoria, Professor Tawana Kupe, we want to really thank you for staying all through yesterday and till now. I would have actually said you can leave after now, but I know that you won't because you will have to end the program. But thank you for staying on to the end. I also want to appreciate our Deputy Vice Chancellor. Thank you. Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, University of Pretoria, Professor Sunil Maharaj, thank you. And our partners, I see someone from the Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you for being here. Thank you for staying to the end. I don't know if you have a choice, but thank you. So with your permission, I would like to tell you that we, unlike the last session, they had 1 hour for question and answer discussions. We don't have that. We have only 35 minutes. So that's why I told you about just going straight to your question. But before we do go there, let me just say 2 things. One, there's something I've noticed that many of the scholars in the US, and not just in the US, but also in Africa, we make the anthropological mistake of categorizing Africa as sub-Saharan Africa. It separates, it's unhelpful. Africa is Africa. We don't have sub-Saharan Global South, for example. We don't have North Global South, for instance. So Africa should be Africa, and let's keep it that way if you can. It's going to be a hell of a task to convince people to start changing the mind frames, but something to really think about. The second thing is I've got 4 questions myself as Commander-in-Chief of this meeting, due respect to the Vice-Chancellor. I should ask them, but I'm not going to ask them. I'll wait for you to ask your questions. I'll only ask those that you do not ask. So if you ask all my questions, then I've got nothing else to say. So it is at this time that I throw the discussions open. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this is your time. I note 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. You guys are part of the meeting, right? Okay, so I take it that you're waiting for the second round, if we do have time for that. So please go straight to your question. Just introduce yourself and straight to your question. No commentaries, if you can, please. All right, number 1.
Thank you very much. My name is Lucas Mkuti from Mozambique. Professor Mabokela spoke about opportunities for innovative collaboration, and one important word that she used is empower. Our partnerships empower people in health and mental health, food and water security, agricultural programs, conservation programs, and so on. Now, I think that this is very good, but I think that we can help Africa by bringing in peace studies as well. Security studies, if you like, because if there's no peace in Africa, and we know that there are lots of conflicts in Africa, if there are no peace studies, if we cannot study how people live, how peaceful people live, then we cannot bring these development programs to these areas. Therefore, I would like to say that I think if we bring in peace studies, that will be a great innovation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That wasn't a question. It was actually a very good suggestion. Thank you. Number 2? Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you.
Put on your mic.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you for recognizing the sustainable continuation of the project we had with the University of Cornell. I think we really value the partnership with Cornell. That's why we gave honorary doctorate degree to Professor Tamo, the project leader of that partnership with University of Cornell. And then the first graduate of that project is now full professor since last October. We really value the partnership with Cornell University, and we really appreciate. My suggestion to sustain again this partnership, which is more than 20 years, we are accrediting our laboratories with ABET. One of them is the water laboratory, which was initiated and started with a partnership with Cornell University. I think we will be glad if Cornell can still continue partnering with this water and hydrology related research there, because we are at the source of the Blue Nile. We are very close to the biggest lake in the country, Lake Tana. I think continuing with water-related research with Bahar Dar University is an opportunity for not only Bahar Dar University, but for Cornell too. So we will be glad to continue our long-term partnership with Cornell. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Number 3.
Thank you. I'm Solomon from Ethiopia as well, from the Ministry of Education. Just a reflection for me, Professor Thabo Msibi. I see that you have done a great job in terms of changing partnership to a reality. One of the biggest problem and challenge that we are facing in our education institutions are our institutions have not been able to manage their stakeholders, or they were not able to make establish the needs of each other. That's one of the major gaps that I see as far as Ethiopian higher education institutions are concerned, or it could be for Africa as well. So there could be several reasons why this is happening, but in your presentation, I see a productive engagement and partnership. So my concern is, I mean, well, I would like you to reflect on what specific measure should African higher education institutions should step up to change partnership a reality or to make it more productive. Thank you.
All right, Tabo, I hope you got that. Now that they mentioned you, and maybe this can be part of the answer you give, is, you know, we talk about knowledge sharing, also sharing best practices. At the University of Pretoria, we have, I know that the minister has talked about your academic literacy program, but at the University of Pretoria, the Faculty of Humanities, we have a globally recognized academic literacy center as well. So you may want to check in with us and see what we can do together. And then the last question on this row, number 4. Yes, I don't care. This is the University of Pretoria. I heard them. I heard what you said. Yes, number 4.
Yeah, good afternoon to the panel. I think my question might go to Tabo and also Ritumetse. Are you with me?
Okay, I knew the voice, but I wasn't seeing the person. Okay.
Okay, yeah. I think what I wanted to ask was in relationship to the power relations that Tabo spoke to, that he had a way of dealing with them, but also I'm trying to say, how do you really ensure that you're not playing to the funders' aspirations, but you're getting into a project that would actually serve your long-term goals and strategy, either as an institution and the rest of the thing. And to a large extent, I know this is all about the high-level issues about the apex of the qualification, which is the doctoral training and everything that we've been doing. But I think what I've heard, I've not heard anything about professionalization of the university when we talk to not just staff members, just those that are responsible for issues of governance, leadership, in order to ensure that we have got sustainable institutions. And I think in South Africa, I can say with a little bit of salt, but I say that we have a crisis in that space, and it's actually manifesting itself, and we need to find maybe partners somewhere else to actually strengthen that arm, because there would be no universities without also proper governance and leadership within that space. Thank you.
All right. So we've got 4 questions, and we still have 27 minutes on the watch. And I noticed that there was no question for David or Kelly. So I want to give this section of the room an opportunity to ask questions. Hopefully you get to get questions, and then I'll give you time to respond. So everybody is on Ivuki. Is that fine?
Sorry, Chair.
Okay. Did you hear him?
Chair?
Yes.
I forgot an important thing to introduce myself. My name is Luvuyo Lumkile Laledle. I'm from University of South Africa.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Thank you for coming. So this section, yes, Chris, my namesake. Chris, going 1,
yeah.
Going 2,
yeah.
You're not buying, gone.
I can
Chris.
ask on behalf of everybody.
Yes.
From the block. Thank you very much. My namesake, Chris, and I think I'd like to join a truly grateful audience to re-echo the deep sense of gratitude that we feel for Professor Kupe and his formidable team, as well as that of the American Embassy. As we speak about, as we reflect, as we escalate the imperatives of partnerships and internationalization across the spectrum, as we recommend to redouble our effort. Something has been resonating with me, and that's I haven't heard anyone point out on those salient issues to do with the regulatory framework. The regulatory framework, you know. How are we going to deal with issues of curriculum across the divide? We have as a regulatory agency in Nigeria, we have different cultures, different parameters for evaluating that our operations and programs must be seen to be operating at full strength. Whose regulatory framework will take preeminence in an engagement of this nature? The issue of equivalence, the issue of recognition of certificates, etc., etc. And I'd like to hear from this eminent persons group. You know, it can be anybody. It could be Professor Obakeng. She's eminently qualified. It could be Kelly or the Dean of Deans. You know, we as we live here, we need to be sure as to the succeeding steps while, you know, preoccupying ourselves with partnerships and internationalization issues. Whose regulatory framework will take preeminence in what has already been branded an unequal, you know, and a very weak arrangement, as it were. Thank you.
Yeah, we allowed you to talk for so long because you were speaking on behalf of this section of the room. Thank you very much. And so I'll piggyback on your question and direct this to David. You mentioned, I thought it was fascinating that you mentioned that when in Ethiopia, the Bahir Dar program was decided by Ethiopians themselves. And it's actually important for the principle of equal partnership and for contextualizing partnerships, you know, localizing, if you like. So is this something that Cornell can replicate in all your future partnerships? You don't have to answer now, just have that in mind so that everyone has a question. Colleagues, you have 2.5 minutes each to try and respond. You can see the timer there. So when it's 13, I would stop everyone. Okay, just 2 seconds left. So we'll start with, let's start with David.
So the question was about, could we replicate the Bahir Dar model elsewhere? I think in that case, it was initiated by the government of Ethiopia, the Ministry of Education. There was the invitation was made and the resources were made available by the government. So as long as, I mean, that's an ideal situation, I think, given the context of this meeting. It's probably unusual in the experience of many people in this room, but I would like to think that it could be replicated. It would have to work where there's mutual agreement and there's a baseline of trust and already an involvement, in this case, involvement in multiple research projects over years before that happened. There also has to be flexibility in each institution, maybe getting back to Chris's question about regulatory environment in universities. In that case, at the beginning of that program in Ethiopia, the degrees were granted by Cornell University, but the students were in Ethiopia, and the plan from the beginning was for Bahir Dar to start their own MPS program, which they did, and so then the degrees became granted by Bahir Dar. So that seems to us to be an ideal setting for a partnership and an ideal outcome.
Yeah, and this is a very important point, because while we agree that universities are autonomous, let's not forget that universities are also subsets of a state, right? So the state and government have a role to play in a lot of deciding how these things go. So it's useful that you say the Ethiopian government was part of it, and that's very crucial when you seek to also do these things in the future.
Maybe if I get one more thing in direct response to Chris, I mean, none of us are ever going to escape the regulatory environment of our own institutions. That's not going to happen. So we have to figure out how to negotiate around that with each other. And I think, as Tabu suggested, we've got to be patient with each other as we each navigate our own university bureaucracies. Good. Cornell has one.
Better put, you have to have a middle ground. You meet in
the
middle somewhere.
I think one of the ways to maybe for that to work most smoothly, it gets back to that point about university leadership involvement. At the first graduation ceremony, at the Bahir Dar graduation ceremony, the president of Cornell came and spoke. And so it can help if one has that blessing from the top and can appeal when one's institutional bureaucracy slows things down a little too much.
All right, thank you. And
I'd like to maybe answer two questions. I'll start with the power relationship question that was raised. One of the things that I want to articulate is that in developing our Vision 2030 strategy, we spent 2 years engaging with partners around the world. And so that strategy was not just a figment of our imagination on our campus talking to each other. And we spent another extensive amount of time engaging with various stakeholders on our campus. So it was informed both by insights from what our partners or our future partners conveyed to us as their priorities, and similarly, who our stakeholders are, my dean colleagues, internal stakeholders, external donors, alumni. We spent a lot of time really trying to come with a set of understanding of how we were going to engage each other. So when we developed that global strategy, we were very conscious, or at least very confident, that we were reflecting or capturing some of the concerns that were articulated from our partners. So as we engage them, we know that we've at least made a truthful attempt to address them. And really the power relationships here, we developed a set of guiding principles that we shared with some of our partners, just again, so that it is informed by what they shared with us. And as we engage with each other, we're at least trying to be very clear about how we're engaging in this conversation and what it is that brings us to the table and the essential rules of the game that we're coming to play with. And if there are areas of negotiation that need to be had, of course, we would use that as a point of departure to have those conversations. But I think, once the partnerships have been established, one of the practices that we engage in on a fairly regular basis is having annual assessment. Every single year we pause and say, okay, we agreed that we were going to work together for 5 years. This is the end of year 1. Are we still on the same page? Are there conditions that have changed? Are there things that we need to reconsider? Because then that helps us navigate balance and just really have a pulse check in terms of where the relationship is going. And frankly, if we need to pause, sometimes the relationship starts with the best intentions and it doesn't work. It is okay to stop and say, you know what, maybe it's not working as we had hoped it would work, and you stop. But do so, respectfully with colleagues. So that's my initial set of ideas there. So to the question regarding regulatory frameworks and policies, an example that I did not share, but that really helped us navigate this. We have a joint academic program with the university in China. We had to navigate Chinese laws, higher education laws. We had to navigate Illinois, and not just state of Illinois, University of Illinois, but US federal government laws regarding how we were going to develop and administer and eventually offer credentials from these two institutions. So, that process of first, we had to comply. There were things that were non-negotiable on both sides. So our Chinese partners came and said, these are the things we can negotiate. And we came with our own set of non-negotiables. But then there were, gray areas. And the non-negotiables essentially meant to things, compliance issues. If you violate those, then you get in trouble. So we didn't want anybody getting in trouble as a result of the partnership. But the gray areas, are where we spent then a significant amount of time really trying to make sure that the curriculum that we developed or co-developed, it was a co-developed curriculum, met the needs of both of our institutions, so that when students take our students and vice versa, our Chinese students come to campus to spend time, they're truly being in alignment with a set of, of guidelines, both curricular guidelines as well as regulatory guidelines that we agreed upon. It took a lot of time. It took us about 3 years to arrive to work through all of those processes.
Yeah, but it's very important. Yeah. Thank you. And thank you also for reiterating the point about accountability. David mentioned, for example, that for long-term projects, it's useful to have a monitoring and evaluation framework in place from the get-go. And I think that's useful. Thabo?
Thank you. Thank you for those questions. And I must say I agree with the responses that have been given by the two colleagues sitting next to me here. Maybe just to respond to the first question around managing stakeholders, and I just think that it's a very difficult question that you're asking, because I think part of the problem, and then we're having a conversation last night with, 2 nights ago with Kyle, around why, for instance, South Africa continues to be the biggest beneficiary for funding grants, is because we have the systems that are in place and therefore can be able to manage the grants and the reporting that is associated with that. I think that there's a lot of capacity that is required within the continent that we have to focus on in terms of empowering the rest of the continent. And of course, this is not to, I'm very guarded about sort of this generalization around what is happening in the continent, but I do think that generally the systems in South Africa tend to be more established, and so in terms of grants management, in terms of engaging with the funder and being able to report at the appropriate times, we've got the systems already inbuilt. And so it's a process for us, I think, as a continent to leverage with each other and to find ways of sort of utilizing our strengths across the continent and partnering in supporting that work. In terms of a question around power relations, I think Prof, you've already addressed a lot of it. For me, I think that the question around not playing to the funder's aspirations. Invariably, every funder will have their own sort of strategic desires. But I think that the process of partnership should not be simply about chasing the grants. To the contrary, it should be about working towards attaining your own strategy. And so if you've got an institutional strategy that is already established, that is in place, your funding needs are driven by what is required within the strategy and what you are ultimately trying to accomplish. And so, it's not so much about you developing the program just to respond to the funder, but rather that the funder supports what you already had in mind in relation to the projects that you have and you want to achieve. The question around sort of professionalization of the university and the issue of governance is a very tricky one. There is, and I think you are spot on, Prof. We do have a problem in South Africa in that what is supposed to be management matters have moved into the space of governance, and so you have councils dictating to the leadership of the institutions on how to run particular projects, initiatives within the institution. Those projects which are supposed to be related to management, the management of the institution, leading the institution. And I think that it's a call for, in my opinion, another project on how we can partner with our colleagues elsewhere to build that capacity for our councils to understand their own responsibilities and their own roles. And finally, in relation to the issue of the regulatory framework, we encountered a lot of problems, and not now related to the project at Teachers College, but another project that we're trying to pursue with Denver. And Kyle is fully aware of this, and the team are aware around this, because part of the problem was that South Africa has a very, very strict sort of regulatory framework in place, whereas US institutions generally tend to be much more sort of flexible. And at the time, there wasn't even the policy for internationalization in place. So you were not sure whether, what is meant by a joint program, for instance. Fortunately, there has been a shift. At least in South Africa, we have a policy in place that we are trying to work with, and I think there was an engagement presented earlier around, how we're grappling to try and align our programs with that policy. But I think that there has to be sort of this mutual engagement between the partners, the US partner and the African partner, to be able to see where we can meet each other halfway. I mean, in a way, there's gonna always be a problem, even beyond just the regulatory framework in relation to the composition and the constitution, for example, of the modules and how much you charge, or for each module. To get a degree in South Africa is extremely cheap compared to a degree in the US. These are the type of engagement that you're going to have with the partners to be able to negotiate, what gives and what goes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Kelly, you've got any response to Chris' question around regulatory frameworks? How did that impact on what you did at UB?
Thank you. I think I just wanted to start off by saying that the university has a very strict policy around how we govern our partnerships. So, and simply because partnership is ingrained in the formulation of the university. So for us to accomplish it well, we need to make sure that there are proper checks and balances that are transparent and are also able to speak to the needs of all the stakeholders at the table. So tying in all of this and trying to answer your question, which is quite challenging actually, I think it's important for us to recognize that we don't operate in a silo. We always have to engage our regulatory body, which is now 100% localized. So localization is one of the key things that has helped us to be able to successfully accomplish most of our projects on time and on budget. So the regulatory framework that you speak of has to then tie in the localization aspect of every course that you're offering, every program that you have, every initiative that you're trying to run. I think in that way, if you start off by acknowledging the importance of your stakeholders, the importance of transparency and monitoring, it becomes a whole lot easier. I just wanted to tie in some of the comments that were also made by our colleagues this side about having a wide range of offerings in inclusion of peace and security. It is important for, I think, institutions to always try to engage a government and for a government to try to engage an institution in order for us to come up with comprehensive programs that it's not a top-down approach. You know, everybody is sitting at the table and everybody has an equal voice and everybody's bringing in their knowledge in order to accomplish a singular goal. And I really do appreciate your comment on inclusion of peace and security. Thank you.
Maybe if I can offer one more comment regarding, I'm about to make a really broad generalization here, so please pardon me if this doesn't apply to your context in the US. But many US institutions are decentralized, and the level of decentralization can vary quite significantly. So, the idea that, even, I, as the Vice Provost for International Affairs, or the Provost or the President would come and tell faculty what to do is just really something that we just wouldn't even imagine. But this has a real bearing on the ways in which we do partnerships. Because if I meet colleagues, I have to then and strike up some wonderful ideas. Then I have to go back to my own campus and negotiate essentially with my dean colleagues, with my faculty colleagues, and with others who are actually going to do the work. So sometimes, when we engage in partnerships, we always have to remind our colleagues that while we might have these long titles that seem like they're really important, we really have to go back and negotiate and navigate and engage our colleagues and get the buy-in on our campus, which can sometimes add length, add time, add all kinds, levels of complexity that we might otherwise not have if one is working in a higher education system that's a little bit more centralized.
All right, colleagues, it's amazing how when you're having a good time, time flies, right? We have exactly 5 minutes on the watch, so there will be no time for any further questions. My goal here is to, do I have time to give them 1 minute to round up? Yeah? So I've got a question for Tabo, which you will answer outside here. And it's about, your thoughts on retention rates of PhD holders in universities, since, majority of them tend to go to better paying jobs in government, right? But don't answer now. So we've had a very wonderful session, and we've had wonderful lessons around the reality of power, relations, the need for reciprocity, the need for context, cultural awareness, and accountability, right? So I would give each of you 1 minute on the clock to just say your closing remarks, and thank you for being here, but I'll come back to you on that. So, David?
Thank you, Chris. I think I'll pick up on the last comment about the culture in universities and their decentralization that applies both to sort of institutional structures, but just the power of individual faculty. And I think there's an important lesson here. I'll frame this just in terms of the United States, and you can tell me if it applies in Africa. What is my minute up already, Chris? Is that what you're and that is that in the United States, in the post-World War II arena, there was a relationship established that has driven incredible developments in science and technology in the United States and U.S. universities. This synergy between government funding and the development of the modern university in the United States. Part of that is a culture, though, that empowers individual faculty and encourages narrow definitions of disciplines. That brings barriers to the kind of activity that I think collectively we're after here. So I would challenge those of us in universities, in particular university leaders, to think about the incentive structures, and can there be some tweaks to those incentive structures that would incentivize less narrowly disciplinary behavior, less narrow focus on grants and publications, which are important, they're foundational, but if we want to have impact outside the university, we have to behave in different ways, and individuals and structures behave according to the incentives. And those are a combination of funding and university leadership.
Thank you.
I started part of my presentation by highlighting some of the global issues that confront us, what I call our global concerns. And really, I wanted to lay that framework and remind us that in order for us to address those issues, institutions of higher education need to be adaptable. We have to be nimble, and really to reinforce the point that you're making, that we're mired within structures that are quite, sometimes quite archaic, and traditions that are important, but sometimes do not always provide an opportunity for us to be nimble and to be responsive. And I think really coming out of the, I can use the COVID example, which really, we didn't have the luxury of waiting and thinking about and doing long studies. We had to respond because we had to, And so if we can learn from that experience and really, as we move forward as institutions of higher education, allow ourselves to color a little bit outside the lines, and engage, invite, and welcome issues around interdisciplinarity in terms of our research, even in terms of our scholarships, our curriculum, multidisciplinary, and really thinking a little bit about how we're a lot more adaptable in the ways in which we offer and we deliver education and broadly.
Thank you very much. Sabo?
A minute. I think that there's a lot of potential which we have not explored that lies within the continent itself, and the potential to connect with one another within the continent and make connections also to the global north, but having worked together within the continent. Very often we look for partnerships that are north-south, but actually I think coming from this discussion here, I think that more of us need to now start looking inwardly within the continent and ask ourselves, how do we make these partnerships and connections here, and then approach the North as a consortium of African institutions?
Yeah, that's why I asked you to come to Pretoria, right? For those academic leaders. 1 minute.
Coming from a professional point of view, I believe that to make an impact, we really do need to try and simplify our goals. And by simplifying the goals, I mean actually have a conversation with the communities that you're trying to have an impact with, and draw down together, very simple, achievable, small goals that can be scaled up in a short period of time. And some of these scaling up efforts, like some speakers have already spoken of, do not need a whole lot of funding. They just need for us to be able to work together and come up with long-term goals that are mutually beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 6 seconds on the clock. I want to thank my panel. Thank you very much. The most important people to thank are you guys, but put your hands together for them. Thank you.
World Vision. To find ideas that become solutions to the world's most pressing concerns. Innovation and creativity are the sparks that ignite to transform lives and society. And these need space to grow.
We are home to these creative and innovative sparks. Our work goes beyond the disciplines, across our 9 faculties, 7 campuses, and being one of Africa's top business schools. As an African global university, we stand proudly among the world's top universities. We remain at the forefront of universal discoveries and provide authentically African solutions to the world's greatest challenges and opportunities. We are pioneers in our fields, from the humanities to cutting-edge technologies, continually seeking ways to improve the world around us. Our hybrid learning systems provide quality education that enables graduates to become adaptable game changers. We have molded nearly 500,000 alumni who have made their mark locally and internationally, and we continue to inspire and equip our students to uphold our firmly rooted culture of excellence. At the heart of what we do is our people. They are creative, critical thinkers who can shape society for the better, because that is how we teach, learn, innovate, impact, and live. We are the university.
To that day of the coffee, and I think both of us were pretty excited about what grew out of a lot of conversations subsequently on this idea of network building. 2016, there was some seed funding from Rutgers Newark that helped us set up an initial website. And then the USDP funding, thanks to DHET, that led to the collaborations that we walked through yesterday. We did our official launch in 2018 and started to have some conversations with the US Embassy at the time. The first project that the embassy founded or supported was on exchanges around university commercialization. We had a small delegation from the US that came over, then one from South Africa that visited the US to just look at technology transfer and commercialization. And then the infrastructure grant, which is funding much of the work that really led up to today. I'm going to just really quickly go through the deliverables that were part of the grant, and Rakeshni yesterday gave a little bit of a longer preview, but really quickly as a reminder, we had some baseline research on pre-existing partnerships, some exploration around joint degree programs, looking at exchanges around mathematics education, which is of course a big concern here in South Africa and a big concern in many communities in the US, looking at urbanization research, enhancing STEM partnerships, thinking about ways that universities and colleges were coming out of and dealing with the challenges of COVID-19, research around refugee issues, which is a growing concern, anchor institutional partnerships, work around third stream income and university advancement, looking at issues of research capacity, commercialization capacity, thinking about entrepreneurship efforts, and particularly funding mechanisms. A big concern that a number of the stakeholders over time had was around sort of the norm for many training programs in entrepreneurship. People will get trained on business plan development and ideation, but when it comes down to having the funding to actually go and start businesses and the ongoing coaching, that's a gap that's still very much there. So we've had a lot of conversations on building a framework for that. And then I'm looking at other entrepreneurship partnerships. So a lot of different ideas that have been tested out over the past few years and that we've piloted. And that brings us to conversations on next steps. As we wind down on some of the major grants that we've had for this project, trying to find additional funding and support to move the initiatives out of their exploration phase, and building and ensuring that we've got collaborations in doing so. And I think that the collaboration piece
is probably one of the most challenging components of this because we've seen many instances where new pools of funding open up and we go in with these spirits of collaboration, but then you find that everyone's going after the same pools. So I would say that one of the challenges and one of the things I hope we can all come out of some of these conversations on partnerships with is a better understanding on how to partner and how to collaborate and how to do things together. Strengthening the network and looking at some ways that we can enhance very, very strong governance mechanisms. The initial sort of grants that were coming through were partnerships between University of Victoria, Rutgers. When I was at Rutgers, Guildford now, University of Enda has played a very key role. But we're exploring ways that we can get more people involved in the governance processes. And then looking at trying to continue to do convenings. Unfortunately, for a bit of time, we were all limited to the sort of COVID screens. Today and yesterday are really exciting because it's the first time in a while that we've been able to get together in person. And I think that we've seen through a lot of the conversations over lunch and between sessions that this is really where ideas percolate. So trying to do as many convenings in person. There's a reference to actually an event that we're having in Greensboro, where I know that we've got a delegation coming from South Africa in March. And we're hoping to have others join us for that. And we'll send out some information about that in the next few days. And then identifying some task teams that can help us to carry forward with the ideas that have been generated and many of the ideas that have coming up through just our interactions today. So we're looking forward to the next steps. And I think, if past is prologue, and if we can pick up on a lot of the energy here, I'm going to be really excited to see what we're all reporting back on in 3 or 4 or 5 years. So back to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Prof. Kupe, I'm not sure if you would like what I'm going to say now, but I just hope that at least part of it, you will like it. I'm not sure, Rakeshni, whether you actually included me in this panel on the basis of being a funder or on the basis of being a government representative. However, let me start off then, Prof. Kupe, by that part of funding. The reality that we are faced with is that things are not good with regards to funding. That is with us in South Africa as a country. Those who have been involved in this program would remember that when we started off, we actually were able to fund about double of the academics that we are funding currently. But with time, that support decreased. And I'm sure that quite a number of you know what were the causes of that. But this is not to scare you in this regard. The department is quite committed in terms of continuing with these programs. However, the only thing that I just need to warn you about is that the support or the funding that is available, it's actually dwindling, which then means that we need to think differently in terms of how we use the resources that we have, as well as what do we do to make sure that we augment what is still available at our disposal. There are various ways of doing this. There were so many presentations that were made as from yesterday, where I could actually identify areas where we can mobilize more support. At the institutional level, all the way up to what we are trying to do actually in this summit, the collaborations locally, regionally, in the continent as a whole, as well as with the globally. The program that was launched yesterday, which is the University Staff Doctoral Program, is just one component of a larger program that is implemented by Department of Higher Education and Training in collaboration with universities. And the very first in that line is mainly about the pipeline all the way from entry level into academia, in fact, aspiring to be an academic, all the way to the professorate, all the way to the leadership and the management in the higher education system. So briefly, the very first one is called the Nurturing Emerging Scholars Program. This is where now we actually identify students who are still pursuing their honors degree, but aspiring to be academics. One would ask, how do you know that these students aspire to be an academic? We mainly identify those students by looking at their activities whilst they are still studying, putting up their hands to be, for example, tutors, to be mentors, to be lab assistants. Then to us, that's an indication that this particular student would like to be an academic in future. And then these students are actually supported then to acquire their master's degree, and then they are offered 1-year internship in an academic space, and then assisted in that process to develop their proposals for PhDs. Then the other one is the New Generation of Academics program. With this one, we identify people who have already have their foot into academia. However, they still need to be developed. It's also a structured program for 6 years. You've got your master's degree, you apply, you get appointed permanently as a lecturer in a university in South Africa, and then you get support to develop as a fully fledged academic in the process, acquiring your PhD. Then it's the University Staff Doctoral Program, which is where now we're identifying academics who are already in the permanently employed by our universities, but do not have PhD. A lot has been said about this particular program. Then after that program, the focus now changes to senior academics in universities, but who aspire to be professors. Again, there's a lot of support that goes in there until they are in a position to apply for professorship positions. And then there's also the Higher Education Leadership and Management program that is focusing now on developing our future HODs, for example, in our universities, our future deans, our future vice-chancellors. There is an important aspect then of this big program by the department, which is the entrepreneurship development in higher education. As from yesterday, there have been presentations and talks about the importance of entrepreneurship and innovation. It's still small in scale, but we can see that it is growing bit by bit, and this is one of the focus for this. So you can see how far-stretched the funding is then from government to be able to support all these developmental areas. But I just want to leave you with an assurance that in forging collaborations by the Department of Higher Education, the principle behind is that we always put something on the table. It's not about us saying, give us something. Then it's only then that we start doing things. There's always something on the table, even if it's not enough. Then let's see how we can put our resources together and do what we would like to do. So that is the main important area that I would like to emphasize with our prospective collaborators, that in a collaboration, it has been spoken about throughout these presentations yesterday and today, that it has to be on an equal footing. On an equal footing in all respects. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Director, and thanks to UP and the US Embassy for this excellent summit. And thanks for the visitors from the US, those joining virtually and from everywhere in Africa. And I can just speak like Mandisa basically speaks like a proper government official. As someone who's coming from the funding agency, the National Research Foundation, which is NSF-EG in the US, when you hear of those budget cuts, of course, you have to reflect in terms of what does it mean for the national system, what does it mean for these programs that we're speaking of. But the good thing of that is that's where partnerships as well come in. How do we leverage all these partnerships for the betterment of all these programs that we're speaking of? And just to step back as well, if you speak of even the engagements yesterday, there's always some sort of disjoint with regards to the policy level. We had the minister yesterday and other government officials, when they speak, their language is job creation, issues around poverty, health. On the other side, if you speak of academics, we are very good at asking our own questions, conceptualizing them, and answering those questions without directly responding to what some of the government needs are. And I think we need to be cognizant of that and being cognizant of the competing priorities within government circles. There's a lot of challenges, and there's a small pocket of money that needs to be shared within these different priorities. The good thing as well is, or is it a bad thing, we don't always well share as academics, we don't always share that story of impact in a way that government officials can understand it. We speak of it, but we don't unpack it. And we don't as well explain that, yes, if we speak of impact, there's of course impact within the knowledge system, which we are good at, publications, etc. Over a long term, it can result in impact in society, and there's direct impacts which respond to health. COVID now, academics are being involved in it. We somehow don't always explain that well. I think we need to improve that communication, especially if we have this type of platforms which are represented by different stakeholders, government, private, and academics. Now, being a bit more direct with regards to the way forward, which is the role of this session basically, I think from the discussions yesterday and today, a lot of excellent initiatives that have been presented. I think we need to be cognizant of the good work that is being done, especially with the partnerships from South Africa, Africa, and the US, and the different champions that are leading those initiatives, making them work. It takes people, it takes champions. Kyle, you've been very much involved in it. It takes people to make these partnerships work. It's not just a network, it's not just a program. It needs dedicated people. One of the things I think that we need to start looking at is how we can start connecting the pieces within these many networks. As we know, there's very limited resources that we are working with. And if you dig deeper within these many different networks, it's duplication to some extent of some of the initiatives. So how do we connect the pieces? How do we start talking more, e.g. through these types of platforms, and looking at other platforms that we can start sharing? Start knowing what's happening within the different networks. And maybe at national level, having these coordination processes within the networks of universities, which speaks of power dynamics, but governance structures, as Carl says. And then even at a continental level, being much more organized, looking at the resources that we have, putting resources collectively within the continental, regional level, national level, and then approaching our colleagues in the US. I think that will make a very big difference. The second point is with regards to developing, enabling programs within these networks. We've heard a lot of the programs that are already happening at the moment, but at the end of the day, we need to move closer towards that impact of society that we are speaking of. We need to be having these capacitation and development initiatives as we have now, issues around scaling up those initiatives. There's the how, there's of course we can speak of scaling up, but how do we use our collective efforts to scale up these types of initiatives? Issues around soft skills, negotiations, e.g. when we're negotiating within the different networks. We take it for granted that everyone knows how to negotiate, but we need to find ways of even capacitating different stakeholders on these negotiation skills, not just from the African side, but from the US side as well. Issues around mentorship, I think that's very, very key, and that's very close to what we are speaking of. If you speak of South Africa, if we speak of Africa, I think that's a low-hanging fruit. Sometimes you don't need to move to travel to the US to have a mentor or to have mentorship programs. It can be done virtually. We live in a virtual, there's lots of virtual platforms that can be used linked to that. Long-term, as well, long-term approaches that we can look at. This speaks a lot of sustainability and putting money on the table, or not money, but resources. Those resources can be money, it can be time, but showing that whatever partnerships, whatever network we are involved in, we are contributing in one way or another. I think that as well reduces the bridge between these different stakeholders and different powers within the different partnerships. The US, we know what we want from you. US, your large economy, the research and development, the positioning of universities, it's huge compared to what's happening in Africa. So we need to leverage that. Africa as well, we bring in a lot of advantage of value add with regards to the young population, the market, the growing economies and science and technology and innovation within the continent. So we need to look at all those beneficiaries and advantages from both the US and Africa. The fourth point, is it the third point I want to make, is just being cognizant of the different stakeholders and roles of different institutions. If you speak of such networks, we need to be cognizant there's universities, there's foreign offices like the US Embassy in South Africa, in different countries in the continent. There's funders like the NRF. We all come with different mandates, and we need to draw a line with regards to what we can fund, the boundaries of that funding, and the role of funders, entities like the US government, state departments, entities like the National Research Foundation. How do we draw those type of roles and responsibilities? I think that still comes back to initiatives like having a governing council that is able to much more guide with all these different stakeholders, both from university and other role players. And I think as we speak of going in Africa, I think even the US Embassy in South Africa can play a bigger role in trying to engage with other consulates within the continent on being much more active with regards to these educational programs, much more targeted, much more intentional with regards to what is happening in terms of educational programs in Africa. Similar, our embassies in the US from the different countries, we need to engage them. How do they get involved in terms of opening up some of these doors, engaging with universities, stakeholders, private sector, and other people in the diaspora with regards to these opportunities? So I think it's lots of opportunities, but we need to action. The last point is the need for focus. If you speak priorities, if you speak strategies, if you speak limited budget, we need to have very good strategies both at an institutional level as well as faculty level with regards to internationalization, the benefits, how it's adding value towards the institution, towards the faculty, and how you can even leverage that to go into these negotiations. As we heard yesterday, some universities don't even have any strategies or plans on international partnerships. If need be, we need to support such universities to develop those strategies. You can't negotiate if you don't know what you want long term. I think we need to be much more involved, all of us, from those universities that have got very clear, very good partnerships that are working. How do we bring in other universities that are still struggling within this space? If you speak of the continent, very differentiated. If you speak of South Africa as well, we are very differentiated. There are universities that are doing well with regards to partnerships, but there are other universities that are not doing well with regards to partnerships. How do we work collectively within the university networks to make sure that all of us, of course there's competition, but all of us at least open up opportunities to help each other move forward. Science diplomacy, it plays a bigger role. We can't avoid that. The money comes from the coffers of governments. So as part of what we do, yes, there's a science that's happening, but within the government circles as well, there's science diplomacy. Science opens up doors. So we need to be cognizant and as well as appreciate what the different governments are putting on the table. I thank you a lot. Thanks.
Thank you to my colleagues from DHET, from the NRF. We're pleased and proud to be able to partner with you on various programs. They've been great partners with us. And Kyle, he's an institution. I met him probably when I first came to South Africa, so grateful for the honor to know him. And particularly to my colleagues and friends at UP, Rakeshni, Sedwin, Farai, Professor Coupe, when we first approached them about this conference, they took about 2 minutes to respond to me and said, yes, we're interested. So a round of applause to them for all the hard work. I'm not going to do what you asked me to do today. I think I want to remind all of you, as educators, why you're here. Let me tell you 2 different stories that I think will help illuminate my point. I am the product of an exchange. I came from a town of 8,000 people in rural western Nebraska. I could walk to the cornfields next to my house, and I spent my summers running in ditches and avoiding snakes, very poisonous rattlesnakes. I applied for an exchange opportunity to go to Europe, and I was so excited. I wanted to go to Germany, Switzerland, great places. And when the placement came, I was sent to Iloilo, Philippines. I didn't even know where the Philippines was. I thought it was Southern Hemisphere. I didn't want to go. I didn't tell anybody, and I got on a plane. It changed my life. I wasn't a great student. When I went to college, I struggled. But I had 2 professors who believed in me. And at the end of my master's program, I had the option to go on for a PhD in one of the top universities in state government or go work for the federal government in exchange programs. And I'll never forget the professor, I was struggling, and I said, what do I do? And she said, Frank, she said, I can't answer that, but she said, isn't it great to have options? So you as educators have a responsibility to provide your students with options. I was working in Indonesia, and we were recruiting students for a high school exchange program. And my bleeding heart liberal colleague found a young man who was deaf, 17, had not been to school since he was 5. The Indonesian school systems could not accommodate this young man. And he was smart and brilliant, and we knew it. And the State Department couldn't accept him because he was too old for a high school exchange student. But we didn't stop there. We pushed, and Gallaudet was visiting Jakarta, and I dragged them over to a meeting with him and forced them to sit down and talk with him. And they said, you know what, this young man deserves an opportunity. He went from Gallaudet to SUNY Buffalo, and he's now studying for his PhD at Cornell. A system that left him behind. And he is a rising star, and he's found his place. So I tell you, as educators have a responsibility to all of your students, to the disadvantaged, to the different ones, to the ones that aren't doing well. You have a responsibility to push and prod them and make them the best people they can be. and give them opportunities. So at the end of the day, they're facing options rather than a lone option. They have multiple options because you as educators made a difference in their lives. So as we're talking about these exchanges and linking up with universities, do not forget why you're doing all this. It's for the students. You're there to enrich their lives, to broaden their minds, to make them, to force them to think differently. Like I say, growing up in rural Western Nebraska, I had a very narrow view of the world. I no longer have that. And I see the radical difference between me and my brother and sister who never left that place. You have a responsibility to push and prod them and help them to see the world as it should be and as it could be. So I leave you with that. I would tell you that we're so excited for this conference. I believe that the best things that happened here were not in the sessions, were between those sessions and the opportunity you had to talk and network together. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the hard work you do as educators.
I couldn't have asked for a more powerful closing. Thank you for sharing, Frank. And I think our panelists deserve a round of applause. And I think Frank deserves a round of applause. Not everybody shares a piece of themselves, and he was brave enough to share that. And I think this shapes for us something that I've been talking about this often. You'd find it in the press releases, you probably find it in the briefing document. And I think Frank just summarized this. What we're doing here is collaborations for change. Yeah, so thank you for that, Frank. And this has been quite a critical session, one that we all need to be conscious of, especially in our efforts. And as we steer towards being more inclusive, and as inclusive as possible, as we expand the network nationally, continentally, and beyond. And again, I articulate this point, collaborations for change. So when you are having these conversations post the summit, think about how it is driving some of those initiatives that tackle some of our global socioeconomic challenges. And remember Frank's story. That should thread through all the conversations that are coming through. How are you impacting the next generation of students coming through your system? And what is your legacy as an educator that you'd like to leave behind? So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say, please provide your collective inputs. If you haven't completed the survey, please use this as a reminder to complete it, share it with us. We're going to, whether or not Mandis is a government official or a funder, whether Frank is a funder or not, it's coming their way. And we'd like it to be as inclusive as possible. How we shape the numbers at a later stage, how we leverage funding, at least the essence of it is as inclusive as possible and represents your context. And I think that is what the summit is about. All of us come from different, unique, contextual backgrounds, and what we need to do is try find a central point in which we can all have mutually beneficial engagements going forward. I'd like to also say that I'm really excited, and I really want to express my gratitude to everyone coming here for the conference. And also to express how excited I am about the promising future of the network, about building it, strengthening it, nurturing it, not just between our sister institutions in our countries, but also expanding it to the continent. So let's take this opportunity to foster stronger collaborations and build fruitful collaborations and cooperations that further strengthen, enhance, and grow the network. With that, I say thank you, and please join me once again in commending our panelists for their sterling inputs. I now call upon Dr. Carol Nonquelo, Senior Director at the Department of Research and Innovation, to move the vote of thanks.
Thanks, Rakeshni. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. Yes, it has truly been an exciting summit, I must say, even though I've been in and out taking care of some matters at the office, pressing issues. But I will go forward. Ministry of Higher Education and Training, Science and Innovation, Honorable Minister Blade Nzimande and Deputy Minister Buti Manamela, Ministry of International Relations and Cooperation, Honorable Minister Naledi Pandor, His Excellency Ambassador Ruben Brigidi II, Her Excellency Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, Mary Catherine Fee, Directors General, Chancellors and Provosts, distinguished colleagues, all protocol observed. It's my great pleasure to move this vote of thanks, and I say it on behalf of a village, not by myself. We'd like to express our appreciation for the effort that went into building these critical partnerships and relationships over the years, the participants and all contributors to the summit, which is just one of the hallmarks of the network, and all the work that has gone on and that will continue in driving the United States-South Africa Higher Education Network. But more specifically, would like to thank a number of people. Professor Tawana Kupe, our Vice Chancellor, our Chief, that keeps us awake at night. Professor Sunil Maharaj, the Vice Principal for Research, Innovation and Internationalization, Dr. Rakeshni Ramata Prishal, the Principal Investigator, and who has spent tireless number of hours, days, I think weekends. She has been working on this along with colleagues. Dr. Kyle Fambry, you are a South African, as far as I can tell, because I met you years ago, the co-principal investigator. The Department of Institutional Advancement at the University of Pretoria, who assist us greatly in organizing events. There are a number of colleagues in the room, thank you. Dr. Haida Hackman, Mr. Johan Smith, and the Future Africa team. We've been in their space for the past couple of days, and their support and behind the scenes, you don't know what has to, when they have to come up and be innovative to make sure that things move smoothly behind the scenes. Mr. Chris Collin and the Security Services team, the Research Capacity Development team in the department under Rakeshni's leadership. There has been special mention made of Farai, Sedwin, Katlejo, and Musi. I call you Musi. But it's a unit that works as a team, and the other colleagues not directly involved in the programs and the projects have also come to the party to assist. And our host for the event last night, Mpho and the Javits Arts Center team, Tanya Schmidt and the conference partner team, Louis Kluter Productions and the team that are behind the scenes. You didn't see them, but they have been made sure that we connected despite load shedding. And finally, a deepest gratitude to Mr. Frank Whittaker, Dr. Daniel Matten, and Mr. Mark Dobson, and the US Embassy team. Thank you for entrusting the University of Pretoria with this grant that has led to the successful summit. And Ms. Mandisa Kakwe. I'm from the Eastern Cape, so I'm supposed to know Kakwe. Mr. Shiba Diketani and Mr. Calvin Penels and colleagues in the Department of Higher Education and Training. No doubt that the rich engagements and insights and challenges and new linkages and opportunities that have arisen over the past couple of days will lead to stronger collaborations and networks. Once again, thank you. Thanks. Oh. And it is with great pleasure I invite Professor Kupe to do the closing session. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol, for saying I'm a slave driver, keeping people awake at night. I'm not. I'm sorry I'm speaking again. I thought I promised you yesterday that I will not speak again. But 8 sessions, 2 cocktails, I don't know how many teas and lunches later, I can say we have now come to the end of the program for the university's Partnerships Initiative Summit. It has been an intensive 2 days, and if I might say, the UPI Summit was indeed a resounding success. I know I spoke too many times, so you can't remember each time what I said. But when I opened the summit, I did say, this is my last sentence, let this be a festival of ideas on networks, collaborations, and partnerships. I think you've lived up to that top billing. And I think for that, that is the reason why I say this is a resounding success. I think, I can't remember if it was Professor Maharaj, but I suspect it was you. You asked me what should be the title of the summit. And I answered you in 2 minutes. Equitable and sustainable partnerships for impact. So the thing about these things, you choose a topic for a summit, and then the topic hangs there and people talk about anything and everything. I'm pleased to say that actually that was not the case here. The question about sustainability of partnerships and collaborations was almost in every session, and in some sessions, almost raised by every person on the panel and in all of the speeches. The question of impact was almost in every session and almost in everyone's speech as well. And the equitability was said by almost everybody. Even when the last person had said the same thing, the other person did not want to be left out. They also wanted to talk about equitability of partnerships. But of course, I think that we have to, you know that this is not very easy, but the equitability and the sustainability and impact are things we in academia can never say quite easily done, which was an expression we used in high school when you got a mathematical answer correctly. You wrote QED, quite easily done, just to piss off the next guy who got it wrong. It isn't, because these are that can only be proved when we have created better societies and a better world, when we have brought back our collective humanity and the planetary crisis from the brink, and we're in a much more sustainable way as human beings on our planet. But I think that what I heard in this summit, which I found very interesting, is that people suggested models, modalities, modes, ways of funding and ways of sustaining that in their lived experience doing partnerships they have. And that all of us collectively go away actually with multiple models that we can then now adopt for taking these initiatives forward. That is why I say for me, I've never been to a summit of this nature, 2 cocktails, 8 sessions, don't know how many teas and lunches later, that actually in a sense we achieve our objectives, but remain with a lot to do, but with a direction, I think, that is much clearer than before. So what I heard also is that people want to do the following. For those who are already doing partnerships and collaborations, they want to sustain them. And I choose the word sustain, not maintain. Because what people are talking about here is that this is what is good that we're doing, but we can do better. For me, that is sustaining something, not just maintaining it. Building on the good that you're doing, but making it even better. People want to deepen. People want to broaden. So in almost many sessions, people spoke away from simple bilaterals, even if there's a lot of learnings to do. There was a sense that people want multilateral partnerships, and in order to create that critical mass and scale that we need as academia to actually address these local and global challenges. I think I found that also exciting, because only working together in larger numbers can we actually become the true agents and drivers of change that we ought to be. And also, so in relation to our performance in the summit. A Google form or survey is going to be coming your way. Please make sure you actually answer that Google survey and impact. So as you know, I could speak on, some of you do not know, I was not introduced properly at the beginning, and especially this is often left out of my speeches. I did take a diploma in public speaking in Cuba under Professor Fidel Castro. He's late now, may his soul rest in peace. But he taught us, his students, something, one principle of the course: speak as long as you want. It doesn't matter what you say. With that, I would like to officially close the summit and wish you all a very safe day.